Want to welcome Jack McCauley, very special guest today for our morning keynote. He's the co-founder of Oculus VR, currently with UC Berkeley. And we're going to hear about AI and video games, the evolution.
Today's talk is about AI and video games, but also some other stuff I'm working on. I teach at UC Berkeley now. I'm an alumni, also EECS, which is Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. I graduated a long time ago. Thank you. Got it. So how are they related? This is the point of my talk today, and they are. Even though video games don't really use AI right now, they don't. A video game, with a few exceptions, starts with a storyboard by the producer. They actually sketch out how the game is to be played. Now, granted, I haven't worked in video games for 10 years. I'm retired. I retired 10 years ago. But this is how it was done in my career. And you have to sell that concept to the company, the publisher. So this is how it's done. It's not really used. AI is not really used in games, to my knowledge, but it could be. You never want to be first. Thank you. So this ChatGPT, I did this. I typed my name in there, and it says, Jack McCauley is a well-known American inventor and engineer. He's worked on a number of high-profile projects in the tech industry, mostly in entertainment. I worked in entertainment, not like in the Silicon Valley, although I did a few small things there. I actually lived pretty close to it, but my career was spent in Los Angeles. He is perhaps best known for his work on the original Guitar Hero controller. I'll talk a little bit about that today, which he designed while working at Red Octane. We were acquired by Activision, and this Oculus and the acquisition of Red Octane by Activision are related, because that's how I got the gig at Oculus. McCauley has worked on projects for companies like Electronic Arts, Microsoft, and Oculus VR. He's widely recognized as a talented, innovative engineer. So this is a little not true. I know what went on. It works down here, huh? Well, sorry, folks. I don't think the radio's connecting. If you could just advance it over there, that's fine. Next slide, please. Career credits. I was head engineer at Oculus VR. My job there was producing the first two developer kit prototypes, the injection molding, the electronics, the whole thing. The software side, not so much. We had a software team there, but I was in charge of producing the product and getting it shipped on time. We did the first developer kit right after we filmed the Kickstarter video in 90 days. So I was in China for most of that 3 months. The next developer kit was more like 5 months. And that's from whiteboarding it to shipping it. I worked in entertainment most of my career. I worked in feature films. Early on in my career, I worked on movies, and I did the technical part of movies. I'm not like on the set, but I'm working on audio stuff, digital audio stuff. Right when digital audio was just coming out. This is in the late 80s. Edward's a technical contributor, 40 years in entertainment. I teach at UC Berkeley. I wear the colors here. I always talk about the school. I'm total public education. I didn't go to private schools. And the taxpayers paid for my education. I got a scholarship to Berkeley. That was through the Navy. The taxpayers paid for it. I'm forever grateful. And so now I'm returning it. I'm a volunteer professor. I won't take pay there. I teach class there, and I'm just a total volunteer. Taking a little bit of a break from it right now, but I work with RAND Corporation. That's a research think tank, and Math Institute board member. I want to comment on the MSRI gig. The guy that I work with on Dick Tracy got me the position at MSRI. And the guy I worked at Guitar Hero, who's a fellow Cal alumni, got me the gig as a trustee at UC Berkeley. So that's how it played out for me. I just know a lot of people, and I don't burn my bridges, and I complete whatever I'm gonna do at a company, and my minimum stay is 5 years. So if I go work someplace, I commit 5 years, and I see resumes come in my career, they're at 6 months, 10 months. I mean, I'm not gonna hire you, just gonna split after. So stay there, make friends, and I didn't always get along with the people I work with. It's they don't call it friendsness, right? They're not really your friends. So, but later on, I got to be friends with them after I left. Next slide. So this is the stuff, I have a research center, and we build stuff there. I build cars. I'm a car nut, and it's part of a foundation. I have kids who are in the foster system come in and work there, and they're paid a salary. When you leave the foster system, some of these kids end up in their car or couch surfing, right? So I give them salary and an opportunity to learn something. I'll teach them welding and hand tools and things like that, so they can go out and get a job. So that orange car there, I finished that in 2020. The silver one there, I finished in 2010, and the yellow Fiat 500, which we put a motorcycle engine in, I finished. That's not finished yet. Still working on it, almost. So I just build these things. I never drive them. It's just for fun, and they're like art pieces to me. Next slide. Uh, I spent 5 years working in defense also. I was observing these drones being used in combat. You probably have seen these video clips in the Ukraine where these drones are flying out and hitting people in tanks and stuff. And that's not the inspiration for what I did. What happened was this. One of my colleagues, somebody was flying a drone up to his house in Venice and filming him in his bedroom. And he told me about it, and I go, "There's gotta be something you can do about that." And he goes, "I'm gonna get a shotgun." I said, "Don't do that." So I built this thing that I'm holding there, and it shoots out a really high-powered radio wave and disables the drone's controls. And it works pretty well on all drones. These things can be used in combat. You see this formation here in the center? That is a series of drones. I don't know how they do this exactly, but they can make animations and so forth with them for, like, shows. And so what they're doing in Ukraine on both sides of this disaster is affixing explosives onto them and dropping them on people and objects. So that's what I spent 4 or 5 years on that, and also cybersecurity and those things. Next slide, please. I built this calculator. I like to build stuff. It's just my hobby, some sort of thing. It's a calculator, and this was used in 16th century, and to trade, because you have huge numbers. You know, you have a ship come in, and you wanna fill it with grain. You gotta know how many bushels of grain are gonna go on it and the value of the bushels. So they use this thing, and it's called a countertop. That's why your house, it says countertop. That's what they call this. It's for counting, and it does square roots, cube roots, uh, huge multiplications and division, long division. Next slide, please. Okay, here's my talk. I worked on this movie. I didn't work on the animation side, I worked on the audio side, and there's some swearing, I apologize for that. This is rendered frame by frame, and it took 6 weeks to render this. 6 weeks on a series of Sun workstations that were bussed together. This was in, '91. This was done. But you can see, you can go ahead and play this, please. Play this video.
Yes, the fuck is going on?
Uh, Go forward, please. Yes. Okay, can you play this, please? More. Playing this, you can see the difference in the graphics. And this is from Doom, and this on the right is unrecorded. It's done on a game engine. You rent a game engine to do this. You don't write your own game engine. At Activision, Microsoft, we had our own stuff, but smaller companies don't. So you can just see the difference in a short period of time of 30 years or so. Next slide, please. So I'm going to discuss, this is the point of my talk today, how these two things are related. And here's my argument, and I think it's a valid argument. The GPU that runs the graphics in a console or a computer, like a PC-based game system, is the same math that goes on in AI. It's the same stuff. It's called tensor algebra for the math that goes on in AI, and it's called linear algebra for the stuff that goes on in games. And the stuff in games is used for shading and polygon rendering, making tiny little polygons. The characters are made up of little tiny polygons, right? And so you have to tilt those polygons and do ray tracing on them. And that's what a GPU is doing very quickly. That one from Terminator 2, the video I showed you, that could be done in real time. I mean, just play it right straight through, but not back at then. So I'll just talk a little bit about the math. I'm not going to bore you with it, but it's called a flop. Technical people in here? Yeah. It's a floating point operation. So a computer like a PC does not do floating point operations very well. That's multiplying two real numbers together, like pi, 0.14159, and square root of 2, which is 1.4. It doesn't do those very well. It has to do it in software. So a floating point operator is one of those operations, either multiplication or division. They don't do it well. They do integers well, like whole numbers, multiplying them in the hardware. Next slide, please. This is 1990. Okay, so we are starting to do computer graphics, not necessarily video games, but computer graphics like CAD, AutoCAD, and so forth. But it doesn't run really fast. So they came out with something called a math coprocessor. And what that does is floating point operations, flops. Does them very quickly. Not as quickly as today, but very quickly. So there was demand in computer graphics for these things. And this is at 387. It's okay. It's 89 right now. There's a big improvement. Now you can do computer graphics and rotate things like in SolidWorks, which is familiar with SolidWorks anyway here. You can rotate parasolids and so forth in real time. So this one did 170,000 floating point operations per second, which was unheard of at the time. That's supercomputer, almost supercomputer performance. Next slide. So in '93, these guys, Jensen Huang, I got a great story about them. They at Oculus, they tuned our first headset. NVIDIA did. We didn't have the tools or the staff, the know-how how to tune the display. On a display, like an LCD display, if you look at it, inside of this is that it looks like, but inside of this, there's a chip in there called a scaler. And that scaler times the opening and closing of the gates on each pixel. And each one is different. So NVIDIA had a camera that could record individual pixel and auto-tune our chip for us. We couldn't do that. A lot of the many things, we're only like 10 people or 12 people at the time. 12 to 150 in about a year and a half, burning cash like crazy. So they did that, and we went in there. And if you go to NVIDIA now, they're on Central in Santa Clara. It's a huge campus, but back then it was, it's probably as big as this building here. Anyways, they tuned it for us, and that's because my boss knew Jensen. I don't know Jensen, he knew him. But so 1990, with the 83, 87, 170,000 floating point operations per second. By 1999, it was 4 billion operations per second. Now you had a viable GPU for video games that could do the shading and polygon rendering and ray tracing. And in 2000, the PlayStation 2 was 6.2 billion floating point operations per second. That's pretty fast. And this is NVIDIA's logo and stuff, and there's the GPU from 1998. That's not it, actually. It's pretty close. So this came out in '99, and now we can really play great video games. Next slide, please. Explain what this is. It's a graphics processing unit, and it does huge matrix multiplication operations, like 2 matrices of n dimension, multiplying those together. 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional arrays, it does those. In doing that on paper, this was the limitation with AI in the '40s and '50s, when they knew the math very well, statistics actually. You hear it's a neural network, it's not that. It's statistics. And I will, if you just say something, There's a great explanation of how they work on YouTube. It's a company called StatQuest, StatQuest. And there's a video, and it's very clearly laid out how it's not complicated math either. It's simple stuff. It's arithmetic, not linear algebra, first order algebra kind of stuff. So it's used to create rich graphics. So my argument is without video games and entertainment pushing the boundaries of computer power, there would be kind of advances we see in AI. Because now we have GPUs. Next slide. We have GPUs that can do this. So look in the Intel ASCII read 2000, right? 2.4 billion floating point operations per second. That's the supercomputer. I mean, a custom computer, right? And you see the PlayStation 4 is almost breathing down its neck. So you've got if you have a PS4 or PS5, you have a lot of supercomputer power, 2,000 times on your desk or your living room. Next slide. Look at the iPhone 14 Pro. It's 2 billion. Excuse me, 2 trillion floating point operations per second, teraflops. That's pretty fast, 2,000 billion. And then you go down the line, you see the iPhone 8. It's a 400 billion flops and so on, all the way out of, I put these in order of power. You could play video games on an iPhone, but it gets hot. You can't run it for very long. It overheats. It's not really designed for that. They have a GPU in them too. Incidentally, we use the Qualcomm Snapdragon in the Quest, Oculus Quest, and it has a GPU in it, and it's taxed to the max. It's pushed. Next slide, please. This is a Titan 5. This came out in late 2023. That's 110 trillion floating point operations per second. And unbelievable. Yeah. And so NVIDIA's business model was, of course, computer graphics, right? That's who's buying their stuff, the chips. But that's only a small part now. The big part of their business is artificial intelligence and the tensor processor unit, which is pretty much this thing with a few changes. Next slide, please. Okay. 1 + 1 is 2. We know this. Next one. 1 + x = 3. So x is 2, right? This is essentially the kind of first order algebra that it does, GPU does. Next slide. This is GPU math. It's not exactly a tensor, but it's just an example of linear algebra and what is happening inside the GPU. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide is not exactly right. It's called a neural network. If you go to StatQuest, if you want to write that down or type it in your phone, and go watch that video because it's super clear. And I don't think I could explain stuff that clearly. When I teach at Berkeley, I do animations because people learn faster than with animations. That's a great tool now. But I'm not as good as that guy. He's really good. Like I do, we animations of rotating magnetic field, motors and things like that. And I just think it's a better way to learn it. You don't have to do the calculus. You can do the calculus, but you just show them how fields are moving and so forth. So the neural net has interior connections or synapses. That's what they're called. They're not really that at all. It's not really a neuron. It looks like a neuron, but it's not. And they have to be trained by an input system. They use what's known as backpropagation to give feedback to fatten nodes or pathways inside that. And the math operations are the same. Next slide, please. This is a neural net. This is the model of it. You have an input layer, a hidden layer, and an output layer. The guy in StatQuest who has the explanation has a really good explanation of how it works and a really simple network. Next slide. So I mentioned the TPU. There's a tensor processor, is a chip that can do large matrix operations very quickly. And essential to a connected AI service as the backbone of these services. So if you were going to set up an AI company, would you build a computer with the TPUs in it? No, you buy a service. I know they're expensive. See, some people want to build it because it's cheaper for them to build it than it is to use a service. A smaller startup, you're probably going to use a service API. Okay, so there's my thing again. It wouldn't happen without video games. 'Cause what I saw, I've been doing this for 45 years almost. Uh, I saw that whole thing happening, with Quake and Doom running on a 286 processor without a math coprocessor, and to where we are today. Next slide, please. Thank you. I have 10 minutes, I believe, for Q&A. You wanna ask me questions about Oculus? Thank you.
Thank you, Jack, and apologize for the early morning first speaker technical difficulties. Just raise your hand and we'll run some mics.
You wanna ask me about the history of Oculus? Okay.
That's
Hi.
about the future.
Hi, I'm Ofer. Thank you for the presentation, and honestly, personally, also thank you for the work on the game, some of which I played and enjoyed, and Oculus and everything. But the question I have is, now we have this text to video, right? Sora and a bunch of these algorithms. And can you imagine in 10 years, imagine it's fast and it takes like a quick second. Could games use that as a way to create an unlimited amount of like experiences?
Well, I can tell you how the business is set up now, and the business is set up by the console vendors. When you write a video game, let's say Guitar Hero, which is I worked on Guitar Hero, we have to pay a royalty to the console. The console is sold to you as a consumer at cost. Eventually, it's what it costs them to make it. They make their money on royalties. I don't understand how the revenue model would work, and it's a solidified whole business now. But that's just the way it works. But I'll tell you where AI can be used in video games is generating generating artifacts. So when you use a game engine like Unreal, you can purchase for your game things to use in your game from them, right? And in Grand Theft Auto 5, all of the entities, the buildings, and so forth that were in the game were done by hand, right? It would be great to use Midjourney to describe a building or describe a vehicle and have it generate a model for it. I mean, I think that's useful. There's 300 artists working on GTA 5. And these people know how to run CAD and shading and all that. It's all by hand. So there's a useful, I mean, 300 people lose their job possibly, but not so many. But
But it's an efficiency of
yeah,
productivity,
exactly. And
creating,
quicker to
designing
get it done
games,
and
yeah.
launched. They spent, I don't have this figure exactly right. They spent 400 million on GTA 5, and 200 of that was marketing. So you're looking at the cost of the game of $200 million in labor and just personnel and so forth. So there's the opportunity, but I haven't seen that yet. I don't even go to the game shows anymore. I'm interested in it, but I like doing the car stuff.
Quick questions to you. One is in the inference market, the TPUs are fairly what do you call it? Second generation of the hardware is not that sophisticated compared to other things. I see vendors building their own chips in which they're sacrificing the accuracy and things like that and say we can mass produce the low cost and get onto the inference market. Are you aware of that?
I am not, but there's certainly a large opportunity. I mean, NVIDIA is a $1 trillion company now, and yeah, it's just almost as big as Apple. I mean, it's not as big as Apple, two-thirds the size of Apple. It happened very quickly. It's such a rich opportunity for someone to come along and provide some competition to them because it's a huge business now. It's just that they're so far behind. And Intel doesn't make a GPU. I mean, why don't they make a GPU? Certainly they could hire the scientists to help them with it, or the engineers. So to your question, I think it's just a matter of time before they face stiff competition. Even in China, they're going to get some competition. So, did I answer your question?
Yeah. Yeah. The second question was in the CAD/CAM space, there are several opportunities where you have basically the 2D drawing, which can be rendered into 3D, and you have the entire project basically be end-to-end life cycle managed much faster. Traditionally, those industries take about 12 to 15 months, just like you said with the gaming. They put a project plan, everything, things have to come together. Do you see opportunities for a huge opportunity for improvement there where you can basically get this into 3D and then do the rendering and actually show the client in a couple of weeks or a month.
So if you're a tooling engineer in a factory, you use a different CAD system than you do as an engineer. Engineers, I use SolidWorks. SolidWorks is based on a kernel called Parasolid, and all of the shapes in SolidWorks, like the cylinder, are described with geometry. They're not rendered objects. They are rendered when they show them on the screen. And it's Rhino and OE are used by tooling engineers. People doing mostly, there's other competitors using SolidWorks and generating a file that's compatible to it. And what's interesting about SolidWorks is the physical size of the file for the part is very small. It's because it was designed a long time ago when computers didn't have a huge amount of disk space. So I hope I answered your question. I think I did. Do I think that will change? There's so many people using SolidWorks now. I think it's the most popular, CAD. SolidWorks used for mechanical modeling, assembly, and stuff like that. It's the one I know the best.
So AMD creates GPUs,
Yes.
but they don't have CUDA. Why it is so hard for AMD to create their own version of CUDA and then ultimately be a competitor to NVIDIA?
I don't know why AMD. It's a big company. Why they've fallen behind? That happened a long time ago. It's just that the NVIDIA stuff won out. That's my take on it. I'm not sure if AMD is even in the GPU business anymore. Does anyone know? Yes. Hmm. I see. Yeah. It doesn't have to be a Ferrari, Yeah.
There's one more question.
Hi, Jack. Thanks for the presentation. So I'm actually starting my game studio a while ago. So we're just making the AI games. We're excited about the technology and applying to the gaming industry. So I just wonder what's your opinion on the like AI agent applying in the gaming to play games with the real players. So how do you think that's potentials?
So the thing about a good game, it's actually not about the quality of the graphics. Record, which is what I showed you there, is not a big seller. It's the graphics are great, right? It's how it plays, and the social component is very important now. When I started the career, there wasn't a social component. You just put the disc DVD in your console and played, or CD. But the social component is the very most important part. This is where the director of the game understands this, the hook. Got a hook in it, right? I just don't see how AI can put those hooks together. It just takes a lot of experience to do that. Like, you gotta know what people like to see. And also, you play a game, like, people, they think it's a 400-pound guy in his basement in his mom's place. It's not that at all. Most of the demographic is, as soon as you have kids, you stop doing it. So like 30s, 32, 16 to 32, and sometimes lower than that. With Roblox, it goes even lower. So, that is the demographic for video games. And why am I saying that? I state that because if you look at video games, you can kind of see that. They don't have video games for old people like me. They do, actually, like on your phone.
Thank you so much. It was an amazing presentation. Quick question about your cars, hobby. What AI tools do you use in that for hobby artists?
I don't use any AI tools. I just put electronics in it. Like, we tried different things. I have a orange car that the back of it. It's totally, and it's all electronic, the whole thing, including the computer. It's got 3 computers in it. I did all the programming on it. Yeah, that's why it took 5 years. So it's got camera modules on the back, instead of mirrors and stuff like that. I try these things out, and if they seem to be suitable, and if not, I'll let it go. So I hope that answered your question. But I didn't use AI in it. I use SolidWorks. They're totally constructed, except for the silver. I bought that. It's all built by people I bought. machined in-house, made on a CNC. Wheels included. We made the wheels, not the tires, the wheels. So, yeah, I've always done that. Like when I was working, I got just 1 minute left. It burns me out. Schedule really tough. You have to buy Black Friday. You have to have it ready, right? Sometimes they don't. People don't. So you're on a work schedule, just boom, and I'll take 6 months off, 4 months, not work. Still work there, but I put in hours and mess around with stuff, try different things, including the cars.
Yes, so there's a big debate on the ethics of what's going on in AI. Based on your experience in video games, what would you advise companies from an ethical perspective of what you saw in the past?
Well, there's never been a study that relates video games to violence, and we looked into this, right? And Guitar Hero wasn't a violent video game. I worked on violent stuff. There's no link between them. So the ethics part of it, I don't have a problem with because it's just entertainment. You go to a violent Western from 1940, people go out with cowboy hats on shooting each other, right? And so this is my defense. On the AI ethics question, complete mystery and unknown to me what's going to happen there. It seems dangerous. And I'm not alone in thinking that. Why does it seem dangerous? You can change the discourse, public discourse, by planting messages. And that's the danger of it. It's not real. It's not real stuff. I think I'm out of time here. Yes?
There are moments where they are building models which are outside of the norm in the sense to push the boundaries.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Building what?
Models?
Models?
Open source models. And so they're kind of getting towards where the guardrails are off.
Yeah.
It's like a boutique thing where people are saying, let's push the boundaries.
Regulation is not a bad thing. Okay? Like, and you don't remember from the 70s, you drive through LA, it was totally smoked out. And then catalytic converters and different fuels came along, fuel injection, and it cleaned up. Good regulation. There needs to be some regulation on AI. I don't know what that is right now, but they need to do something. I think it's kind of a spooky stuff. But I need to go now. Thank you.
Hi there, everybody. Good morning. To introduce myself, I'll go to slide 2. I'll just jump over. But I'm Ofer. I run developer relations at a company called Vectara here in the Bay Area in Palo Alto. Career-wise, I've mostly an engineer, data scientist for many years. I worked on machine learning for years, but now I do developer relations, which is a lot of fun. And one fun fact about me in terms of AI is I started using these large language models like longer than most ago. Can you hear me okay? All right. So I started using GPT when it was in version 2. It just turned into version 2. So about 2018. So had a lot of time to kind of understand this technology. So quickly, what is Vectara? We're a company in the Bay Area. These are some of the founders of our customers. And what we do is we do a Gen AI platform, or specifically a RAG platform, which I'll explain more. Who here knows what RAG stands for? Show of hands. Yes. Maybe 5, 10 people. Okay, so this is useful. So I'm going to go through quickly. RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. And it's a way to use LLMs like GPT-3 or 4 with your own data. And essentially it works like this. You get, you give a user query, and then usually you give it to GPT-4, let's say, and it gives you a response right away based on the knowledge it was trained on. But if you want to do it with your own data, your custom data, or your private enterprise data, what happens with augmented generation is your data is here, and it has a retrieval process that matches your query and retrieves the most relevant pieces of information from your data, provides them to the LLM and say, please answer this question, but here's some additional data. And one way I like to think about it is like a open book test as opposed to closed book test, right? We all know this from school, where you say, I have a set of questions in my test, and I can look in the books and figure out what's relevant. and then use that to answer my questions. So it's kind of similar to that. Why should we use retrieval augmented generation? Well, it augments LLMs with your own data. It also reduces the hallucination because you give it really relevant information to base its information on, so it hallucinates less. Um, Reg outputs are explainable, so a lot of times you get this is based on this fact, and it gives you a link or a URL to where you got the data, which document, and where in the document. So that again increases the trust of users in these responses. It's private, so this is not something where you train the LLM again. You don't do things like fine tuning like that. You just I'll show you the process, but there's no training involved, so your data is safe. It's not leaking anywhere and things like that. People worry about that. It's also relatively inexpensive relative, again, to using the LLM and fine tuning elements, which tend to be much more expensive to build. And one of my favorite things is it actually enables you to do per person, access control. So if you have a big organization, you have data that you want to use this for, and some of the data can only be seen by HR, for example, or by the CEO, because you retrieve the facts in real time when you run the query, you can control it and block some of the facts that you from here. You can block some of these facts and say, "Don't bring this fact because this is only for the eyes of the CEO," etc. So that's that. So in preparation for that, I thought, well, what are some applications in media and entertainment? I want to give you a couple of examples just to kind of inspire you to think about this. So I'm not going to talk about text to video. So RAG is not about text to video. That's a very common thing about, with Sora and all these things. But the applications we can do with RAG, which is mostly text driven, are you can do multimedia search, writing, content summarization, fact checking. There's a bunch of others that are really relevant. And so I talked about hallucinations. What's a hallucination? Just if you haven't seen this, if you ask this of GPT 3.5, it says, yeah, Will Smith is a pretty awesome person, never hit anybody. And of course, we all know what really happened, right? So that's a hallucination. And as I said, RAG reduces hallucination. So one of the things that I wanted to share is because we care, excuse me, we care about hallucinations quite a bit. We created a hallucination detection model. It's open source. People can use that. And it allows you to measure which LLMs hallucinate more or less. So the links are here. You can look at that later on. And then, RAG has been quickly becoming this, everybody in enterprise now wanted RAG. And I wanted to highlight what's different. So in 2023, it was the year of, I'm going to chat with my PDF. Here's a large document. Let me ask you a question. So I don't have to read 100 pages. It was done in very few lines of code, 5 lines of code, 10 lines of code, or whatever. And everybody became here like, look, I can use LLMs and I can chat with my PDF. But now it's kind of, everybody knows how to do it. It's not a big deal. So things that are changing are really this scale. So now people say, oh, I'm a company now, I want to do this. And I'm not going to talk about 5 or 10 documents. I'm going to talk about 100,000 or 1,000,000 documents, much larger scale. And it becomes more difficult. The accuracy suffers unless you have a really good system. You have to, again, to worry about security and privacy from an enterprise perspective. There's a lot of table stakes kind of requirements that have to come into play. People worry about the explainability and the citations and want to have that in place so you can trust the responses. And then, of course, you start thinking about latency and cost and uptime and who manages the system. And, what happens with backups and all these kind of requirements that come in a big company. And the last thing I just wanted to mention quickly is the issue of fine tuning comes often. Questions to me all the time. People say, "Why can I fine tune on my data?" If you're interested, ask me more about this later on. But the short answer is, it doesn't really work. And the saying that people like to kind of say, fine tuning is for form, and RAG is for data. So RAG is the recommended way to add more data and kind of add your custom data to the LLM. If you want to build it yourself, there's many ways to do that, and people have done it with things like LangChain and Llama Index. You have your kind of data ingest first. You take the data, you ingest it into this thing called a vector database, and then when a query comes in, you embed the query. You figure out those facts right here. You give them, you construct a prompt, you send it to the LLM, and you get the response. This is the typical flow of a RAG system, but you have to build all these pieces yourself. And again, when you do it for 1 or 2 documents, it's fine. When you get to 100,000, it starts becoming really complicated to manage. And so what we do at Vectara is we do it as an API. We call it RAG as a service. Everything has to be done, gets done in the box. All you have to do is send your documents in and then run a query and you get the response. So it makes it much easier, scales up and down, has all the bells and whistles that you need. So that's what we do at Vectara. And lastly, I prepared a special demo for us today, just for fun. So I'm gonna click this and run this demo. So what I did is I took about 100 or so videos that were available for free on YouTube of movies that were available. I couldn't do that many popular movies because the free ones are not the best ones. I would have loved to do like Star Wars or The Matrix, but they're not here. So just for, but I took whatever was there. I think it was 125 movies. I took the subtitles or the transcript essentially of all these movies and indexed them into Vectara. So we have all the text that has been said in some movies. And now you can ask a quote, and why we have this thing where we're like, where did I hear that line, right? So I know a bunch of the movies that are there, so I'm gonna give you an example. Who knows where this is from? Off with their heads. Sorry? Alice in Wonderland, correct. So what's happening here is it's finding Alice in Wonderland of the 125 movies. Not only that, and then the other fun thing is if you know where it is, script a little bit above, a little bit below, and ask the LM here to summarize what this scene is about, right? Kind of a nice little cute little thing. Can't deal the list. I mean, I'll take another example from the crowd, but I don't think we'll find the movie there. So yeah, so let me stop here. Go back to my slide. One more slide I want to share. Yeah, so that's us. If you're interested in RAG, you can find more resources here. You can sign up for a free account, try it out, a lot of different things. And just a call out to, if you're interested in RAG, you can. We actually have an event later in June you can attend as well in Palo Alto. It also has an online component. So to learn more from our machine learning team. So with that, I will take any questions.
Just a quick question. On the quote search, does it has a fuzzy search capability? So if you don't have the exact quote, for example.
Yes, so great question. So yeah, it's based on what's called semantic search, which is I wouldn't characterize it technically as fuzzy search, but it's what you mean by that. It's like, yeah, so it technically can search very similar words, also in other languages, right? So I could for the demo, my demo here, I could type in off with their make even a mistake or something. I don't know if it'll work, but I can try like this, right? Off with their heads with AE. So it's semantic search. It's based on neural search, or what's called today semantic search. Very powerful. Searches in multiple languages as well.
Hi. Yeah, I've been kind of a general comment. I've been thinking a lot about LLMs in education, and a lot of the time, some of the problems with hallucination. Like if I'm a scholar, I use it, then I can proofread it myself and I can fact check it. But if you're like as a high school student, you would want to have more control over like the data set that is being fed into it. So yeah, I don't know if you have any ideas how that might work. I also think like it might be interesting for students to create their own data set and have that kind of carry around with them. Have the open book text test metaphor that you use, but like more literally, like for
Yeah,
education.
I mean, you make a good point that I said it reduces hallucination. What do I mean by that? That if you give GPT-4 something, it's been trained on the data set until a certain year. And if the information is there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. And it could hallucinate. When you give it your own data, you're helping it. But if you give it the wrong data or a data that's not vetted, then in some sense hallucinate as well. It's basing its response on the data that you give it in that sense. There's no magic outside of that really here. You have to give it the right data. But the retrieval also is really important. So you have a large data set and you want to get the right facts. So if your retrieval is not accurate, you just give it wrong information again from your data set. It will give it that. Yeah.
So I had a question as well. You're talking about, making sure that it's retrieving the right data. Are you guys doing some sort of like agentic RAG where you guys have like different aspects to it? So like in case it's not in the data set, or you're looking for comparisons, but the comparison itself is not in the data set, so RAG won't be so good. Like simple RAG won't be so good. Are you guys doing something to sort of make sure that that works well?
Right now, you can do this. So we integrated with some of the other tools that do agentic RAG, like Llama Index. So I think the best way to do it right now is from there. But we'll have some of that functionality soon too, internally. Yeah. Other questions? All right. Thank you, guys. This demo is, by the way, public, so it's available. You can try it off. You look for movies.
So really appreciate James being here today. He's with 12 Labs doing some incredible stuff with interpreting video, and love to see what you've got in store for us, and let's plug you in.
Everyone, yeah, thanks for coming in today and attending my talk. Also, great job on previous talk. Big fan of their work. I think a lot of the stuff that he mentioned about RAG and semantic search is somewhat relevant to what we're doing with 12 Labs. So yeah, we'd love to just kind of continue the topic there and highlight a bit more of some of the work that we're doing on video understanding. So yeah, just a quick slide on our company mission. So we believe that video most closely resemble the sensory input in the real world. And so at 12 Labs, our mission is to model the world by shaping the next generation of multimodal foundation models and pushing the boundaries in video understanding. And so, to go explain our focus on video understanding, I want to give a quick slide about the evolution of research in this field. So, video was first invented back in the late 19th century. Back then, to consume the content, you have to manually watch through the whole thing, right? And then when the first speech-to-text model was commercialized in the late 20th century, now we are able to generate transcript from the video itself. The issue here is like some of these transcripts are very difficult to comprehend, and sometimes they also like totally disconnected from the visual information in the video. And then since the introduction of convolutional neural networks and the rise of like deep learning in the 2010s, people have been using like very specific computation model to generate metadata or text based on the video itself. The problem with this metadata is that sometimes cannot capture the full meaning or context of the video, and it can create like huge discrepancy. So the way we see it is that in the past we have been building specific CV model to solve low-level video processing tasks, ranging from object detection and object tracking to action recognition, segmentation, etc. Right now, at the present, we are building model for higher level video understanding, everything ranging from retrieval and classification to question answering and captioning. And I think in the future, everything will go multimodal. And with the rise of video function models, that can go up like general purpose video capabilities. Just to double click on this concept of video foundation models, I believe that the evolution of this model very follow a very similar trajectory to that, foundation model for language and image. They employ the same principles going into developing these foundation models, right? So this stack, you can see here, this model generates these multimodal embeddings based on the video content. These embeddings can then be wrapped in suite of API, which can then power a lot of downstream tasks that the application there across a wide variety of verticals that have a lot of video data. And all the way to the top, we have individual users and enterprise who will consume content from this video application, and they most likely will demand this application company to be intelligent from the get-go, right? So yeah, that's our belief on video foundation models. And to explain this concept further, I want to explain what video embeddings one more time. So they refer to numerical representation of videos in a low-dimensional vector space, where each video can be represented as a numerical vector, right? And this embeddings is very powerful because they can capture the semantic meaning and visual features of the video, allowing models to understand the content of videos. And so the popularity of these embeddings can be attributed to the multimodal evolution of vector embeddings, right? Traditionally, these vector embeddings solely focus on modality, whether it's language, image, or audio. With the rise of multimedia content and versatility of the transformer architecture, which has seen a shift towards developing the type of embeddings that can capture all of these, modalities, like visual, text, and audio information, all in this little space. So at FutureLab, it's like our main focus over the past 2 or 3 years or so, and we've been building a state-of-the-art multimodal foundation model. It's called Marengo 2.6, which is capable of doing this exact task that I just mentioned in the previous slide. I shown here an architecture of the model just to kind of illustrate how it works under the hood. So we have several key components here, right? We have the visual expert that can process visual information to capture appearance, motion, and tempo changes within the video. We have an audio expert that processes the auditory information to capture both the verbal and nonverbal audio signal related to the video. And once we got all those details, right, we have the gated fusion model that assess the contribution of expert for the video and then merge them into a unified multimodal embedding for some of the downstream tasks. So, you might be wondering, what are some of the downstream tasks that this type of model can enable? One of them is, video search, which is, I think, what Ofer mentioned in the previous talk as well. Semantic video search. So imagine you can, find a particular scene in a vast collection of petabytes of data simply by describing the visual element using natural language. So traditional video search actually relies on like keyword or metadata, right? And then they obviously cannot take advantage of multimodal techniques that we've seen over the past year or so. So our model Marengo, right, it simultaneously integrates all the available data types, from image, sound, distribution, on-screen text together, in order to capture the complex relationship among these elements to deliver a more like nuanced human interpretation. And we explore that on our playground as a search API, right? So that results in much faster and far more accurate video search and retrieval. So instead of time-consuming and ineffective manual tracking, an user, I think about a video editor, they can simply like use natural language, like find me a scene, like a basketball shot, or like in this case, searching for flip classes, right? To quickly and accurately search vast media archives to discover video moments and hidden gems that otherwise might go unnoticed. On the engineering side, our search API takes roughly about 15 minutes to index an hour long of video and making that index video searchable in more than 100 languages. So that's the search. The other one I want to highlight is classification. So it's the same model Marengo also enable automatic classification of video into predefined classes or topics. You can put them into like sports or news or documentary, entertainment, etc. Right? And our users can add optional metadata to provide more detailed and context-specific information. And the model can also classify specific scenes, which can power very practical application around like contextual advertising or content moderation, right? As a content creators or for the platform, this will help enhance the user experience by providing more accurate recommendation based on user preferences and interest, etc. And finally, we also have a very newly released API called Embed API. Still in private beta right now. It's very targeted to the developer audience. Essentially, you can use Embed API to create multimodal embeddings from the video, right? Instead of like going to end-to-end workflow, now we explode the embeddings as an end result itself. And the powerful thing is like these multiple embeddings is already like capture the full context of the video, everything, including visual expression, body language, spoken words, etc. And that can now capture all the the iterations over time. In terms of like the use cases here, you can use these multiple embeddings for a lot of downstream tasks, especially things like training your own multimodal models for anomaly detection, diversity sorting, sentiment analysis, content recommendation. You can even use them on like retrieval manager and workflow by putting them into your own vector store and then power like other tasks as well. Yep. So yeah, I talk a lot about video foundation models, but another trend of research direction I'm super excited about is called video language modeling. And this basically the type of model that can generate text based on the video. Um, and this is all thanks to the rise of multimodal LLMs, right? So if you follow academic research, you're probably aware of there's a lot of model that go beyond the LLM context and basically taking multimodal inputs to generate multimodal output. So this is a picture from a survey I think last month that showcased the rise of research in this domain, both from academia as well as industry on the type of model that powering them, right? And video language modeling is essentially a subset of multimodal LLMs that really focus on just understanding and text based on the video. So this is a picture from our model called Pegasus-1, which is our other foundation model that 12 teams has been developing. Um, Same architecture I want to describe here. So we have a video encoder model, which is the Marengo 2.6 model from the previous slide that I talked about. It generates multimodal embeddings, right, based on the video frames and the ASR content. And then we have the second component, which is the video language alignment model that maps the video embedding to the corresponding language embeddings, and therefore creating a shared space where video and text representation are well aligned. I want to emphasize the component of alignment because this is very crucial to understand, the corresponding between what is seen in the video as well as the language that we use to describe it. And finally, we have a large language decoder model that takes the aligned embeddings and user prompts to generate coherent and contextually relevant text output. And the output here can range from, summary to, answers to very specific questions based on the video content. Yeah, so you might be wondering, like, what are the use cases and the power of text based on video, right? So basically, this data model condensed your video from a visual element, like a visual entity, into like a dense text representation of the video. So think about like summarization. Ask it to summarize the video quickly. Things about like chapterization, just break the video down to like quick chapters. And in the M&E context, right, description summarization can be very useful to create things like reviews, others, reports for like new TV shows, etc. And that will definitely help with user engagement, right? And so we also developed a Generative API suite that basically leverage the business model and explore them as endpoint for developers. So to the left side, we have Gist API that produce very concise text output like the title of the video, the topic, the relevant hashtag, what's going on in the video. With the summary API on the right side, that's designed to generate video summaries, chapters, and headlines. And then for some of the more customized we have the Generative API that allows users to provide a prompt, right, to whatever they want to know about the video, and then share a specific format, right? And this can range from like bullet points to reports to poem to like creative delivery. So you can like configure the text output in a way that you desire. Yeah, so this is a quick slide that represents like our research horizon and like our commitment to, work on video understanding research. Everything ranging from embedding-based tasks, things like natural language, video moment retrieval and classification, to generation-based tasks like video to text, summarization, chapterization, question answering, chatbot, etc. So since this is like a summit that focused on M&E, I want to highlight a couple of real-world M&E use cases for technology. The first one is on asset management. So our technology has been integrated with a variety of media access management platform to make video archives easily searchable, and this help uncover new value in their media library. So this is an example of our integration with a very big company called Llama, which is a media asset management system based in New York, and they use our American model to quickly manage their digital asset efficiently and look at specific groups, therefore creating new revenue opportunities. Right. The other one is around post-production workflow. So it's an example of our integration with a company, very big video editing company based in the UK. They use our American model to instantly look at the perspectives across all of their footage, and that reduces time, right, for the video editors to spend on manually searching and sorting content, and therefore focus on the creative aspect of their work. The other one is around user engagement. So this is very crucial, right, for like say content creators to retain and grow their audience. So we work with one of the biggest creators in the world, Mr. Beast, and their team used a model to like do semantic search and content recommendation features, and that help improve the quality and user experience of his channel, and then increase like engagement and platform usage. The last one is around contextual advertising. So our solution can help like maximize ad revenue by analyzing your content to find like optimal advertising placement, ensuring that they are relevant and not intrusive. But this is like an example of integration with an organization called Videogum, which is the third provider of the NFL. So this is the biggest right, a lot of which across the like football content. They use the solution to find this iconic scene, like right whenever like let's say Tom Brady winning Super Bowl, right? Or like when Marshall Lynn like do a rundown for the Seahawks, for instance, and then find the iconic moments and like upsell them for brand sponsors. They can upsell that, basically monetize that content. Yeah, so that's some of the use cases on technology. If any of you like interested in actually come and build us, we actually hosting a hackathon next week. They were in LA. It's called Multimodal AI in M&A. June 8 and 9. I don't know if one of you might want to fly to LA just for building some cool stuff. But we have 100+ AI engineers and M&A professional. A lot of cool, interesting challenges. We bring together real-world content creators like Drew Binsky and Johnny Harris. We got the NFL to come join as judges. We also got AWS and a couple of few other sponsors to bring the judges as well. Yeah, so if you can make it, I can register in the link that I provide here on the slide. And yeah, that's the end of my talk. If you want to check out labs, you can go to playground.twelabs.io. And I personally, like, as a lead DevX work at labs, do a lot of work around communicating as well. So I also run a Discord community focused on multimodal AI. So we want to, connect with other folks, researchers, starters, developers working in this space. Feel free to scan this QR code and join our Discord. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, James. Exciting work happening in the area of video. Let's see if we have any hands for questions.
Hey, thanks for the talk. Curious, are you aware of any, like, are there any SEO plugins for video content that people are using? It seems like a big application for this.
We do have a couple of like requests for that. I think as our team grows, we probably have like more folks who can work on partnerships and like channel distribution channel. We looking forward to grow as we bring in more people in like go to market and business side of thing. We can prioritize those.
This is really cool. Question for you about inference time.
Yeah.
Let's say it was a 5-minute clip. What's inference time generally like for like a classifier? And also, what resolutions are you actually working at? Basically, can we drop the resolution to make it quicker?
Yeah. Inference time. Inference time is basically like instantaneous. Like because embedding or retrieval and classification is basically just like code embeddings that already been created. Indexing time though is like during the training, like not so 5 minutes video probably 1 minute to do indexing. Resolution we work with like I think anywhere from 360p to like okay. So ideally in that format. If you want to reduce the resolution, then our team can come up with like a pre-processing pipeline that allows you to like work with that specific resolution format to ensure the high quality.
More questions? If well, James, really want to appreciate you for coming and joining us today, and bring some of the powerful what's coming. And next up, we have Vivek Agrawal, Strategic Product Manager of Scale AI. Vivek, looking forward to hearing about leveraging foundational models. Build custom models.
Hey everyone, thanks a lot for joining. I must say it's pretty exciting to be speaking at like a media and entertainment conference, especially after like this relax concert last night. Thanks a lot for that. It was great. So about me, I'm Vivek. I am a strategic product manager at Scale AI. For those who may not know, Scale is mostly a data labeling and annotation company. We've been around for 8 years or so, and we basically provide all of the data behind GPT, Gemini, and all of the large foundation models. On the side, we're also working on building an enterprise platform, which is essentially for enterprises to come in and upload their data and create custom applications. So that's essentially what I do as a product manager. I work on the enterprise platform. But today I won't be talking that much about scale. I thought the point of today's chat to be a bit more focused for a business non-technical audience, where the idea would be to sort of take a step back and talk broadly more about Gen AI landscape, about what are the strategies that you can typically use to take a foundational model which is already out there, and then customize it for your specific use case. So that's essentially what I want to be talking about today. Let's see if this works. There we go. Okay, so before we get into the specific strategies, I wanted to talk a little bit about the overall Gen AI landscape, right? What are the different types of companies out there, and how can we sort of like think about when you're building any model, what is the value chain of creating an AI model, right? So the first thing that you need, that you want to do that is, oh, infrastructure. So infrastructure is essentially all of the ingredients required to create the foundation model, right? So obviously there's things like hardware, which NVIDIA has, compute, AWS, data, and a lot of data labeling and manipulation. That's something that's scalable. Once you have all of the basic infrastructure to create the model, then you can actually go ahead and develop the foundational model itself. Um, these are obviously like the large LLMs that are out there, which function as types of chatbots, and you have like the main examples out there: GPT, Gemini, Llama, and stuff like that. The third thing, once you have the foundational models, then once you start moving into customizing some of these models, the first thing that you would need is types of platforms, right? These would be tools required to actually customize and use the foundation models for specific use cases that you have. And there's a lot of companies building platforms like this. There's the agent builder, which like Vertex has, which is part of GCP. Scale is building an enterprise platform of its own. Mosaic, acquired by Databricks, has a model serving platform. Together AI has their platform as well. And finally, once you have a platform, then you can actually build applications on top of it, right? So this is essentially the final step where you can implement one of these foundation models using the platform that you have, and then customize that model for your use case. There's different like types of startups which are doing this. I think a lot of people in this room within this media and entertainment industry would fall within this category. For legal tech, for example, Harvey is doing a lot of applications for productivity, cleanness, creative software, using base LLMs, and then there's other examples in the marketing and consumer space as well. So this is, I think, like a broad way to think about what does the entire landscape look like and what are the different types of players involved. So now we like delve a little bit deeper. Essentially, the idea is, let's say you have a base model or base out of the box model, which is either GPT-4 or Gemini or whatever it is. what are the different things you can do to actually get it to a custom model, and how does that affect the performance of that model each individual step, right? So let's say you have an out-of-the-box model. The next thing you would do with it is like base model selection, and this is relatively straightforward, where each out-of-the-box model comes with different types of base models, right? So you, for example, if you get the GPT API, you would have like the small model, the large model, the 7 to 8 model, or depending on the number of parameters, there's different types of base models that you can select. So the first step you would do is, depending on what you're trying to customize the model for, select which base model you would want to use, right? That would give you like a little bit of a bump in performance. The next thing that you can do is then prompt engineering, right? So once you've selected your base model, the next thing you would do is prompt the model in very specific ways to be able to get the response that you want it to generate. So that would again give you a little bit of a higher performance. And by prompts, I mean like just system prompts. So essentially things like, okay, you are an AI assistant who is behaving like a lawyer or a tutor, and then you can provide it specific context as to how you want the model to behave. The next thing, and this is when things start becoming a little bit more interesting, is when you start using your proprietary data for your enterprise, right? The first three steps are basically fairly generic. I think a lot of people do that for the use cases. But after this step is where you start actually generating a lot of value from these models. Now with RAG is when you can start using your company's proprietary data to actually customize them. RAG is essentially just like retrieval augmented generation. The idea there is to be able to look through your existing information and provide a response based on the data that you have. So there's a process to do that. You can like tune the model to be able to specifically query through all the information that you already have and then present it in a format that is most useful to you. That will definitely give you like a large boost in performance. The next thing that you can do is then supervised fine tuning, right? There, the idea is this is not just about getting the model to respond on data that you already have, but this is about making the model understand what type of data you have, and then fine tuning the model so it behaves in the way that you want it to behave. So this is like the next step from RAG. RAG is mostly about um, picking up information that is already there somewhere in the data set. Supervised fine tuning is about customizing the behavior of the model and how it kind of responds to you to make it sound like the way you want it to sound like. So those two, I think, are like the major approaches that usually give like a lot of improvement in performance. Then the next two things is basically just to like round this process out. Really trying to make this click over. The next thing is RLHF, which is reinforcement learning through human feedback. So once you have like a supervised fine-tuned model, RLHF is basically just another incremental push to performance where you would have the model generate 2 or 3 types of responses, and then you would have certain humans or SMEs who who understand the content, select which response is better, and that's how you provide like human feedback to the model, and then you can go back and retrain the model to keep improving performance. So that is RLHF, and then the last thing is red teaming, and then you get your custom model. Red teaming is basically trying to be adversarial to the model and um, decide how safe it is. So once you've trained the model, you've done all of the performance improvements. Finally, you want to understand the fringe cases, right? So places where the model is specifically bad, can it handle adversarial prompts, or can it handle things um, like sexual content or like mean content, right? So how do you make sure that you train the model to make it safe? That is a process of red teaming. Finally, once you do all of that, right, then you get your custom model. So this is kind of like the overarching strategy that you can use. The one last point that I wanted to make here is testing and evaluation, right? So each of these different steps would involve like a very robust testing and evaluation framework, because if you don't really know how good the model is performing with every step that you've taken, you don't really know whether that worked or not. So for every step, you would need to have like an iterative testing and evaluation framework to be able to make sure that you are getting the performance improvements that you need. Um, just have 1 minute left, so I'll quickly get into this last slide. Um, I just wanted to specifically talk about like RAG versus supervised fine-tuning, because those two are the approaches which typically generate like the maximum performance improvements. And those two approaches make use of proprietary data of your enterprise. So there's different workflows for each of these. For RAG, there is a bunch of different things that go into get into completing RAG. I don't have the time to go into all of those right now, but the point is that these two approaches are the ones that give you the most increase in performance. And main differences is RAG is meant for information that you already have somewhere in your data set, and how best to retrieve it. And as the supervised fine-tuning is mostly to alter the performance or the response mechanism of the model itself, make it behave in the way that you need it to based on the data that you have. So those are the major differences between those two. And that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. And thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you so much, Vivek. Let's see if we've got some questions in the room. Just raise your hand. This was a little deep on the technical side of the talk.
May I have another look at the ecosystem value chain page? I missed that one, the page before this one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can you spend a little more time on the RAG and versus SFT? Like, can you give some examples?
Yeah, so RAG is mostly, if I have to give an example, right? So let's say we actually did a project with like a telecom company, and RAG would be like an example where the telecom company is like, they have a lot of plans and subscription, information offers. They keep changing every month, so they don't really have track of what's really happening. And you have customer service agents for this company. So if they want to respond to a customer request, how do they know what information is the right one? So we build like a RAG model for internal customer service agents to be able to query through all of the data that they had for the last 5 years, so that they get the most recent piece of information. So that's an example of RAG because that information is already there somewhere, right? Supervised fine-tuning was slightly different where we did this project with like an ed tech company, an education company, right? There the idea was they had a lot of, this was a company which had tutors for students. So they wanted to create a chatbot that would function as a tutor. They had a lot of internal data of students asking questions to tutors from before, right? So we took all of that data and we fine-tuned existing models based on that data. So then the tutor then basically sounded like what the company needed it to. So it was friendly, it was like guiding the students. There was a multi-turn conversation. It had the knowledge of like physics, biology, and whatever information that was there. So it was more about how the tutor would behave with your user. So that's not necessarily about some data that you already have that you want to retrieve, right? It's a little bit more like nuanced than that. So that would be, hope that answers.
Okay, right here.
So RAG is a little bit easier to do compared to the fine tuning. There's a domain expertise and costs involved. There's a lot more hard thing. Do you know what's the split right now and where fine tuning will become main process eventually if you have some?
Yeah, I think like I'm not sure about the split market. I think a lot of enterprises right now are still doing that. And for exactly the same reason, right? Absolutely. Like, it's slightly easier to do. I think there hasn't been enough applications gone into production using RAG yet, which is why I think the full potential of RAG I don't think has been completely exploited yet. I do think that maybe early next year is when we will see like a real big wave of doing fine-tuning after people are kind of like done with RAG, realized improvements based on it, and then fine-tune on the gaps which are left from it. Because fine-tuning is also a little bit more expensive than RAG, right? So you want to do it in the most like efficient way.
And last question. Hopefully, Vivek, you'll be able to hang around a little bit for other people to approach and follow up.
Absolutely.
So, mine's a little bit basic, or maybe more specific, actually. So, I'm kind of curious. You kind of went over it, but I'm not 100% sure if I understood it. About supervised, kind of curious, what's the difference between that and sort of like RAF, which is like retrieval augmented fine tuning?
Retrieval augmented find. Yeah, so I'll be honest, my knowledge on that is slightly limited, but my understanding of RAP is basically a hybrid of drag and find. Right? So the idea is that you take a basic RAG application, right? And you fine tune the completions model that you use for that RAG application. So that would be like an example of RAF. Um, but I would still say that RAF, the main purpose of RAF is to retrieve information that is already somewhere there in your knowledge base, right? You may be able to like fundamentally alter the tone of the model if you fine tune your completions model, but your main point is still to like retrieve information that is already there. So it's like a good hybrid approach between RAG and
Thank you, Vivek. Let's give Vivek a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amsal, and I'm going to talk about deepfakes and disinformation. So, in this world of generative AI, we don't know what's real and what's fake. And this generative AI is raising this fine line, real and fake. So, sorry, deep learning and fake. You combine them, you got deepfakes. Deepfakes are AI generated and images or videos of people, places, or things. These are generated by GANs. So the structure of GANs is there is a generator and there's a discriminator. Generator generates an image, and discriminator tries to discriminate if it's a real or a fake image. And they keep on generating and discriminating to a point where discriminator is not able to discriminate that it's a real picture or a fake picture. Um, so deepfakes are cool. Imagine Superman teaching your kid how to do maths with deepfakes. You know, in their daily experience, in movies and TV shows, in dubbing and localization of content. These are cool, but there's a dark side. So deepfakes can create disinformation, distrust, social unrest, social and financial frauds, and can spark information campaigns. So last year, this photo of Pentagon being a deepfake photo of Pentagon being bombed was published on Twitter. It was shared by some accounts, and then a couple of hours, the stock market fell $500 million. This happened in Hong Kong, where deepfake CFO convinced a financial employee to transfer $25 million. And we all know there was a deepfake of President Zelensky saying surrender to Russia. And this is my favorite. So I'll read out for you. So this is by Neil deGrasse Tyson. When AI perfects deepfakes of people, places, and things, no news would be trusted. Even those who previously believed fake news will think their fake news is faked. At the moment, a tear in space-time continuum will open and swallow all social media from the internet. So, enough about the problem. Let's talk about the solutions. First one, watermarking. I think it will not work, and there are very sophisticated tools that can remove watermarking even from bottom or from the whole. The next possible solution is metadata analysis. So I will put some cryptographic signature or something else in the metadata of the file or the picture, and then that will tell me if it's a real or a fake image. But I believe that metadata can also be tempered, or simply what happens if you take a picture of a picture, then the metadata doesn't remain the same. So I think there are two viable solutions. One is standardization. We bring all the players to the table and standardize how data is stored on a blockchain or how it is retrieved. But it's very hard to bring everyone on the same page. So I think the most sophisticated solution to this problem is use AI to detect AI manipulations. And yeah, Yeah. So I'm the co-founder and CEO of DissectAI. At DissectAI, we are on a mission to fight disinformation, and we use advanced machine learning to detect deepfakes. Basically, we do facial forensics, and we look for irregular eye movement, irregular eye blink. We check the physics. So if I'm speaking, there are wrinkles on the skin, my hair are moving. And we also do some sort of source backtracking of how this video this video or fake image was generated. Um, and we propose the solution in two steps. So the first step is using AI to combat AI, and then ultimately defining some standards and bringing all the players on the same table, on the same page, so that we can define some rules on how all the content can be stored and retrieved from a blockchain. And how you guys can help is we are open for strategic partnerships. We're looking for angel and seed investors. We're looking for industry experts. That's a QR to my LinkedIn. Please connect with me. You can catch me after the event, and we can see how we can collaborate to solve this problem. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amsal. Thank you for the work that you're doing, combating deepfakes, and an area that's close to my heart also. I'm sort of on the side of the digital signature, but I hear that you can spoof everything, and nothing stops someone from just, doing a screenshot and modifying that. Um, and does anybody have any questions? I think, deepfakes is an area that we're all paying attention to right now, especially in the election cycle. So let's give a couple minutes for questions.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. Of course, the obvious question is this just going to set off an arms race of AI fighting deepfakes versus deepfakes using the AI fighting deepfakes to create better deepfakes? So,
Yeah, this is an arms race, but that as a the plan, two-step plan. The first step is to use AI to detect these deepfakes, but ultimately we have to, you know, make a consensus on some standards on how all the content is stored and retrieved, that we have a digital signature of each content. So think of it like a blockchain where BBC posts a video and we have a signature, digital signature of BBC. So if you're seeing content and you can verify the digital signature of BBC, then that means that that news is coming directly from BBC and has not been tampered. Even if you change one pixel in the image or a video, that digital signature will not be the same.
So, a similar question. So, and there may be a time when AI is just completely no way to tell the difference, unless it has been having those regulations or using a system like what you're describing. Now you know it's certified and locked in the blockchain, and that would be then the differentiator on how to determine. Is the a question just to confirm that. Second is with quantum computing, as that gets more integrated, is that possible where even with blockchain, there's a way that gets there's some issues
Yeah.
there
So first,
potentially?
answering the first question, yes, that's what I'm trying to say is first we build AI these flaws. Ultimately, we have to come up with a consensus on blockchain. And with quantum computing, if we, you know, you will lose all the Bitcoin and all the money before the deepfake. So that's a bigger problem than deepfake. So I hope that answers your question.
Although I'll chime in that with blockchain, there's in cryptography, there's theoretically unhackable even by quantum computing. You just extend, to more atoms than in the universe in terms of permutations. Easy.
My question might be a little bit atypical. I have a domain name that is called nofake.ai. And I wonder how should I utilize it, whether by partnering with someone like you or whether I should sell it and how much I should sell for it.
So yeah, first thing, we're not interested in buying the domain because we are a startup company. We'll invest every penny into the technology that we're building. So that is one. Number two is you can partner with us, and we are planning to do a pilot program on fact checking, and maybe you can use our algorithms for fact checking and post fake news on your site. And that will help people to discriminate between the real and the fake news.
Okay, last question.
Thank you. So we have really cool
First, I wanted to
space.
give an answer to this gentleman over here in terms of how much to sell it for. 1,000. Okay, go ahead.
Awesome. I'm in for that. So yeah, this is an interesting space. I've been personally playing around with this, and so yeah, definitely would like to connect with you. I'm curious. So there are tools out there. I've tried all of them, I guess, and they all suck in a way. They're like 50-50. So my question is around false positive of this technology. So if AI can detect a fake, it can also misinterpret a real video or a real say, well, that has been one of my challenges. Uh,
Yeah, so right now this technology is very new, and we're on the cutting edge. Sora will come and we'll have to improve our algorithms. So we are still in the process of refining the accuracy. You're right about the false positive. We're still working on it to figure out what would be the problem. But this is a solvable problem if you have the right.
So my talk is about AI in media, and is more geared towards on the user and application side. So before I start, I want to do a little. How many people raise your hand if you know the brand Kingfrex? Okay, nobody. So Kingfrex is this non-alcoholic brand. So you see the bottles here, the can, they're all from Kingfrex, and it's co-founded by supermodel Bella Hadid. So here are 8 images. So 5 of them are AI-driven product image I crafted, and 3 of them are photograph. So I want you guys to give a wild guess between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. What are the images? Are AI-driven, created by me? What are the ones are photographed? Raise your hand if you think the first one is photograph. Okay. Raise your hand if you think second one is photograph. Okay. What about third one? Is this a photograph? What about number 4? Raise your hand if you think number 5 is a photograph. Okay. What about number 6? And number 7? And lastly, number 8. It's a photograph. Okay. I think the crowd overall guessed pretty spot on. The first one is photograph. The second one is AI-driven image. Third one is AI-driven image. Fourth is AI-driven image. 5 is AI-driven image. 6 is photograph. 7 is AI-driven. 8 is photograph. So I wanna go into today's agenda very quickly. So how to apply use of AI and capability limitation on the product image and marketing side, case study, good, bad, ugly, and my own framework. So remember, with great power comes great responsibility. But I actually say with AI, with great power that comes even greater responsibility. So let's get the boring part out first. So here are some guidelines I have kind of compiled together for creatives to follow through. And disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer, so these are just through my own practice and my own experiences what I recommend and suggest the user to do. Obviously, do not upload a random internet image on the AI tools to reference style or likeness. And then always try to use your original image, personal one, or the one you created to reference for generating the image you like. Ensure the images are generated to references adhere with ethical practice I have just talked about. Respect other This is IP. Do not name artists in your prompt. I think that's pretty cool for. And finally, content labeling. And Meta actually just rolled out this feature you can tap on right here to basically show that your content is labeled as made by AI. And they're going to reinforce this developing more technology to detect people who are not content labeling their AI generated content on their platform. And ensure accountability in AI generated content by attributing to the creation individuals who are generating these images, maintain a standard. So this means your organization, people can just go back to AI when there is a mistake. They have to stay behind their who created the work. Content documentation is highly recommended. This just documenting your workflow, that including your prompt, the source images, the whole process. So this will be particularly good for people who are interested to register their copyright with AI generated work. So I have some more content regarding copyright guidelines for AI generated content. This there's two parts on QR code here if you're interested to learn more about it. And I follow this. This is my interpretations of U.S. copywriting law office documentations. So there's also documentations here. If you guys wanted to learn more about it, you can come find me after my talk. So capability and limitations, I think limitation is even more important than the capabilities. So quickly go over on the image side, still struggles with human body, hands, teeth, all these things. Also still struggling with the text, although those are things improving every single days. And we're still struggling with consistent frame and characters in each generations and the videos as well. As we were still struggling with exactly when it comes to creating AI-driven products, or the tools that are out there, one-stop photography, product photography tools are still struggling recreating these accurate product images inside of the product images. The last one is not really a limitation per se. Obviously, today's AI requires a human loop, although we're all developing agents. But I still think that we shouldn't let agents run wild in the sense that we have no human in the loop approach at this point. Capabilities are very straightforward. I don't want to take too much time. I think most people understand. Here's a favorite quote I have from my friends. I quoted, he said, "We have moved from a skills-based era to a creativity-based era. We moved from outwork to outthink." So I think that's a very profound thoughts that he shared. Here's a little AI-driven video I just quickly edited. You can see I'm able to removing the background of the cars as it moves and adding new furniture that doesn't really exist. And all these are just using the tools like Adobe's and Midjourneys. I don't have to do anything super fancy anymore to create visual effects. I want to quickly talk about some really good use cases and the bad use cases. Has anybody here seen this commercial by Coca-Cola before? Okay, I don't want to play the whole thing, but I want to quickly go over the other use cases. But long story short, this is probably one of the best use case for a commercial because the setting is in a museum, and a lot of the arts they made it into live with fusion models are from artists who are already passed away. So I think they don't really have a lot of legal complication there. And the way they created this piece is they used AI, they used this 3D, traditional 3D work, and they used actual footage to craft this whole commercial. So I thought that was a really smart way to leverage technology. Another one, who else seen the JLo's fake avatars here? Okay, so I'll play this. This is kind of funny. I guess we don't really have audio, but you can see this is actually an AI generated Jennifer Lopez, and I will let you guys to watch a little bit. So this is an ad for this cruise company called Virgin Voyagers. Basically, they license the JLo's like this, and now you can go on their website. JLo will send you a personalized invitation. But the way they approach this, they give you a full transparency. They tell you exactly this is what's going on. This is obviously a deep fake of JLo, but we're making bring a sense of humor into it. So I thought that was also a very smart move on their side, where provides transparency to everybody, but then also it's really funny to watch the commercial as well. This I would say is a bad case of using AI. I'm not sure if these images are still on Adobe's stock image site, but people were able to create 4 images with uh, Adobe's Firefly and utilize it actually on the news. So I thought this was something that we should absolutely not be doing with our technology, because this is more documentary, and then for something that's documentary, you actually have to documenting it, not generating it. And this is another little backlash. The Photoshop skip the photo shoot statement. So as you can see, this window pops up instead of a Photoshop and said the skip the photo shoot with generative background. And a lot of a photographer actually got really annoyed about this statement, saying that they have been paid thousands of dollars for Adobe, and now they just have to pivot to skip the photo shoot. So I thought that was really interesting. The creative team actually proved that this copy inside of Photoshop, considering most of the people who are using Photoshop are photographers. And then I also did a little bit of research on my own social media. So I just shared a screenshot on my social, and I also have people who absolutely just support it. But also these people are more early adopters on the technology. So I would say publicly, there are definitely some people against for something like this, but there are also people for it. Here is another example. This is actually an email I received from my yoga studio, and I think I used the Meta AI's AI generated image without even verifying this is actually yoga gone wrong with multiple arms and legs and torsos. So I think something like this could be easily avoided with a little bit of a human in the loop, but obviously they just send it out without even verifying it. Here, does anybody here who has seen this little? If you have not, I'll quickly explain what happened here. So this influencer, the video you're watching here is actually not her. It's a deepfake version of her. So she was paid by creating all these talking head video, UGC like video to the French AI agencies. So they trained a model based on her likeness, and they licensed out that model to all these companies. So right here, she is the spokesman person for a deodorants brand, but she didn't really know this video was out there, and it ended up her friends sending it to her. She didn't even realize that's not a video she actually created, because she has been creating these type of video for like hundreds of these videos. She didn't think, oh, this could be one of the videos I created, but then later on realized this was the video that AI model generated based on her life. So there's like several layer of this. I think I could have done a little bit better. First of all, I think wasn't really 100% sure when she was creating these videos for what purposes they're for, and obviously I don't know the brand who are licensing the AI models, producing these videos transparent to the customers. But then also, I think that on the agency side, the AI company side, I also feel like there is not really a lot of transparency there. So I think the better way to do this is really keep the influencer in the loop of decision making. Make sure the influencer approve the content, actually test all the product before she verifies and send it out for the brand to use, and then make sure the brands also provide a transparency in the customer facing side. Here is the first AI model who's super popular. And then on Instagram, she has over 300K followers, and you can see most of her content's very provocative, very male gay type of images. But then there's not a lot of captions, but just photos. There's a lot of likes. And I did a little digging. So this people who behind her created some AI modeling agency stuff. Also, which this group of people who created her also created an agency. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not sure if this is something I would personally trust, but I thought it was very interesting, so I want to share. So major media and publishing houses' response to AI so far, either suing or trying the process. We're seeing New York Times has been suing OpenAI and other lawsuits going on, but we're also seeing OpenAI did all these content partnership with Vox Media, Shutterstock, Atlantic. So I thought that was really interesting to start seeing this major shift between either we're for it or we're against it. Here's quickly my AI flow. I typically do my research on ChatGPT and I use it for crafting a text prompt. And I go to Midjourney and then I reiterate my text prompt because the one text doesn't work. And then I tweak my images in Photoshop, do a little bit pre-Photoshop editing before I put it into image enhancement tool like Create AI or Magnific AI. And this step is really critical when I actually add the product photo in. The product photos you've seen previously are all taken by my iPhone, so I integrate the product instead of the AI generated background. And this step is not really reversible. Once you integrate the product, I don't suggest you go to enhance image because it will just kind of distort the product again. The last one would be just typically adjusting the colors and lights for the final image. So that's my typical flow. So from the use case we have learned, I think transparency, consideration, respect are keys to harness AI tools for a narrative for brands and creatives. And some call to action here, when you discover your own AI use cases, that needs to make sense for your brand, for your product, while maintaining brand authenticity and integrity. When you develop an AI-driven workflow, make sure you have your own tool stacks. And in my tool stacks, my workflow may not apply for your use case, your product, your brand. And practice responsibly and ethically with AI usage, at least as ethically as it can be, because on the training the data set part of a Gen AI, we can't really have a control, but we can at least control how we utilize the tools. Don't rely on just one single tool. Create your own stitch of tools to create a system workflow that works for you. So yeah, lastly, and then stay connected. I have a free newsletter and I have a link I'm actively posting. And feel free to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claire. Everybody give it up for Claire. I think that was, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions here. Hopefully you'll stick around and people can approach you. I want to say that I think some of your work is some of the most beautiful. I'm going to get a picture, so I'm not just a disembodied voice. Your work is some of the most beautiful work I've seen using AI, and I appreciate you sharing your workflow because I'm like, how does she do that? That's amazing. And you have a great newsletter on LinkedIn, so I appreciate getting that. I think, is it a weekly?
Yeah, we.
Yeah, tips and tricks and lots of beautiful imagery. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right. So good afternoon. Yep, almost afternoon. My name is Taj Menon. I lead a team of customer solutions managers who support our customers leverage the power of AWS to build, grow, expand their business. So this can be a small startup, a couple of people company to multinational companies. There are a variety of services and capabilities that AWS can provide to help you build your business. So one cool thing about my job is I get to talk to a lot of customers, big and small, about two things. One is how they're leveraging AWS to build their business, unique ways of using the different services. The second thing is they come to us with ideas saying, I'm already in a legacy environment. I have ton of information. How do I digitize it? How do I leverage the power of cloud and AI? Coming to another very common question I get lately is, will AI take my job? Right? I'm sure everybody here, you've seen all the cool things and the crazy things that AI can do. But if you are in the creative media, most of you are, there's generally a concern, can it replace it? So one of the quotes that I always use is by Richard Baldwin. He's a professor. He speaks at World Economic Forum and other venues. He's mentioned this a couple of times. AI won't take your job. But someone who knows how to use AI is the one you should be worried about, right? So what I'm going to talk about today here is walk you through some scenarios, some use cases, and see how you can leverage the power of cloud AI to enhance your capability to use both the creative aspect of it, not your strength, but use AI to automate, to accelerate many of the tasks. And one more person that I deeply respect and follow is Jensen Huang, who is the founder and CEO of NVIDIA. As people here mentioned, NVIDIA is now a $2.1 trillion company. So when Jensen speaks about AI is a couple of years back, not a couple of years, a couple of decades back, when technology was becoming big, everybody wanted to be a programmer. Everybody wanted to learn a coding language so you could create cool stuff, automate stuff. But now with AI, anyone can be a programmer. You can use natural language and create things. So the whole idea here is how do you use AI to do things faster, better, efficiently, etc. Now, since we are in a media and entertainment event here, I just want to quickly show you some of the AWS solutions. These are fully managed solutions that is on AWS for media and entertainment, like direct streaming to customers, content production, broadcasting, you name it, whatever industry you are in with the media and entertainment segment, there is a solution and a service on AWS that can help you. And as you're aware, some of the big media companies, Netflix, IMDb, Viacom, CBS, all run their businesses on AWS. Now, I want to walk you through a couple of personas and talk about how you can leverage the power of cloud, AI, to be more efficient. For example, take a case of a writer, right? Can write a novel, fiction, you're a blogger, you write reviews for products, whatever it is, make a couple of things that you would focus on is how do you understand your audience? Right? How do you get a sense of how they are reacting to your content out there? How do you create more engagement? How do you plan your content strategy so you can get ahead of the game? So there are a number of things that you can focus on as a content creator. And this is where I want to mention a couple of services from Amazon. These are AI services from Amazon that can help make your life easy. So you can focus on the creative aspect and use technology to do the manual tasks. So for example, Comprehend is it's a service. It's a machine. It uses machine learning for natural language processing, sentiment analysis. So how would a writer use it? Right? You publish a blog. You write a media post. You would like to know how people reacted to it? How are they receiving it? Are they liking it? Where is the area of excitement? This is where Comprehend can go look at social media posts, different websites, and give you insights to see how your audience are receiving it, reacting to it. This will help you strategize your next content. Now, transcribe. Transcribe is a service that can convert speech to text. You are in a media event, you are reporting live, you're live blogging, you are posting to social media. How do you do that? This is where Transcribe can help you automate those tasks, create captions out of it, and make your aspect, you can put your original spin on it rather than focusing on how to get this news out faster. Now, moving on to another persona, you're creating audios, videos, right? You have a podcast, you are a YouTube content creator. How do you enhance the experience? How do you expand the reach? How do you create your videos in multiple languages? How do you stand out with original content, right? This is a big dilemma. And how do you create engagement with your listeners, your subscribers? So I mentioned a couple of Amazon services that I can walk you through and see how they can make your life as a content creator much easier. Translate, as the name serves, as you create something, Translate has a support of up to 75 different languages. So it's much easier for you to translate into different languages. Amazon Polly, this is a service, this is a machine learning service that can create lifelike audio for your content. For example, you have written something, it's well received, you want to create an audio book. Polly can do it for you. It's got a wide range of different voices and languages support that it makes the process of creating that audio book much easier. Recognition. This is a computer graphics solution. For example, you're covering a big media event. You want to spot celebrities. Recognition has a celebrity spotting service, so you can easily start focusing on creating your social media posts, writing rather than looking for who is at the event, etc. Same thing. You are covering a sports event. You can look for certain patterns like numbers on the jerseys or brand logos with recognition, and then you can leverage that for your content. And Deep Composer is a really cool service which combines creativity and technology. So AWS Deep Composer has a physical keyboard. It also does a virtual option. You plug it into your laptop. With your own melody, it creates original music for you in different any genre you want. You can create your own genres and easily upload to SoundCloud. So these are some cool uses of technology. Now, I want to quickly mention, we talked about content creators. I want to talk about media companies, right? You are sitting on a large amount of legacy content. How do you digitize it? How do you put it to cloud so you could leverage these different AI services? AWS has a fully managed service called Media to Cloud, which will help you migrate all your content to the cloud. And once you migrate to a cloud, you can use the metadata within those content to create insights into the media. You can, once it is in the cloud, this is where you can leverage the flexible, agile, and secure capabilities of the cloud, like storage. How do you move vast amounts of data to a long-term storage, which is much more cost efficient rather than paying a ton of money for frequently accessed storage? So this is where AWS's storage capabilities can help you, and of course, security, compliance, and if you want to use this content in a different part of the world, how do you deal with compliance issues, etc. This is where the power of AWS comes in. Same thing with media intelligence solution. This is another fully managed service that can help you grow the lifetime value of the media, reduce costs of doing business with the media. Finally, I want to talk about generative AI. You heard many of the speakers talk about Gen AI, ChatGPT, and other tools. I personally use Gen AI every day at work. For example, summarization, reading assistance, writing assistance. Amazon, we have a writing culture. Before every important decision-making meeting, we have to write a narrative, and everybody who attends the meeting has to read and then go to the meeting prepared for that, or we have time in the meeting to read it. So I get handed a 6-page document 10 minutes before a meeting. What do? I use Amazon Q and ask it to summarize the top 10 points. Right? Give me a summary so I can walk into the meeting fully uh, learned about the content that is written without spending 30, 40 minutes reading it. Now, finally, this is something that I would like for all of you to try. We've been hearing about large language models, different companies providing different services. So Amazon has a free, limited time free service called Party Rock. Everybody who signs in gets a certain amount of credit. You can go create an app literally in a minute. I've created an app. I'll show you the screenshots, but I've created an app for dad jokes. Right? I've got 2 teenagers just to keep things funny and interactive with them. Created dad jokes. Put in anything, it comes up with a bunch of cool stuff that I use. So my kids are probably know now. So Party Rock is a playground that is built on Amazon's generative AI service called Bedrock. So Bedrock is a scalable pay-as-you-go generative AI service that gets you access to many large language models. You heard about Stability .ai, you heard about Meta's Llama, you name it, there are a bunch of large language models. So how do you test out all of that, right? So this is Party Rock. The URL is partyrock.aws. You can go click and create an app literally with 2 clicks. This is something that I created called Time Traveler's Chronicle, right? The date input field, I input May 25th, 1953. Right? Wonder what happened in the history. Guess what? That's when first time somebody climbed Mount Everest, and it gives you all the details. Now, to the right are the options. So you can switch between, so if you see the drop-down menu, these are the different models, large language models available. You can switch between them to see how differently you get the response. And also, together, there is another widget to create images. You can pick the different models to see what kind of images you want to generate. So if you're writing an article about a historical event, all you need is to go here, type up what you want. It'll create the text for you. It'll create the image for you, make your life easier. You just focus on your creative aspects, your core strengths, leave the technology, automation, and making your life easier to AI. That's all I have. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Longtime friend, Moses Ma, master of many, true Taoist. I'll let you fill in the rest.
Hey, everybody. Thank you. All right, I'm going to talk really fast because the panel is actually much more interesting than me. But I wanted to go over a few things with you first. So there's a historical parallel for what we're going through. It's the invention of photography. In the late 1800s, when it was invented, a certain artist, I forgot his name, said, I've had a wonderful life, and I'm sorry to announce the death of art. Right? He thought that photography would replace all the portrait artists out there. It turned out that didn't happen. Portrait art actually went through the roof because it cost like $50,000 to take a selfie before that. When people could start taking photos of themselves, the interest in portraiture painting went way up. So it grew the market because it democratized art. So I think that the other thing that happened that's really valuable is that if you look at art before photography, it was basically copying what you saw. when photography took over that job, artists might, wait, what do I mean? Who am I? What is art? They actually invented impressionism, modernism, everything. Yeah, that was the flourishing of the meaning of art because technology put it in humanity's face. What does it really mean to be an artist? Why is art the nectar of humanity? So I think the high point of that came out with, have you ever heard of Marcel Duchamp? Yeah. So he bought a urinal at a local hardware store, signed it, and then put it in an art exhibit and said, this is art. Anything that an artist says is art is art. It is my product. And that actually made everyone think, what does it really mean? And it provided the birth of modernism for humanity. So I think that pause AI is really a bad idea. So pause AI just lets companies and people die faster during the ice age that we're facing. What you need to do is actually accelerate AI personally. Now, the one problem with this accelerating AI is that at the World Economic Forum, they released a report that estimated 85 million jobs would be lost in the next 2 years. That's 2.5 times the impact of COVID. How many think that might cause a recession? Right. So yeah, how do you like avoid this? It's sort of like everyone trying to cross a snowbank. If we all do it at the same time, it'll cause an avalanche. We want to transition to the AI age without causing that kind of pain and hardship. So we came up with an idea. It's why not just train everybody? Right, just teach everybody AI skills as soon as possible. How much would that cost and what would it take? The biggest problem is that the cognitive challenge of learning a skill is a couple of months. Anyone try learning Mid-Journey? How long has it taken? It takes, you know, a couple of months to really know what you're doing, and then you're liberated to do something really beautiful. You're creating a new kind of art. So we want to see if it's possible to use AI to train AI and to augment the human capacities of peer coaching using something we call the success bot. So we've actually developed it and we've tested it, and we have a product called AI Mastermind. And our vision was, could we get this like open source it or bring it out to the world to 100 million people in the next 2 years? If you could do this, I believe that we would prevent that crash. So this project, AI Mastermind, is about not helping humanity not shoot itself in the foot, right? So if you're interested, please come up and talk to me about this. We'd love to talk to you. What we're doing is we figured it would take a long time if we did it the regular way, like getting a venture capitalist to invest and thinking about profit. So we're going to a country at a time. We have a pipeline of 40. We're negotiating the pilot country, which will be 1 million people. So we're hoping this would actually work. Anyway, it's the key we found out to teach getting a country to do it is not to teach AI, but to teach basic design sprint and ethnography skills to the population. Like if you can increase innovation skills, they're willing to train AI. The other thing we found out is that enterprises are going, why do I have to pay for it? Can we get government to pay for it? Because if you think about the typical AI skills training, Wharton Business School has an AI course. It costs $12,000. You won't find anything under $1,000 on the internet that does serious skills training. So we're trying to do it for under $10 each using AI, and the enterprises like that price, but they asked, "What else can you do?" So we invented something called AI resource planning. Do you guys know about ERP, enterprise resource planning? So it's the same thing except with AI. And my company is an innovation management company, and we've installed our own innovation management system into large companies like one of the top banks. So we just basically repurposed it so that it's AI ideas. So a company, while they're doing the training, can populate a AI proposal portfolio optimizer that can actually order and optimize the rollout of AI technologies at a company. And that's actually the number one thing that enterprises are asking about. Can you do an ARP analysis while we're training everyone? Okay, so this is about Hollywood. So I think I'll just wrap this up quickly and then go on to the panel. So the first thing I think is that there's three things that Hollywood can do. The first one is coaguling. Does everybody know what that word means? It's a term from paleobiology. It's when the first single-cell organism learn how to connect to another one and form cell walls. That one evolutionary breakthrough enabled multicellular life to happen. If you study that process, it'll teach you how to build blockchains and AI so that we can do that with society. Humanity is at the current level of coagination of a slime mold. So what a slime mold can do is there's a bunch of like amoeba-like cells. If it runs out of food, for some reason, it can coaginate into a single organism and walk somewhere where there's more food. Then it breaks apart and starts eating. So that's what humanity can do. We can solve problems if we can figure out how to coaginate. The second thing is we need to accelerate, and we don't need to pause AI. What we need is the population to say, let's do it. So if there were a city that said, we want to be 99% AI ready, like just be the most ready city in the state, that city would get more business than other cities. The same is true for countries, and that's the main selling point we have for countries, is that we can help the adoption rate and stimulate economic growth. And finally, you need to optimize the process, because right now, everybody is basically going to shoot itself in the foot. We're going to cause recessions. Companies are basically going to do the equivalent of hoarding toilet paper, right? So what we want to do is avoid that, but without regulation, to put in the incentives so that you want to optimize the process of transitioning to the new future. And a few things we can do for Hollywood. We actually invited in the panel, and he's calling in from Hollywood, a guy named Carl Bressler. He was the exec producer for Smoke Signals. You know that movie? It swept all 3 Sundance Awards. How did he do that? How does that impact what we're doing in AI? How does AI impact filmmaking? So I think that we want to bring Hollywood together with Silicon Valley and figure that out. So some recommendations that I have, one is Hollywood needs to fund an LLM for filmmaking by understanding that film grammar is a language, and that there could be a large language model based on film grammar, which makes it easier for people to direct films using text. Another one is that I think it's possible to create a new kind of theater that is so immersive that I call it digital opium. Like people literally starve to death in it because it's so good. And that's actually not a bad thing to build, because if you figure that out, you could put regulation on top of it later. But that's what it's going to take to get people out of their homes. And they're not going to theaters now. Finally, I want to talk about DAOs for filmmakers. How many of you have participated in a DAO? Yeah, so I think the DAO model could be expanded, and the company that's going to lead the panel is actually working in that area. And then finally, there's a bunch of other stuff, but the main thing I want to say is that AI can democratize creativity, because up until now, we've been controlled by the tyranny of talent. Like, why is it only talented people can make music videos? Why can only talented people make movies or paint paintings? If every human being could do that, that would actually 100x the amount of creativity in the world. That isn't a bad thing. In fact, if you were 100 times stronger than the average human, you'd be a superhero. So I think it's actually very appropriate we're in a hero city, because that's what we're actually doing, is creating a 10 or a 100x lift in creativity for the world using this. If you apply that to business creativity, you can solve major problems. Okay, and I'm going to say one more thing, which is movies suck. You know, I love watching movies, but the reality is filmmaking is a single-digit return asset class. Do you know what that means in Hollywood? I mean, in Wall Street? It doesn't make money. You know, venture capital in Silicon Valley 30% return a year. Investing in Google was 100x, right? Hollywood's never made more than 5 or 6%. So Hollywood should actually think, how do we create unicorns? AI is how you do that. So I think that Hollywood should not be like hosting strikes to prevent AI, but it should actually be the guild should actually be funding every actor, writer, director to learn AI as soon as possible before Bollywood does it for you. Okay, and the last thing I want to say is, if you want to take the AI mastermind, we're launching one pretty soon. The key thing is, have you heard of this term called Ikigai? Yeah, that's actually the key concept we use in our AI mastermind, is what is AI Ikigai? How can this change your life so that you end up doing the thing you really want to do in your life? Use this as an opportunity to find your voice, to find your talent, and to find your future. All right, that's it. So our goal is, in 2 years, we want to train 100 million people, and we want 100x creativity. That's a tall order, and it can only be done if we all act like a slime mold and work together. And this is it. Get out of your comfort zone, Hollywood, because everything you want is outside of the comfort zone. All right, so I'm going to introduce Lynn. Rose, can you come up? Where are you, Lynn? There you are.
Okay, panel, come on up. And let's.
So Moses didn't do a great job. We kind of already start thinking a little bit differently and see what's available. And thank you, Moses, for giving us our time. And he's super helping in Drive with WOWUNOW and some patented pending AI technology too that he's brought to us. We're an AI-powered social network that is changing the game of how we do social and how we do business in order to better our world. There's a whole lot more to it, but right now we have a panel of some folks who actually, right now, one of them had an accident on the way here. So she's trying to get her way here. So hopefully she gets here in time, but she actually even helped shape AI in Google. And she advises companies also, especially on the ethical side of it, like LG and Mozilla and L'Oreal. But we'll introduce her when she gets here. But for right now, if we can put our hands together as we welcome up Lucas Root. There's Lucas Root. And Lucas Root, come on down. He actually was on Wall Street for 17 years, kind of came out of that hypnosis and got into studying onto communities, and he has now applied that to consulting with businesses, and he helped Pokemon go from 400 million to over 20 billion and more, and he's super into AI and how we can affect that. We're going to have him say a little bit more on that. And can we put our hands together for Carol Grosjean? And Carol Grosjean over here, and she was with Microsoft, the strategic director for 20 years, a number of positions there, and has also gone around the world and studied transformational technologies, and is committed to being a bridge between technology and how we connect to each other and the real world, and for the betterment of humanity. So if you guys can just say a little bit on your own right here, because we're about to bring on Carl too, but if you could say a little bit on your own, just to your commitment with AI and technology. And we're going to introduce Carl on the screen once we're ready.
Thank you all for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I've been playing with basically every single commercial available AI model since 2015. It's been a deep passion of mine. I've been really excited about exactly what Moses talked about democratizing access to knowledge, access to creativity, making it more possible for you to do amazing things. And every single presentation that I've seen so far this weekend is just lifting me up and making me excited to be in this room with you. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. It's a welcome. It's a pleasure to be here. The short of my story is, after 22 years at Microsoft, I ran large strategic projects, had 3 master's degrees, and was all caught up in the titles and labels and roles, and had a bit of an existential split and ended up in the backwoods of Nepal and Bhutan for a couple of months, experiencing different cultures. And that led me to step away from the work I did in the world and spend 4 years in my PhD studying how different cultures and communities come together everything from how they raise their youth to how they celebrate transitions in life and more. And I went back to Microsoft after that in cloud and quantum computing and really started getting into and understanding the world that you're all from. But I noticed that if humanly possible, the crazy, frenetic, distracted, overworked, overwhelmed, burnt out human inside that system was getting even worse. So I stepped away again and spent several years studying the neuroscience in our brain and our bodies, and how does that show up in our communities and our culture and our families when we are all day long in these type of environments. So as Lynn said, I'm really passionate about how do we bridge the gap between the brilliance that these emerging technologies are bringing us and enabling for us to create, I love to say, to democratize innovation, education, and greater collaboration for all, and ultimately give us a greater sense of connection.
Fantastic. Awesome. You can hold on to that, you guys, to share. And Moses, is there anything you want to add into yourself? Okay, great. And we're just waiting. And we have Carl ready to go yet, or we're working on that? Coming up? Okay, I'll go ahead and just take a moment to actually also introduce myself. I come from entertainment and media. I did Broadway, TV, film, toured around the world opening for a lot of names, transitioned into personal professional development, and had a nationally syndicated radio show in that arena, and have been working on how we use technology to reach the masses with incredible solutions, but from a place of trust, because that's more than ever needed, even in our own industry before AI, and now with AI even more so, and to where we can democratize so that we can incentivize and reward engagement and share in the profits and share what we build and democratize, as we say, creativity, innovation, learning, transformation. So we're a vehicle for that, and I'm CEO and founder of WOWUNOW. And Carol has joined us and is helping in a project in the COO and advisor capacity. And Lucas has joined us as digital strategist and advisor as well. And Moses helping lead us with some patent pending AI technology and his brilliance. So we have Carl yet, and we'll tell you a little bit about Carl. Or we'll just, there we are. Carl, I think we got Carl on the screen. All right, good. So Carl, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? I think you'll do a better job than I would, and then we'll kick off the panel. One second, we're not hearing the audio. We'll get the audio, one moment. And just 1 second to let the audience know as well. You're gonna notice there's a little bit of a delay or latency, so we have a little bit of pauses here and there. So just know we're gonna be operating that way as we bring technology into the room to even be able to reach Carl right now. I think we're good with volume now, so go ahead, Carl.
Hello from my comfort zone in Hollywood. I'm Carl Bressler. I'm glad to join such a wonderful panel of people who I had the honor and pleasure of speaking with on Friday to discuss what we might offer you, the audience. My background is in the entertainment business since I was 15 years old when I started in the music business in Detroit, managing bands, and at the same time reading hundreds of science fiction books. So I was AI before AI was AI. And I recommend a Robert Heinlein book that was about the first sentient computer. If you know that book, I'll say it at the end, but if you know that book, then you'll know that I'm on it. Anyway, I'm an actor, I'm a producer. Moses mentioned a film I was very proud to be involved in called Smoke Signals, that won multiple awards at the Sundance Festival and won us a Christopher Award and has been registered at the National Film Registry, which is a huge honor. And I've been an advisor to multiple companies in and out of technology since the early 90s when I worked for Intel Ventures, an advisor on entertainment-related media technologies in the mid-90s. So I've been a restaurateur. I've been involved in one healthcare project that locates, acquires, and delivers human organs for transplant. It is now the largest one on Earth. And I'm fascinated by the future, and that's why I'm happy to be here today to talk about content, money, distribution, and how you all get involved.
Awesome. And so we also know that you get to be this bridge where you come from an old Hollywood, and we know the old models are completely shifting at a fast pace.
Are you calling him an old model?
Yes, look at him. Can you tell? So,
Not the years, it's the mileage.
one of your expressions you said is, "Oh, there's only 3 people at the table, or kinds of people at the table in Hollywood," and that is the studios, the talent, and the distribution. Now, all that may be changing at this point, or you can say what that is accurately, but we want to know how AI will be impacting those areas as you see it. And you can define the areas better than we just did.
Sorry, instead of studios, put in the word money, because money can come from various places. It can come from sovereign funds in the Middle East. It can come from crypto people. It can come from any source. So it's money, star, and distribution, because you have to have an object, call it a person, that people will pay money to watch perform. Now, obviously, Claire was talking about AI models. I own a URL called the virtualartistagency.com, which I haven't used yet, but it's looking at that issue. The main thing that AI is initially going to be is a tool for business people. They will look at it in the entertainment business, from executives and studios and producers, as a way to cut costs. And cutting costs means cutting jobs. Cutting jobs means putting some people who are trained in certain physical skills out of business. What it will mean in terms of creativity is it's a way to create your visions for people who are creators in a way that they haven't been able to before, without expensive tools or without hiring people like storyboard artists to help create the images they have in their head. So in either side, whether it's business or creative, it's a tool. It can't write a great story for you, but it can write a story for you. And then you as a human being can improve it and make it your own.
That sounds good. Now there's the flip side of that in some ways. The tools get to help and support us. And as we kind of heard a little bit of references to, and hey, I come from having worked on my craft, having run into all sorts of bumps and developing the craft to where I can have it at a certain level. And I realize now you can just press a button and speak something and it'll just do it for you. And there can be, how are we, that battle between AI and creativity. And so what does that mean potentially for the future of creativity on both sides of the angle?
Is that to me?
You can kick that off, and then we can have our, since you're
the main thing is a singular signature is still required, which means your soul is what breathes life into a story being told. If you've done the work on yourself to be ready to tell stories worth sharing, you have a chance to tell stories worth sharing that affect audiences and cause you to make a living doing it.
Beautiful. And that brings up a point, because you were also talking about storytelling. And you, of course, your heart is very connected to that, sitting around the fire with Bushmen as you have around the world. But you want to speak into how AI is used to enhance storytelling and what limitations, and in addition to that question.
Yeah, absolutely. Carl's 100% right. AI is not going to write your story for you. That's not what we're trying to do with AI. That's not what artists are trying to do with AI. Instead, what AI allows you to do is, once you've figured out what story is going to really deepen the connection between you and the audience, you and that single person you're trying to talk to, it allows you to change the way that that story starts to show up. For instance, you might write an entire story in present tense because that's the way you think it's going to be. And then you realize halfway through that you want to start the story right in the middle. And now half of the story really needs to be in past tense, even though it's going to happen in the future in the movie. That used to take days or even weeks to rewrite and to recast, maybe even. Now AI gives you the capacity to look at exactly what the impact of changing that story by starting in the middle or starting 3/4 of the way through, and building that story from that point forward, including the now history of the story that you wanted to tell instantly. Start here. Show me what it looks like to have all of this be in the past tense.
There's a saying, I think, by Godard. It's every story should have a beginning, middle, and an end, just not in that order.
Yes.
Yeah, I've actually been trained by screenwriters, Academy Award-winning screenwriters. I love the art form. One thing I learned from them that was really important is this one rule: arrive late and leave early. Do you guys know that rule? Like, don't explain everything. Just show up in the middle of a conversation. Let the audience figure out what you're talking about. That's what keeps them involved. And I think that those kinds of rules for screenwriting and film grammar and visual communication is what AI can do when it reviews your screenplay and gives you suggestions. The area where hallucinations are valuable is in creativity. So AI can actually hallucinate new endings that will make you think in different ways. And I think it's a great thing. And another thing, as a writer, the first time I looked at ChatGPT and I wrote a sonnet that it would have taken me like hours to write in like 30 seconds, I was scared. I went, oh my God, this passed the Turing test. But then when you actually dig in and you start using it, you realize that ChatGPT can't take it all the way. Like it can actually, the best thing to do with it is write a really crummy first draft that you want to tear apart. And it's like wonderful at doing that. So I think that in the long run, AI is going to be a lift and a accelerant for creativity.
And I love something that you had said last week as well as we were Friday. And so on storytelling and on what that also enables from around the world, if you can share your perspective on that or whatever there for you in this conversation.
Me? It's a bright light right between us. Yeah, I mean, AI storytelling, it's the original language, so to speak. It's the original way we carried our traditions. There's often a saying around the wheel of life is that our lives are not linear. There is no beginning, there is no end. And the way we live on is through the stories, both of us individually, but even more importantly, culturally and generationally. And so the other part of the saying is that when humans start living life linear and when our stories start having an ending, it becomes an existential crisis for humanity. So the invitation is, what story are we telling and how are we telling it in such a beautiful way and a beautiful narrative of how we weave these times and how we move through everything that's happening. And when I think of AI's capability as well as media and entertainment, I think there's an opportunity to break down the walls of what entertainment really is, which is directional me entertaining you, so to speak, or the screen entertaining you. And not just how is it bidirectional, but we always thought that the first industry, usually, okay, I'm not going to go there. The first industry that would really show the immersive expansion that what technology could enable would be entertainment. And it'll start coming into education. It'll start coming into finances. It'll start bridging gaps between that and other verticals and other industries. And so I think there's great opportunities there as well.
And you had shared something about when you telling the story of someone in Africa and having access and what they could potentially now be empowered to be part of the creative process.
Well, I think what I love about the notion around, I mean, storytelling was obviously very valuable, and the notion around creativity is, I've been to so many parts of the world where people have so little, and they have so much creativity to solve some problems locally, that when you're moving fast, sometimes you don't see. And so I think the ability to tell their stories and to give their reach, and that comes down to, again, the democratization of not just education, but collaboration and innovation, because there's so much creativity in this world that we need, that we don't have access to hear their voices, and that's what storytelling will enable.
That's beautiful. Yes, love that. And you firsthand experienced that. You go ahead. And
Yeah, I wanted to add that we're working with people in sub-Saharan Africa, and the first thing we hear is, we can't use ChatGPT. And I said, is it a governmental thing? He said, no, $25 a month is like someone's salary, right? So there are issues that are deeper that will prevent people in poorer parts of the world from being able to use Sora. So I think there are some hurdles to cross.
Well, maybe that's part of with what we can do with WOWUNOW as well. We can enable a API that gives them that ability. So, and that brings us to how we build trust with audiences and maintain that. with AI created content versus real, and when AI becomes indistinguishable. So, what role do you think platforms like WOWUNOW or others may play to foster both trust, but also the deeper connections between audiences and creators?
I'm going to jump in first.
Go for it.
AI is not indistinguishable. I knew a copywriter a couple of years ago who he swore to God that this is a little off track, but it's going to come back around. He swore to God that he could write better copy and come up with better ideas when he was high. And he finally found a client that wanted to fund the idea to actually prove it. All right, go ahead. We're going to do some ads that are written and completely written and put them up based on when you were high. And then we're going to do some others split test, same product that you write when you're sober. And he did it. And his sober ads outperformed his high ads by 3x. Swore to God that it was better. That's actually happening right now with AI. There are copywriters out there that are writing their own copy and then having AI write their copy. And these are copywriters. They know how to use words. They know how to craft a good prompt. And they're putting it up and unadulterated AI, but really high quality copy. And they're split testing. And right now, the actual professional copywriters are still significantly outperforming AI. It is not indistinguishable. It never will be indistinguishable. Even the best prompt writer is never going to be able to do a better job than Carl at writing a story that helps you to connect with that, or to connect with a product, or to connect with a service. You will always do a better job, but even better, and this is where collaboration comes in, even better than just the straight copywriter. Again, this is being done right now. You can go look it up, is AI-assisted copywriters. When you can come up with that idea, when you can test whether or not the way that you wrote it would look better in past tense or future tense, or would look better if it was written by the person standing next to you, instantly, instead of having to spend an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, when time is actually money in order to be able to rewrite your copy. You still fine-tune it afterwards, but you did the story writing. AI helped you play with different ways to look at that story, and then you finalized it, put it out. That's outperforming the pure copywriter.
To enhance or amplify. I love that. Is there, because we only have just a little bit of time left, did you want to quickly mention about, you want something you want to say?
Yeah, I want to talk about Scarlett Johansson. And I think that when I first heard this, the first thing I thought of, what about that other voice artist? Now she can't ever get a job, right? Because she sounds too much like Scarlett Johansson, and no one will ever hire her. So I wanted you all to go and look at the Supreme Court case called Cosby versus the United States. It was a chicken farmer who, when the airplane was invented, had the misfortune of being right next to an airport, and the planes would fly like 50 feet above his farm, and his chickens would go crazy, run into the wall and die. After 150 chickens died, he sued the airport, saying, you're taking over my property, because for thousands of years, land rights included all the airspace rights. But the Supreme Court actually thought about it, and it went, you're right, we're going to pay for your chickens, but everything over 500 feet you don't own anymore. They took away all those rights because it was better for humanity to invent airlines. And I think that there has to be a bargain between creative rights and moral rights and the future, because AI really isn't open AI, it's all of humanity learning. And that thing that learns, if it's open source and available to everybody, it lifts humanity. So now there has to be a grand bargain. I was actually hoping that Scarlett Johansson would sue OpenAI, end up in Supreme Court, battle it out, figure out that grand bargain. Like copyright is based on the same thing. The courts decided, yes, you invented this, you should own this for as long as you're alive. We think that's like 90 years. So after that, it belongs to everybody. So some kind of grand bargain has to be figured out for all of this. And it's why it's so exciting to be alive now. We're seeing this entire new era open up.
I love it. Of course, this is something we want to dive deep into, and for time, we have to honor our time. If we can, and Carl, thank you so much. Of course, we want to hear more from you, and there's a way that we can and will. Can we bring up that slide so people can be able to see the slide now? And this is a slide that you can see how to connect with each one of us. X is not here because she had an accident on her way here, and we send her. She's fine, by the way, but as a result, couldn't be here. She is absolutely brilliant. She's also building a whole facility around having ethics and parameters with AI with big companies, and that's part of what they're doing in their consulting. And it just fascinating in that conversation as well. And so we invite you, if you want to go in a deeper dive conversation for an hour, and we also want your input too, if you guys are up for that. Okay. If you have, well, take a picture. Everyone take a picture of that slide. We'll go to another slide, which is the next closing slide. And here
Let's,
you got
Carl,
that.
if you can stay there, we might still have your voice. So hang on as the phantom voice of the room.
Okay. And if we can go to the.
I am in the shadows.
Hello, Carl.
The shadow knows.
Shadow knows.
All right. I think everyone caught that slide. If we can go to the next slide, which is how we want to invite you. We had threw this together. This is just going to be old school. Text us or give us your card and connect with us. We will then send you the information on when we're having the deep dive conversation. We're going to have an hour. We're actually going to also host the replay of that exclusively on WOWUNOW. Invite you to check out WOWUNOW and where we're headed. And also putting out there just action. What action are you taking in riding this wave of where AI is, on doing so responsibly? And what action should people take? And if we can be able to wrap that up so we can honor time.
I'm going to use my 10 seconds left to do something for them. I advise the company, and what I advise them is to actually create something called Deeper Conversations as a resource. The company's about helping you growth hack with AI in order to get you followers right away. But I think they should actually do a series called Deeper Conversations and invite all of you. So please go and hit up these people and pitch your idea.
Or just connect with us and we'll let you know when the deeper conversations is happening. Yes. And Lucas?
First of all, there's no way it's only going to last an hour.
It's going deep, yes.
We're definitely going to go deep. So if you guys had some fun, if you thought this was a good teaser, then you have to hop in here and show up for the longer than an hour follow-up conversation.
Yes, indeed, Carol.
Can I hop in?
Yes, Carl, the voice. Yes.
So I wanted to tell the Heinlein title is "The Moon is a Harsh Mistress." If you don't know that book and you're interested in AI, that's a book for you to read with Robert Heinlein as the author. The other thing I wanted to say related to AI in general is that attribution is inadequate unless coupled with appropriate compensation. So that would be the main thing that I want to underline and offer this audience and anybody watching, is to remember that attribution alone is empty carbs, and that if you're going to give someone attribution as source material, you also have to find or create a system of appropriate compensation, and that's as a means of continuing to push creativity forward with not letting people who are creative lose compensation for their works being used in whole or in part. So that's my offering for today.
Nice. Mr. Voice. All right.
The voice.
Well, I'll just quickly also echo all the others. WOWUNOW is a platform for social impact, but it's really so much more than that. It's a community. It's a virtual village where we want to invite passionate individuals and organizations to come join us, to collaborate, to learn together, and to innovate solutions to some of our world's toughest challenges.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Carol. So we invite you to take those actions, and part of it, connect with us, please. Let's change the world together. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank
And
you, everyone.
Steve.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's do two questions. It's going to push us a little bit into lunch, and then we have a very special speaker just before lunch. So we have some burning questions. Keep them brief, okay? And then maybe just one person, burning question, burning answer.
Hi, this is for Lucas. You talk about copyrights. So how do we use the AI tool to actually make sure that you don't infringe on other copyrights?
That's an awesome question. It won't be very long before AI tools have that built in. It's going to let you know that you're bumping up against a copyright. Like it's happening now. The conversations are happening now. There are laws being written about it right now. So the tools are actually going to help you make sure that you don't do that. And just be thoughtful. Just be thoughtful. Pay attention to the people that you're bumping up against. Do bump up against people. It's amazing. It's amazing how much collaboration can happen when you bump into somebody. Do it and be thoughtful about it.
One more, Serena.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I'll try. So this question is for Carol and Moses. So Carol, you said that you're traveling like all around the world and you're so surprised at like the importance and the collaboration, like for how little that those people were able to access to. And then Moses, you were mentioning that if, you know, like in Africa, if they can afford $25 for ChatGPT, how, you know, what do you think are the opportunities that they can access to and they can create if they're able to access to AI technology, you know, from third world country? Yeah.
Well, I think Moses spoke to it earlier. There's the momentum of DAO, which I always describe DAOs as being a place and a space to drive pro-social behavior while also changing the underlying models around our financial incentives. And what that really comes down to for me is our current basis of money is extractive, and 99% of us are getting extracted from. And how do we make it more regenerative? Where earnings and revenue and profit can get back in some way and regenerate culture as opposed to what we have today.
Short answer, when I go and meet with the government, I say, don't let OpenAI come to you and dictate the terms. Go to them and say, I have 1 million users. What are you going to do for me? And usually that'll change the conversation so that they'll, for example, create a certain the language translation system for their country faster. So there are ways to deal with it, but you have to act collectively.
And I just to add from a story perspective, for really break us open and looking at third world countries, refugees, whatever that may be, they have just as much capability in thinking and in doing what's possible if given a chance. I worked with refugees in Sudan, and someone who had been lucky gotten out of that camp, she had created a successful business, went back and was giving to her own people. And I was meeting with folks who were like, here they were a refugee and they were an artist, or they had these ideas. And you look at how many thousands of potential artists, lawyers, doctors, writers could there be if we were giving them a chance? So if we can be able to give them that chance, what more can be created? What more can be realized?
I just have to say this, there are no shithole countries, only shithole politicians.
Do you
On
have
that note, let's give this panel a huge hand. And Carl, thank you for joining us, for taking the time out to hop on Zoom and the technical hurdles, getting that rolling. And the rest of the panel, if you could check in with Monette, we have some ankle bracelets to keep you here as long as possible. So maybe you can catch people during the lunch break after our next presenter, but stick here because you don't want to miss what's coming up. Oh yeah, we're going to take a selfie, so everybody maybe stand up where you are, come in a little bit more.
Am I in frame? Bye-bye.
That's it. Okay, we're going to clear the stage. Okay, enough is enough. Let's go. Jeremiah Owyang, come on up. Here.
Wow. You know what? There was a line down the street for brunch, and none of you guys were in it. You came here. Thank you so much.
Let me do a little introduction. Give you a little introduction.
You're going to give me an introduction? Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
So Jeremiah is a good friend. He's also an amazing community builder. He created Llama Lounge, which is a monthly gathering. If you have a chance to get on the list, it's a pretty exclusive list. Hopefully, we'll get a bigger venue. And currently, Jeremiah has joined Blitzscaling Ventures as a general partner and knows a lot about what it takes to succeed as a company in the Valley.
Thank you. All right. Somebody has the clicker. Yeah, I need the clicker. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So how many of you know, since we're talking about media and entertainment, did you know that YouTube was created 50 feet away from here? Yes, way! It was like, it's above Amici's. I've been in Silicon Valley for 27 years since .com. I've seen .com, Web 2, sharing economy, Web 3, and AI. And I got to tell you, this is the biggest movement we've ever seen. I mean, 1/3 of the billboards are about AI. You go to a coffee shop, somebody's talking about Gen AI or has OpenAI up. It is like everywhere it is about AI. Every enterprise tech company, every big tech company is now AI. And there's 1,000 new AI startups birthing each month. It's incredible. I'm general partner at Blitzscaling Ventures. Have you heard of the book called Blitzscaling? Okay. So it's a Stanford class, became a book, became a firm. I'm one of the partners. I run the AI fund. I work with Chris Ye. Reid Hoffman, you guys know who he is? Yeah, he's our advisor and LP. So we're executing our thesis. We're investing on his investment thesis. His track record is pretty good. PayPal, Facebook, Airbnb, OpenAI, LinkedIn, Microsoft. Pretty good. So we're taking his concepts to think about how is that going to apply to the AI space. And I'm going to tell you the secrets today. All right. So this is Llama Lounge, the last event we hosted in Palo Alto. 300, they see themselves. Denise was there. Andrea was there, maybe at this one. 300 AI founders, 50 VCs, 50 corporate executives that are leading AI, all in one room. And I do something really stupid at the beginning of each of my shows to get everybody's attention. I pull a conch shell. It's a snail shell. It's ridiculous, but it's really loud. And everybody recognizes this sonic signature. It's an E4 on the keyboard, by the way. Former music guy. All right. So 1,000 new AI projects are birthing each month. Each month. You can go to there'sanaIforthat.com, of course, and search media, entertainment, video, audio, sound, podcast, characters, and you will find hundreds, thousands of new products that are emerging. And it's a real big mess. Which one do you partner with? Which one do you build? I guarantee you almost every segment you build in is going to have 5 to 10 competitors. So how can you be that blitzscaler? Well, we'll talk about that. So this is the industry map. This is the AI tech stack. We built this along with Stanford and feedback from Amazon and Google. And of course, Reid is with Microsoft. And at the very bottom of the tech stack is called the data layer. Now, as you're building your project, whether you're a traditional media studio or you're an AI startup focused on media and entertainment, you need to think about where's your data from. So in the last panel, somebody mentioned attribution is only important as long as there's revenue to back it up. That's true. But in order to have that, you need to know where the data is from. So it's estimated that 80% of the world's data has not yet been trained by AI. Pop quiz. If you took all the data that OpenAI's GPT 3.5, which was the one that kind of went viral, you took all of the data that they trained on and you compressed it, how big of a file do you think it would be? Shout it out. We'll take 3 answers. How big of a file size? If you took all the data from GPT 3.5, how big of a data set is that? Just say it. What? 300 gigabytes? Okay. Trillion terabyte. Trillions of terabytes. 1 terabyte. 1 petabyte. Few petabytes.
Fits on my iPhone.
He's right. It's 1 terabyte. It fits on your phone. The world's knowledge and wisdom, everything published on the internet, is in your phone. It's not much. But as a media executive or a media startup, that's great news. It means there's so much else out there. In fact, OpenAI GPT 3.5 wasn't trained off rich media. It wasn't trained off YouTube. It wasn't trained off Vimeo. It wasn't trained off podcasts, only text. So what I'm trying to say is at this layer right here, as you build your business, you need to understand where's that data. Now, where is that other 80%? It's in a private cloud, corporate cloud, government cloud, military cloud, or an entertainment company, right? So you need to think about that. You have to start here before you build your project. So if you're with a traditional media company, you're sitting on that gold. Don't hand it over to GPT, OpenAI, and Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and you have a deal in place. In fact, the panelist who was sitting here earlier, where he said that. Go to OpenAI once you have 1 million users and you dictate the terms. He's right. Okay, the next level up is AI infrastructure. Right now, the chips are the hot category. And of course, you know this is a hot issue because most of them, over 95%, are made in Taiwan. Very touchy situation. And they're very expensive to get these chips. For those of you in media and entertainment, this is the most expensive part, is training and inference. This is a real challenge. It's a bottleneck. So you have to make sure that you get funded correctly in order to do this. And that in itself becomes a moat. The next layer up is the foundational models. Think of this as your operating systems. There's proprietary and there's open source. I'm sure you know the proprietary ones. They've been discussed all day. Open source ones would be Llama 3 by Meta, also Falcon from the United Arab Emirates. Now, the mass majority of the opportunities, let's back up. So this category is difficult. You can't really enter this category unless you have hundreds of millions of dollars. It's pretty much, this market's done. It's like big tech has taken this. So the opportunities here, the AI app category. How many of you are building AI apps? Yeah, that's most of the round. So AI apps are in consumer and enterprise, every industry, every language, and this is where we see most of the growth. This is where 12,000 of those 12,500 projects are. And then finally, the hot new category. This is the emerging category, is the autonomous agent. Whoa, look at all the cameras coming up. That's awesome. Is the autonomous agent segment. Now, the difference is, let me back up. AI apps, the AI is working with the user in collaboration in real time. It's like you have your own video editor or your own podcast host with you. AI agents are different. We haven't seen this yet in your market. Well, maybe if you have, come talk to me after. I might fund you. So autonomous agents operate without humans involved. Maybe there's one prompt, or it looks at context. So let's see, how would that work in media and entertainment? It could go run off and find all the content that you want, and then it would create a new type of synthetic media file that you can consume in the format you want, multimodal. I haven't seen anybody build that. I just did it up right now. So that's an example of what an AI agent would be. It operates independently from a human. So one of the investments that that we are closely looking at is Multion. This is a consumer AI agent. They're partnered with some big hardware companies. So if you go to their YouTube channel, you can watch them do the simple tasks that you don't want to do. So Stephen, if you have to schedule a call, then the Multion agents will go and stimulate that and actually go and schedule the call. Denise, you have to book a flight to Tahoe. It'll go to United, click through all the things, figure out which seats you like, and book everything for you. And you just say, yes, book it. If you want to do shopping, you have to go to Monaco. It'll say, here's the weather in Monaco. Here's all the things that you need. Should I go buy these things for you right now? By the end of the year, these will all be automated, all those tasks. So that's happening very fast. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is bringing this all together. This is the AI tech stack. This is your map. So this is a way to think about navigating your way through this market. Now, what's important is how we think about the market. This is the Blitzscaling book, and this is what we recommend for you to think about as you build these. It's having the right business model. So at the top is the land grab. So you must have access to exclusive proprietary data. Maybe you're monetizing that data too. For example, who's monetizing synthetic data? Adobe is with Firefly. Rights approved images for marketers and media. And then it's resold on the Behance platform, which is the creator two-sided marketplace. So that's an example of 1 and 2. So as you're building your project, think about it there. Here's where most of the AI founders have not done well is having network effects. You guys know what that is? A network effect is when every new user participates, the value increases for every other user. So Netflix has okay network effects, right? It has just lots of content, but YouTube has way better network effects because many users are uploading content, increasing the value for everybody else. So that's what a network effect is. Okay, and then viral growth is making sure your product will spread organically. So if you strip away the marketing, you strip away the sales, you strip away the advertising, does the product spread on its own? If so, then you have viral growth. Today, that's another term called product-led growth. So this is what we look for, and we actually score companies before we invest. They have to receive 80 points out of 100. So this is an important thing to think about. The message is, if you're building an AI project and you're in a feature war with other startups, that's not a good place to be. Instead, have the right business models, just like Airbnb and Facebook and LinkedIn and PayPal and Venmo. That's who we're building our thesis around, the companies that won. So the AI founders that can figure that out here in this room, you can win your most moves in your market. That's the net result. This is so big, by the way, that Bill Gates says that whoever has the personal agent, it's profound. You'll never go to a search site again. You'll never go to a productivity site again, and you'll never go to Amazon again. I know he's been waiting to say that for a long time. So to leave you with my final portion is I want to give you a forecast how the internet's going to change because of AI. And this, of course, impacts how we consume media. So we make decisions every day, whether it's shopping, whether it's deciding to come to this amazing event, or which media to consume. And the way we do that today is we use Google search. There might be advertisements for a movie. We might go to that website, that microsite. We might download an app. Then we might compare that to some other things. I do this all the time, of course, content, media. Do I want to watch this? And then finally, I'll make that decision, that e-commerce decision, or I'll go book those movie tickets. With me on that? That's a really horrible experience, right? So Google's actually, is anybody here from Google? Because I'm about to shit on you. Google's a really a horrible experience. So Min is my friend. Min, pay attention. Min, imagine you ask me, where is the best restaurant in San Mateo? By the way, I do know the answer, but I don't tell you, Min. He's from LA, by the way. I said, Min, I know the answer, but here's 10 choices. You go ahead and choose. That's what Google does. It's almost as if Google serves like advertisers. I don't know. Crazy. Now, in the near future, Min doesn't need to ask me. He's going to ask AI, where is the best theaters? Where is the best TV shows that fit my needs and have a dialogue? And please line them up in my queue. And the e-commerce or purchasing that will happen in the app. I have a prediction. By the end of this year, most e-commerce is going to be funneled through GPT, right in the browser, or in the app, or in Gemini, or in Claude. Because in this final phase, humans don't need to go to websites anymore. Your AI agent, just right now, it's already booking flights, scheduling, it's going to go shop for you. The AI agent's going to go to the websites for you. The AI agent's going to click through Netflix and find the shows for you. The AI agent's going to click through YouTube and find the content for you. The AI agent's going to do the work for you. Most of the people visiting websites will be AI. And it will conduct all these things on your behalf. And this is the thesis that we're investing on. That's a radical shift to how the internet's about to change and the impacts to media and entertainment. So we'll be shifting. Wow, look at all the photos coming up. From manual to hybrid to an automated way to make decisions, and of course, to consume media. And that's really going to change things. All right, so bring it home. We've never seen a technology transition this big. This is the biggest one I've ever seen in tech, and I know that everybody else in the market agrees. It is a complex ecosystem. Use the tech stack that we talked about today as your map. The power shift is real. Right now, you're doing the work to make decisions. In the future, your AI agents will do it for you. And yeah, you might have an AI media agent that will go find you the best entertainment media, sports, TV shows, what sporting events to go to, live theater. It'll choose all those things for you and do that and figure out what you want based upon your historical data and your friends' data and things that might be also related. And again, we talked about which startups will win. Blitzscalers that have network effects and have product-led growth. And of course, access, we talked about this, exclusive data. That's important. That's a moat against OpenAI. But don't wait. You got to move fast. And I know this group will because you're here on a Sunday. So awesome. I saw a ton of pictures come out, so I know this is not a great way to get my slides. I'll tell you what, I will give you my slides. You're welcome. So you guys can fly above everything. Here's a QR code to my LinkedIn, and you can go to my LinkedIn account, and you can send me a DM and just say slides, and I'll send you a link to the slides later today. Thank you so much for your time, everybody. I'm Jeremiah. See you at break.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Please stick around through the break. We're about we'll go to questions, but maybe we have to be rapid fire. So let's give it like 60 to 90 seconds. We have a mic on that side. First hand. These have to be rapid fire. So quick one-part question, quick answers, because we could be here all day and everybody would love that.
We can talk over lunch as well.
Jeremiah Day.
No, that's too much. Hi.
Oh, can I go first? All right, so big fan. I followed you on LinkedIn, and you said that like you can build an AI agent, $1 billion company by one single owner. Because of this AI agent is doing all the job. If you do have an idea, if you do have the venture network, you cut out all of this marketing, sales, all of that, and your idea is so big, how long does it take you to scale that $1 billion company using AI?
So the AI industry is expecting to see a $1 billion valued startup by the end of this year or 2 years. It's run by 3 people. That's very likely. Very, very. I mean, OpenAI is worth $100 billion. It's only 700 employees. So, I mean, Google is a $2 trillion company, and they have what? 100,000 employees. So, yes, that's going to happen. And of course, they'll use AI agents for marketing, sales, operations. But strategy and creativity still remains with the human. Great. Next question.
Hi, Jeremiah. Thank you very much for the inspiring talk. I love your prediction also. If AI will do the browsing and stuff for us, it really means, however, that we need Amazon and Google and stuff like that, right?
Okay, so they will change. We'll see that they will prepare for the AI agent to interact with the app. Right now, the AI agent's literally simulating human doing. Watch the teams build these things. Take screenshots. It says, I'm going to click on this. I'm evaluating this text. And so in the future, the smart e-commerce or media site will have an API that will be focused to teach the agents real-time info. In the near future, we won't need websites. We won't need a website. Besides, a website should be generated dynamically, personalized to each person. And then 2, the AI agent will be the one interfacing with it. The way that you'll get your media, the way that you'll get your shopping done, it'll all be in one interface, maybe a browser or a new app that exists that we haven't seen yet. There's no reason to surf the internet. That's going to die. Crazy, right? Okay, next. Aren't you guys hungry? Oh, thanks.
Thanks for your talk. Just curious as to whether you think the consumer AI companion space is already sort of like crowded, or do you think it's still early in that space from your perspective?
It's both. So we've never seen a Cambrian explosion this large before. The sharing economy was like 1,000 startups. This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And don't forget that AI will create AI startups. Boom. Right?
So no humans in the loop.
Well, yeah, maybe not, or we just don't know like who's doing it. I mean, in Web3, where you worked and I did for a period, we didn't know who was behind many of those companies. That was probably a bad thing, but that's a different story. All right.
The last question in the back corner there.
Yeah.
Hi, Jeremiah. This is Anders. Good to see you. I'm curious about
Anders.
Yes. I actually have a friend who wrote a doctoral thesis about agents 20 years ago. So it's kind of the concept has been there for quite a while, but not that now it's happening. what is coming after agents, since we're already thought about that in a way decades ago, and how will we interact with agents?
AI agents are the stepping stone towards AGI. Because once it starts to memorize the click paths and then gets data on what do consumers want, people want, then it feeds that into AGI to replicate human itself. Wow, that's a great last question. Anders, thank you. I'll see you at lunch.
Thank you, Jeremiah. We have one more ankle bracelet, I think, left for you. Okay, our next guest, Chris Cole. Or you'll start speaking and people will come into the room like moths
I
to
yelled
a
at them to come into in a sweet way.
a sweet way. I love yelling at people in a sweet way. What's your technique? Can you share?
Just having kids for 20 years.
That's talent. If you don't lose your cool.
It's more like rote practice. It's just
Mm-hmm.
muscle memory at this point.
Nice. Study NBC?
Yes.
Awesome. How did I know? My sister said when I gave her a Marshall Rosenberg book about like communicating with kids.
Yo, what'd you say?
What the fuck are you telling me I don't know how to parent my children?
I just tell people to get the fuck injured. She says, "Don't say fuck." I said, "Too bad."
Too late. I know these are the only people that are important.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, people out there. Yeah. So let's get you started. We'll show everybody how this is done. That's places. All right. So this is for future speakers. This is what we're going to do. We want to have you a little bit clear, so we want to have you close to the mic, but mic not blocking you coming into the side.
Okay. Oh, I have a good. I don't. Check. Hello.
Sound marvelous and worthy of breath.
One more yell out there, and then we'll start. How's everyone doing? Heck yeah. Woo! He's giving out money.
Tell me whenever you want your slide. Yeah, put your.
Oh, I'll take him now. It's fine. I'm up here, right?
Everybody, Chris Cole, ladies. Oh, I like the logo. Where'd you get the logo from on your slide?
I stole it from your saved copy app on whatever it was, the website. Little trick us creatives have. Right click.
You're only using up your time now.
Well, should I start? I didn't know.
Yeah. Go for it.
Right,
What are you waiting for?
All right.
We have 10 minutes on the clock.
Sweet. All right, folks. Tune your television to any channel it doesn't receive, and about 1% of the dancing static you see is accounted for by this ancient remnant of the Big Bang. 100% friggin' true. It's crazy. That was written by Bill Bryson 20 years ago, before the internet became our TV, before those boxes turned into screens. I'm sure there's someone on the internet streaming static from an old TV as we speak, but the TV itself and the whole media and entertainment industry supporting it was irrevocably changed by the internet. Some of us thought that would be the biggest thing we'd see, but holy crap balls, right? All of a sudden, AI is dunking all over the friggin' internet. And now, the relatively slow hemorrhage of change just turned into a tidal wave. Now, the greater legacy of the internet is that it enables us to see the AI apocalypse as it unfolds, crashing headlong into our jobs, our companies, our craft, and our consciousness. On the surface, the popularity and rapid adoption of Gen AI tools seem to pose a profound threat to creatives in the media and entertainment industry. To add insult to injury, these models that pose the biggest threats have used the IP, work, and output of many millions of creatives to build and train the very weapon pointed directly at them. Mostly free of charge and without much consideration of the very idea of IP and creative ownership. Rosy picture so far, right? And I actually consider myself an AI optimist. So Is the AI apocalypse going to destroy originality and creativity? Will it leave those in media and entertainment industries jobless or slaves to a machine? The real answer is we've already been working for industries and systems that have failed to reward our originality and creativity. We've been slaves to the machine for quite some time now. History is littered by the remnants of inventions and innovations that rocked the era they were born. Your kids and grandkids are going to look at ChatGPT like we look at the abacus. Like kids today look at an old TV set. We don't need AI to band-aid a broken system. We need it to change our mindsets about creativity. We need it to remove gatekeepers, to get to the next level, to find out what things like creativity and originality really mean and what they can actually do. As Einstein said, creativity is seeing what others see and thinking what no one else ever thought. We are not original. We are all creative and maybe unique, but we are not original. 17,000 years ago in Lascaux, France, our ancestors created a series of 600 cave paintings depicting life as they knew it. These caves were discovered in the 1940s by an 18-year-old boy and his dog, Robot. Can't make this stuff up, by the way. These caves, right? So, not long after these caves were discovered, Pablo Picasso was invited to visit. He reportedly said to the press afterward, "We've done nothing new." Right? He could have meant a lot of things, but for me, it was about the concept of originality, how it may be a bit of a false premise, or at least misunderstood. We all share the same basic source code. We've all been biologically retrofit through the ages. Go Google why we have peripheral vision and why we sweat when we're nervous. We've been cutting and pasting our DNA from the original prompt for all of human history. It's how we've survived as a species. We are all a living remix of the primordial beat that was dropped billions of years ago. One's creativity and originality is simply the unique way they see what everyone else sees. That's one of the many reasons why creatives are valuable. Conversely, it's also why they've been recently undervalued. It's often hard for a layperson in finance, engineering, or whatever to understand that very point. So much of the creative work doesn't show the math. Therefore, it can be hard to put meaningful metrics and value around creativity. True creatives make it seem so easy. So that's how it's perceived. Let's get AI to do some of that stuff and paying these flaky creatives. But guess what? In a lovely stroke of irony, it turns out creativity and authenticity is what AI needs most and will need for the foreseeable future. AI models can simulate creativity and authenticity to a T, but their ability to actually be creative and authentic is pretty limited. This is a bigger problem than it sounds like for all the folks running products and platforms who need to continuously train their models and their interactions. For most humans, it's great news. AI needs human companionship, right? Not just to get going, but to actually survive. It's not as simple as stuffing AI full of the sum total of human achievements in art and science and engineering and philosophy and saying, hey, now you take it from here. You literally can't fake authenticity. Synthetic training data breaks AI. The sad event, does anyone know what this is called? No? Model collapse. It's a really sad sounding thing. The dependency, therefore, that AI and social platforms have on us humans and creatives is compounded by the fact that Gen Z and Gen A demand authenticity from the brands they buy to the services they subscribe to. Authenticity and creativity come at a premium in nearly every industry. That's only going to rise in value. As far as ownership and IP goes, there will be legislation, oversight, and a replatforming of the current industry models. Question is, who gets to participate in that reworking? One should get credit and get paid for their work. whether you use it to train AI or as a soundtrack to your reels. How you get credit, though, how you get paid is another thing entirely. But this is already broken and dead on arrival for most industries anyway, especially after the internet. Historically speaking, all of the copyright laws and ownership laws have served labels, studios, and publishers far more than the creators anyway. So no big loss there. Even in its early days, though, AI and Web3 is poised to do more good for the creator in the media and entertainment industry than we've done in the last 100 years. In the best of timelines, AI is going to inspire and guide us humans to create a system of true ownership of our data and of our creativity. Consequently, these innovations to trace and reward collaboration, things that couldn't work in the old system of industry, like a remix culture that blurs the lines between fans and creators. These issues seem like existential crises could end up solving these things that we couldn't fix. And it looks like they're going to open doors to a much more equitable system for creators and consumers alike, one where those two folks are coming together. So is this AI apocalypse going to destroy originality and creativity? Will it leave us creators jobless or as slaves to the machine? I asked ChatGPT if AI will help or hurt the creative industry, and it responded by saying it's a balancing act between leveraging technology to enhance creativity and preserving the irreplaceable elements of human creativity. It turns out the AI apocalypse is probably good for humans, but not for the status quo. A lot of people will no doubt be confused and unprepared during the disruptive transition. The same way the advent of the cotton gin, the printing press, electricity, and automobiles left humans and industries struggling to adapt. But there are a lot of smart people out there, right? They're helping to articulate actionable solutions for the near term. And last time I checked, almost every one of the Fortune 1000 depends on humans to pay for their goods and services. So I don't think that model is going anywhere too soon, unless AI somehow pulls off the most amazing bank heist ever. So while creatives and artists in the media and entertainment industries are the first to be liberated, you are valuable to the platform and to the product companies, more than they are to you, which in turn compounds your value. So unless we're in the worst of timeline, there's a brighter path forward. So go channel all of that creative DNA that's been collecting for millions of years and go make a killer remix of this outdated industry. If you really need inspiration, you can go buy an old TV set and watch the birth of the universe. Thank you. Hey, look at that 3. Oh, that's I just finished right on time. That's unbelievable. I screwed up a lot during that. So, I'm going to bring a panel up here. We're going to talk about this and kind of get into some of these issues, not just like my ranting and philosophical findings. But before I do, is there maybe 1 or 2 questions that I can answer about this, which will definitely, by the way, we'll have more time to talk as a panel.
Actually, let's bring the panel up.
Perfect.
And then we can maybe get questions at the end of the panel. How's that sound? Okay. We got to make up a little time, and we don't want to cut the panel short.
Love it.
So introduce your panelists.
Panelist number 1 is Mary Gribben. Are you? Did you have your thing? So Mary, I'll come up and have you introduce yourself too. Yeah, no, you're good.
Get all microphones up to the stage. Anybody holding a mic or sees a mic laying around? Mic runners.
Mary Gribben works at Rainfall, which is a company that's doing really good about tracking data and looking at this stuff. And you can add to that.
Yeah.
Wow. Hello.
I've been working in digital from the beginning, first gen websites, put Charles Schwab's trading platform online with Razorfish in the early days, Financial Times, Department of Water and Power in Los Angeles, lots of big websites. And yeah, exactly, DWP. And let's see, I taught at Art Center, College of Design, Human-Centered Design courses, and have a master's degree from Pratt Institute. I'm really happy to be here today and love Chris and Jeff and MetaShare, who are on the panel with us. We're going to dive deep into, what are our biggest fears and opportunities as creatives at this inflection point. So,
Our next contestant, Jeff Roberto, comes to us from the Bay Area. Jeff, tell us about your wonderful company and what you're doing for the world. Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Whoop. All right. I'm Jeff Roberto. I'm a CMO at a new company called Click. Click is all about media authentication. In a world of AI, we know that some people out there, especially creatives and journalists, need to tell a very real story of the world. So we're building an app that helps you capture photo and video, sign that content. We store digital proofs, and then you can share that with the world to prove that it's actually real. Prior to this, I spent 7 years at PixArt, the photo and video editor on mobile, which you can, for those unfamiliar with it, it's like Photoshop for Instagram. So I'm very familiar with AI creativity tools and what creatives are looking for when they're using tools today. And before that, I've had a long history in consumer tech and mobile apps. So I think I can add some value to this conversation.
Last contestant, MetaShare, a Web3 musician. I'll let you introduce yourself. An artist, a creative at the heart of the intersection of creativity and technology.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is MetaShare. I'm the artist and the curator in Silicon Valley and also the founder for RX Gallery. So what RX do is to, planting art in the center of the Silicon Valley and also do some education part. So X means what we don't know. So we want to encourage the creative culture for the art, and also art means multiply. So art can multiply music, technology, humanity, whatever. And X sometimes is a mistake because I feel like mistakes sometimes is very beautiful. So I want to, do my best to add some art flavor in the center of the technology. Thank you.
Mistakes. You don't want to miss mistakes.
Thank you.
All right, folks. We have a few questions that we're going to talk about issues. You can shout out. You can kind of actually talk to us right here in this small room. So if you have ideas and things that you want to say and it's not too disruptive, that'd be great. Otherwise, we will have a Q&A and go through this. But I wanted to start with the panel here and talk about really that intersection. I thought I had a loud enough voice. Everyone always tells me in the real world that I have a loud enough voice. So we want to kind of take through about 4 or 5 questions here, talk about these issues, and then really get into talking with you and hear what you have to say and, start this conversation happening. So we wanted to dive into the fear first. What are your biggest fears about how AI will impact the creative industry? What are your biggest fears? By the way, how many people are in the creative industry here? So maybe half or a third, something like that, 38%. Perfect. So I'll start with you, MetaShare. What are your biggest fears about how AI will impact the creative industry?
For me, I feel like AI is a tool, very powerful tool, and also partner. And you ask me how the tool can, impact the industry. I feel like the most important thing is who uses this tool. So my biggest fear is like who uses tool. Yeah, if people with good mind and better talent, like a lot of like best heart to use this tool, I think that's good thing. But if people utilize this to do some bad thing, I don't think that's very good. So I'm more worried about who uses it, and I think that's a key. Every time it's a human, yeah.
So it's not the AI as much that you're worried about. It's the people in control of the AI.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would, I'd add to that, say I think it's important for the industry. My biggest fear is that the industry doesn't embrace it, and therefore outsiders come in, embrace the tech, and actually, potentially take jobs away or take opportunities away from people already in the industry. So I think for me, it's about if you're in the industry, if you're creative, you have to be using these tools to help you, right? They're co-pilots. It's an assistant in your day-to-day. It helps you can utilize AI to fill your inefficiencies, so you don't have to focus on those things, or fill the mundane work that you don't want to do, so you can be more creative more of the time. So that's how I'd be looking at it, but I'm fearful that if people don't embrace it that way, it could come back to haunt them.
Yeah, I agree with everything everyone said so far, for sure. I'm looking at it, my biggest fear would be the unethical use of our data. And so, like, if data is the new oil, then who owns yours? And I feel like the worst case is that we've learned nothing for the past, 20 some years, and that we just continue to allow big tech to monopolize the use of our data, and that we don't earn anything as data creators from the data that we create is going to train our personal AI, our personal assistants. And yeah, so I think we can get more into that later. But
Yeah, no, and
yeah.
Mary and I were talking on the way down here. One of my fears, I don't know if it's a fear, but one of my concerns, one of the things I see is I see a lot of people trying to find a solution for technology. So, hey, I got this technology, where should I put it? Whereas I think that in most things, not just in AI or in anything, and I am a user experience person from literally from before it was called user experience, frankly, which dates me. But it's not a technology in search of a solution. I feel like if you're building a photo platform or a music platform or whatever it is, you should at least understand music, or at least creatively, or at least the creative process. Because it's really, though, there are liminal spaces in there that aren't going to be identified in some technological roadmap or these things. And without that empathy, without that desire, without that passion, I feel like it's hollow effort. And I don't mean to, say fuck you to anyone, but I truly believe that, and I'm also open to going back on that. So okay, so we'll come back to that question for everyone here. So shifting away from the biggest fears that we have, what are the biggest opportunities you see with AI in the creative industry, especially? And I'll start, Mary, over there with you, if you're all right.
Yeah. So as a solution to what the fear is a concept called self-sovereign personal AI, right? So imagine we are actually earning an earned daily income from the data we create every day to train our own agent on our device. That's I feel like one of the biggest opportunities is to change the data economy and to change the paradigm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well said.
I'm next. You flip the slide there.
I'm not.
biggest
I'm not doing that right now,
Okay.
even though I.
All right. So opportunities, I would say, approaching this from a marketing perspective, because that's where I spend my time. I feel like, and I guess same for creators or anyone in the creative space. I think it's really about how you leverage it to do more in your role. So, for example, from a marketing perspective, copywriting comes to mind first. It's like, as a marketer with a small team, I can now generate more ads. I can generate more copy. I can write more blogs. I can do more content marketing as a single person. And I was unable to do that in the past. I'd have to go hire a team and maybe outsource some of that work.
You said more. If it's okay if I dig in a little,
Yeah,
right? More is more always better?
Not necessarily, but I think in the world of content marketing, sometimes it is. Like, you just need to have more content out there saying, more things about your brand, about your product. And having tools to help you do that increases your chances of success in the sense that, just like ads, like in many cases, it's a numbers game. Like, you need to put a lot of it out into the world to get some results. Like the 1% or the 2% that hit, it takes 100 tries to get there. So in my opinion, this is the opportunity. This is a technology that can get more of my stuff out into the world faster, and I can get responses quicker, and then I can leverage what's working to amplify that thing, that 1 or 2% that's working.
It takes a long time to become an overnight success, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll add on to that too. I think it's the opportunity for creatives is to become more creative. It's so exciting to think about, the plethora of tools that we're going to have at our fingertips to remove the drudgery of the tasks that are not really important tasks, right? They're things that can be automated and that will help us become more creative. It'll free up time and space for us to have more time to think and to come up with better ideas.
Yeah, and so just to one thing I wanted to add about writing
Now
and
I see why
copywriters.
you like more.
Yes. So one thing I wanted to add about writers, like I'm not saying that AI is going to take jobs away from copywriters. I just think if you're a copywriter today, you need to be thinking about prompting, right? Like the technique of prompting is the new copywriting. Like how do you get AI to work for you in a way that's relevant and on brand, on time with what you're doing? And you don't necessarily have to do the long form writing anymore. You have to craft the prompting to generate the long form, is what I'm saying.
Or to help support it. Yeah, I will come back to that because that's as a writer who does long form and short form, I do have a problem with that on the surface. But let's come back to that. But I think I understand. I think I understand what you mean by that. But Meta, share.
Yeah, I also want to echo. I actually have the solo exhibition last year in New York. The idea is prompt is art. So everybody is focusing on the result about AI, but I think prompt itself is art. So I have like a couple of different artwork. One is donating prompt. I encourage everybody to donate their prompt and we generate art together. So I think everybody should involve in this kind of like stage. And I can say the really so the good opportunity for me is I have this kind of like a topic to discuss with everybody. So that is what I mentioned, like prompt is art. And I also want to say like for everybody, definitely AI can help you to improve the efficiency and also extend different way to create art. And also like you mentioned before in your presentation, like that people understand what is the meaning for the creativity. So I think that's very important part and the biggest opportunities for people to do whatever they really want to do, what they really want to express and make them more creative. Yeah.
That's fantastic, by the way. Thank you for actually listening. So for me, I see it a little different. Yes, it can take a lot of the things. 'Cause a lot of things take a team, and there are certain elements that you can replace AI with the whole team and sort of scale yourself. But I don't think scaling yourself is just to get more alone. I think that's really important because it does take, for instance, a lot of posts every day forever to become viral or to even get some sort of traction in a long time. But what I actually am excited about, and I was talking to my friend who's not only a filmmaker, but he's head of AI research at Figma, right? And what we talked about is this idea of actually taking away some of the work and some of the things that may be setting up. Like I'm a musician, so I'll go to record and I'll get all these things up and I'm got this thing written and I'm ready to sing it, and then the mic doesn't work, and then I'm like checking all this thing, and 45 minutes later, right? There is an element where we can take some of that work away, and we can actually use the work and the busy time that we have to ultimately give us more creative time, more time to sort of drift and be bored and find those liminal spaces in the ethers where we can actually find those things, which is always or usually accidental or incidental, right? And enjoy that. So yeah, that's awesome. We can come back to that, and I'd love to hear what you folks have to say too. So what are the innovations you see or hope to see in the creative industry? So what are the innovations that you see or would like to see within the with AI in the creative industry? And Jeff, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I would just say I'd probably go back to what I said earlier. Like it's just it gives you an opportunity to expand beyond your skill set as you have it today, and I feel like that's super important. So, for example, let's say I'm a graphic designer, right? I don't know how to do video production or video editing. Soon, you'll be able to use tools like Sora and others that come to market to produce a video around whatever it is that you're already doing. And, in the past, you may have needed a team, a person, outsource that project, et cetera. And now you'll be able to fill that gap, that inefficiency with a tool. And maybe you're not going to win an award on your video editing in the AI era, but my point is you need that as a crutch to prevent your work, right? And so you'll have the ability to do that now.
That's good. I'll say something about that after, but I want to come back to the point. Remind me of that. If I forget. Hello.
Hey. Yeah.
What do you think?
What do I well, I already see some of the things that I wanna see, they taking like I said, the automation of tasks and, there's, these plugins you can put in Figma now and all sorts of fun tools that are being created. But what I really wanna see, and this is selfish because it's the project that I work on every day for the past 4 years, is for projects like Rainfall to succeed and be able to change the data economy and for data creators and all creators to earn from the value that you intrinsically have as a human being on this planet, whether it's passively from the data that you create every day or even, actively from art that you make every day or creative stuff that you put out there. And that, it shifts the data economy into a new paradigm where we are paid daily for the data and whatever it is that we're creating. And that we're creating a universal earned income for every human being on this planet. So it's a very different sort of not just about the creative industry. It's more about the world, a shift.
Yeah, that data. How do you relate from that data? That's great. And so, just really quickly, because off of that, and I'll come back to you next year because I want to hear what you have to say. But in my talk, I talked about this idea of these things that we'll be able to track and maybe allow us to get credit, whether it's money or credit or whatever it may be. That the very nature of these things happening. Am I doing that? I don't think so. Where?
Oh,
who cares? You all question. What are the good things? So the idea of creating those things, the idea of building things that do allow us to track and get credit is that it can change the nature of the relationship between the artist and the consumer. Right? That all of a sudden we can have something almost like a remix culture where you can make far more money. Imagine that you create a track that I share, and then you put it out into the world, and your original seed of your creation will stay there throughout many remixes of this perhaps. And each time someone does a remix, and who knows, maybe someone makes a lot of money with that remix, it comes back to you. Right, but the very nature of what this AI is bringing, this ability to track this, not just AI, but technology, that's really exciting to me. And I'd have you close out this part of the question of what is for you something really positive that you see an innovation out there or that you'd like to happen?
Yeah, that's very interesting. A couple of days ago, I curated an exhibition called Imagine Digital Soul and invited by, Gen AI Summit in Pillars of Art. And I just posted this question, like how people think about the digital soul. And I have a lot of different interesting artists who create some innovation artwork here. One is very remarkable. It's called Sarah, and she create, her dad digital soul and have a conversation with her dad. So I think it's really movable because I feel like, okay, AI can actually, cover the part of the humanity that's very interesting. And another artist called Louise, she also created AI therapy. She utilized the AI, the ChatGPT, to help her to create a lot of a conversation with a psychologist, yeah, expert. So I think that's also very interesting. I'm looking forward to say a lot of artists utilize this tool to create more, humanity, kind of like artwork, and also extend the creative world. Yeah. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think we all, right, often compartmentalize media and entertainment, creativity, work, soul, love, family. When screw that, right? All of these things all exist together and at the same time, and it's sloppy in this. So I think that's wonderful that you reflected like that. Yeah, I just have one more question. No, this is good. This is good. So what was the last question? Because I had it. I have it on here. Excellent. Next, okay. So do this. Okay, perfect. What can those in the creative industry do to be proactive and to adapt and thrive? So you put up the panel now. Sorry. What can we do to be proactive? What can we do to thrive? What can we do to make sure that? And by the way, the AI apocalypse, art apocalypse, as students and creatives, it's their fucking apocalypse. It's the platform companies. It's all these people in the old world who have been gatekeepers and at the top of their thing, pushing out everyone else. That's what this AI apocalypse is about, actually, right? Hell yeah. So, what are we excited about, people? Where are we going? Like, what do we think? And I'll start with you.
Okay. So back in 2007, I had this design studio in Los Angeles. We were trying to deliver projects in waterfall methodology. I learned about Agile. And you guys don't know what that is, you should check it out. I'm an Agilist at heart, and I apply it to like a lot of aspects of my life. And I think at a time like this when things are changing really fast, it's really a great mindset, right? Having an agile mindset as a creative is critical. I mean, be curious, play, be open to all the change, and embrace it. Embrace the tools and play around with it.
You can. What about
Yeah.
agile therapy? Right there, you go. There's a way we can put that into the
So the agile mindset.
agile mindset.
Agile. Yeah, agile mindset.
Excellent.
I love it.
Growth mindset.
Growth mindset. Yeah, no, I would echo all of that. I would just say, take inventory of where you are in your career with your skills. Find things that maybe you want to learn or build around what you're already doing, and then go find AI tools that can help you do those. Right? I mean, I'm living proof of that. I went from a marketing team of like close to 100 people down to 3. my new company.
Yeah.
It's like I have to do a lot of stuff now that I didn't have to do in the past, which is fine. I don't mind that. I love startups and I love building things. But at the same time, it's like I just don't have the time. So it's like got to write a press release, got to write a blog post, got to build ads, ad creative. And so I'm finding tools to help me do all that because I just don't have a staff of designers and I don't have a copywriter. So
and that's fine. One of the things that I think about though that I'm a little cautious about is the creative process. And again, in the talk I gave, right, where I said it's hard for people who aren't in it to realize how screwed up in the way we are, right? I'm a Gemini, and I'm a artist and creative, and I like work at places like Accenture and places like that. I have so many different people I am. But the point being, though, that if you don't understand the process, you don't understand the process. And we can't lose the creative. We can't lose this way of doing things, and that we're all different types of people who have to come together. And AI doing some of the busy work, no problem taking production. Is there any creative who wants more production work? No, right? Probably not, unless you have ADHD or something. But yes, it is that, right?
Yeah. So I would bring it back to what I said earlier, but though it's all about the prompting, right? Like you need to have, like we built a real brand framework, right? We built out our messaging and our brand positioning. We did all that, like, the real way with like, all the stakeholders and did all the real work. And now it's like, okay, now we just need to iterate off that. We need to create off that. We need to generate a lot of content off of that. And I think that's where AI can help.
I had the weirdest thought the other day that like the questions are the hardest part, right? The answers are easy. Questions are hard, right? You have Peter Drucker. You have so many people who said this quote. And they are kind of like all of the platform companies and product companies are putting us in the process of asking questions. I mean, Claude, famously, Anthropic just came out with a prompt layer before that. But it's really interesting, but I was also thinking that, boy, as Google users, oh, wow, that changed dramatically. As Google users, we've been really programmed for the last 25 years to put a prompt in, put these things and get these questions back. Given our time, I think I had to eat time, but there we go. So I want to leave it with you then on our final question before we go to the Q&A. What are some of the innovative, interesting things you see out there that are happening right now? Or the things you have hope for, I should say.
Answer the question or like how to be more involved in this?
Yeah.
Whatever you
Okay.
Your final part.
Oh, okay. I know we only have a limited time, but I actually just think it's very simple. Just use it. Yeah. Extend your curiosity. Just use it. Try to utilize this to help you to save your time.
Trademark that.
Thank you.
So, thank you. That's fantastic. So, yep, we've all done it. We're good. We can go to Q&A if you'd like, and if anyone has any questions.
I'm going to steal 2 microphones, so you'll share, and we'll share, and then.
Can you juggle, Steve?
I need 3. I can only juggle 3. Okay, other mic runner. Okay, we have, you'll take this side of the room, I'll take this side of the room, divide and conquer. I think we're one line straight back here.
This was going to be so
Go
weird
from front to back.
No one was going to like me.
Hi, my name is Ben. I'm a visual artist. I saw MetaShare's exhibit at Gen AI. So that was cool. Congratulations. I'm wondering what reception AI is getting from sort of the establishment and the fine arts community. And I know there's, Rita Ganadol and some leading artists that are doing amazing, amazing things. And he's at the MoMA now in New York, and he's just incredible. But I'm wondering what resistance there is, because there's, sort of these artists have been working very hard for a very long time. They've gone through sort of all these movements and periods and curations, and in comes all this technology, and all of a sudden everyone's a creator, and there's a lot of it is sort of very repetitive, kind of sci-fi looking, and it's it has a ways to go, I think, and I think but what approach? But however, there's so much cool technology that people like Reef Canada are embracing, and so I'm wondering how much of a dialogue there is that you have seen between the people that are creating these tools, that are amazing, and people that are already sort of really established artists that are, leaders in their field. So that's one question. And the other question is, okay. Well,
You'll need to buy 25 credits for your next question, sir.
Okay.
Go with that. How is the art? How is the reframe and
how's
make
the art
sure?
community
How is the art
responding?
community?
Yeah,
People established as artists.
Yeah.
How are they interfacing with people making this technology?
Oh yeah. So I think like the new art form happen, not replace the old one. So if you want to express your idea, you just need to use a tool you're familiar with and use the best method to express yourself. So that's it. So if I think maybe I do sculpture, I can do better expression, I will use sculpture to do it. I have the skill to do this as well. Maybe I combine the technology with this traditional together. I just try to open to experiment with different things to try to open it. So that's my answer.
Should we go to the next question? That was a great answer. Okay. Ouch. Okay, perfect. I would just the really quick pretty answer for that is that those damn talkies in the 20s, right? I mean, when there's been a shift in every place where things have changed, people were resistant to it at the beginning. I think that's where we are right now. So jury's still out for a lot of people. Okay.
I'm trying to formulate, so I'm gonna try to do it fast. So you know how, yes. So when the phone came out and now it can store all these phone numbers, and now we used to have 100 phone numbers memorized in our head, and all of a sudden now we can't remember our own phone number practically. I'm curious about to what degree AI may impact where folks get lazy about creating, they just rely on AI and they aren't exercising that muscle. There's one facet of it. Although we can also learn from it and become even better as we learn from it. So it's kind of flip side. And then I had another part of that, but start there.
I mean, I would say really quick before I hand it off, human factors, right? Usability, those numbers were programmed because that's what we could retain in our mind. I think when things we don't need them anymore, it's because we don't need them anymore, maybe. There's sometimes that's the case, right? I think that there's some things that just get biologically evolutioned out. What do you have to say about that?
I was gonna say, I don't know if AI is gonna make us lazy. I think it's just gonna make us more efficient.
We're already lazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, remember,
Artists are the laziest people on the earth, right?
I was gonna use like a consumer example. Who here remembers printing out driving directions? Right, and actually trying to read them while you're driving. It's like that's all gone. Like we're more efficient now. We can focus on the road. Like that's how I view it.
Used a road atlas.
I used a road atlas. So that's the way I look at it. But not everybody shares my opinion, which is fine.
Next burning question.
Right back. So, yeah.
So I had a
I like
question
orange
on
sunglasses, man.
what is really creative, because that depends on a person. For example, I'm a photographic enthusiast. I like taking photography. I hate post editing. So if AI does post editing, I'm very happy. But there are a lot of photographers who spend more time in post editing and think that is creative. For me, taking the actual photograph is creative. So creative can be different things to different people.
Can I say something really quick? So this is a great thing. I wanted to remember to say this. What I really hope that these kind of things do is when we talk about the gatekeepers, like I like the idea of people discovering the art process and people who wouldn't have been able to do this before, all of a sudden being able to do it and say, "Hey, I'm not a creator, but," and I think you're a creator anyway, and I don't mean to point you out, "but I can get these things that I need done through this, and that's better than me not doing it all." But what might also happen is that you might have people who wouldn't have thought about it, but then discover this affinity they have for photography, for this part of a process, and they wouldn't have discovered that. Then they can go into the craft. So I think there's a difference between craft and production, right? And I think that you can get help with production a lot on AI, and if people can get exposed and then kind of in parallel work on craft, that would be cool. Mary, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I don't really think I have anything significant to add. No.
Bernie, you want
Do
to say
you
something
have-
about that? Or?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to soapbox there.
Now we have another question back here. This is the
Yeah.
last question.
Hey, so my question is, who do you think is going to win? The hyper local content creation or the mass market incumbents? And the context for this question is, Twitter being an example of this, Facebook, social media versus the media giants, right? And what I look at when I see AI giants now is that, Facebook, OpenAI, all these big incumbents are going to be creating content. They're going to be it's only the big guys who can afford to create AI, like foundation models, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, we're going to have like everybody here is going to be an AI content creator at the same time. So that's the context, is that are we going to have more hyper local content, like The Athletic, which didn't make it, but like that kind of content versus, the New York Times being amplified by AI because its brand recognition is just so powerful.
He's just winning. I have a question for the questioner.
Oh,
how do you define winning?
I'll leave it up to them.
Well,
Okay, good answer.
Everyone wins and everyone loses.
And you get a win. You get an AI.
Everyone
You get
wins,
an
everyone
AI.
loses.
Check under your seats. There's AI.
Yeah, and I think just that I was going to say something and I forgot. But the idea being that I don't think there's a winner and a loser. I think that there's the personal to the universal, and I think that everyone has the personal and everyone wants to go to the universal. I would look at the way nature, like Mother Nature, is structured and say that's who wins, because nature will get what it wants. Water goes through mountains, it does all of these things. Whatever adheres most to nature will probably win out in the long run. And it might not be us, by the way.
I have a suggestion for the moderator. How about with this one, we go down the line, everybody gives an answer.
So the question was, who wins and who loses, right? The idea being, is it the hyper local or is it the? I'm just telling her. So, you want to restate the question with the mic?
I'm trying to stay in the background.
No, you're
hide
good.
Behind monitors.
He's unbelievable. So who wins, who loses? Is it hyper local or hyper kind of big? Is it this idea of AI coming in and a race between different elements of AI? Am I doing justice to your question? Or
Well, let me take you up on your offer. Here's how I hear it. Is there room for the independent to win in this world where the behemoths are going to control most everything?
I don't think independent.
No, he said yes. I got a thumbs up. Okay, next person. How do you define the question and answer it?
Actually, I call your answer the natural, and the natural, yeah. And I also feel like there is no like a win or lose here, as long as we follow our heart and do whatever we like. And I think as a human being, we kind of like benefit by who, kind of like as a human being, we have this policy like guideline to like benefit like people who create things. So I think whatever like will contribute more, who gonna like help more, and people as a human being will feel like this is what we want. I want to say, yeah.
I'm going to go with the locals in this case. I think AI gives more people more power, more ability, than ever before to do more and to create more and to be more. So I'm going to go with the local approach. I mean, look what the internet did for people and personal businesses and the ability to just get online and do stuff. So I'm going to go with local.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we're all saying the same thing here at this point, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be working on the project that I'm working on if I didn't believe in the revolution from the beginning, right? The digital revolution, and everything that, how far we've come. I'll just add the Web3 piece in there too. Add in that one. Yeah, you have to. Otherwise, I don't know why I would. Yeah.
Right now, who has the mic drop final word? Oh, I do. Okay. I'm off camera. Yeah, everybody, just one word at once, a cacophony of the word. Yeah. Oh, AI wins. Just ate us all. Well, let's enjoy it while we have it. Our bodies, our planet, our technology. Okay. And we have it on live stream. I want to thank. You can do it. AI. Thanks, Serena. Serena's awesome. She's been helping us get the word out this whole month and a half, 2 months leading up. I want to just express my gratitude and some of my experience. So, Chris, our interactions have been amazing. I love the. I think I'm still off camera, so let me get in here. Yeah, everybody stand up. Panel stand up. Give these guys a hand, please. And we have the most interesting down the rabbit hole conversations
every time we talk.
And I want to say you have a new newsletter that what do you say?
Thank you.
What's your newsletter on LinkedIn?
The AI Underground, and I write each week sort of a more philosophical approach to all of these types of things. So it's AI Underground, Chris Cole, CHRISCOLE.
Same as the spelling on the board. And we both are big fans of Mary, so that was a great connection. That
by the way, hello.
And Jeff, I don't know you well, but you put a comma in your picture.
I broke it over the weekend.
It's not 3 commas. By the way, Jeff came all the way from Austin where he was working and going through all of this stuff, came back, and then the next day came here. Let's hero. All these folks and MetaShare just came together, right?
Yeah, well, thank you for everybody that's traveled
What about
long
this
and
guy?
far. So you really had an extra 5 minutes, but we used it to praise ourselves and each
Is
other.
that what all the time on Earth is used to do, really?
Oh, you gotta work a little bit, and then you have something to praise.
I just praise for living for work, I guess.
Okay, all right, get off the stage. Okay, once again, thank you. So once again, the AI apocalypse will not be televised. It'll be pumped directly into our medulla oblongata. Okay, next up, Daniel, are you ready?
Okay. Hi. My name is Daniel. I'm a software engineer at 11 Labs, and it's great to be here. So I had a whole presentation prepared for today, like going over like the different stuff that we do at 11 Labs, the different features. I want to show you speech to text dubbing and stuff like that, and I'm just gonna like quickly go through that because there's something like insane that I want to talk about. So yeah, we have text to speech. If you don't know about 11 Labs, we also have speech to speech, where you can change an audio thing to a different voice. We have dubbing. We can dub your audio content to any language, and we also have our I guess sound effects, which maybe disappeared. Oh yeah, we also have sound effects. This is probably not a good thing to play at a big presentation, but I had that in. there, I guess. Okay, don't be worried. Dog barking. So you can put any text in it, and it can generate sound effects, so you can use these for movies. But yeah, so great. Okay, that's enough. So 2 days ago, we released an internal update to our music model, which was insane. And I just kind of want to spend basically all of today listening to music, if that's okay with you guys. So we
If you all want to get up and dance.
It's really good, and it's got me like thinking a lot about music as a whole, because I really like music, and it's a moment of like, wow,
From the 6 to 8 networking and beer and cocktails, will you just let it run?
Yeah, for sure. And I just want to one more, I guess. Okay.
What I can remember is a lot more clouds by the beach. Yeah. What I can remember, the skies ain't so the same, no. All lost in your loving, let's stick in your nose in my shit. I know that I don't really deserve you, but you give my vibe. You know I can't put you right, baby. No. You the type, spend the whole night talking about life. You the type to stick your phone in my face. You the type to play with my mind. So I do the same for you, just so we can close. Why can't I leave? Guess I'ma need a couple more drinks. How much did I spend? How much can I leave? Well, the limit's free, so come with me. Why can't I? I'm going on some cowboy, I ride one. I'm looking for a bad luck woman who's as lonesome as they come. She can have one.
So, a couple of things to note here is this is incredibly good, and it kind of blows my mind. And for the past 2 days, I've been listening to this stuff on repeat. We have an internal radio that we've created that we can like upload and download songs, so we can improve the model as well. Yeah. So one thing I really liked about these songs is its use of like dissonance and microtones. So usually in Western music, you don't experiment with microtones and dissonance, but the AI has no expectations on it. Like it has no like societal or financial like you know expectations that it has to satisfy. So it is able to actually be, in my opinion, more creative than like a lot of artists today. Which is probably a hot take, not the official position of 11 Labs. But I just think that the lack of these like requirements makes the AI more creative. And this is personally my
Muchacho, vente, niña, dile a papá que quiere venirte, que esta gente se odió, ya no puede mentirte, gente inculta, caballo le quiere venido al agua, gente inepta, no sé si lo rompe como estrella, no a caballo, a la caja del banco, te pedimos 1 millón, sin calzarnos los zapatos, dale baby que quema, que yo quiero ver si llegan y dicen ya, así dicen ay, dime qué es lo que tienen que, por ahí viene el caballo, y vienen todos los jinetes, le gusta caballaje, la fama le chifla y está pendiente. Empezó la competencia. Yeah.
But yeah, so we're definitely gonna put this out there, and honestly, like listening to this stuff, it makes me appreciate human music more in a way. I don't know, some people were mentioning this earlier, especially I think someone was mentioning impressionism and like the start of modern art and how okay, yeah, you decide, I decide what art is, and then out of it, like advances in art happen. I just listening to this stuff and realizing, okay, after a click of a button in just like 2 minutes, it is able to create a quality music to this extent. Uh, how much more do I appreciate the songs that I listen to on Spotify or anywhere by humans who have spent so much time mastering their art and mastering their craft and putting this out there. So it actually, for me, it increases my love for music as well. But the beautiful thing about this is that if you have, like, it's still gated by lyrics, right? The lyrics are generated by AI, so they're not really that good, right? So if you have good lyrics, if you have a good idea for how your song is going to be, you're able to create really good songs, really good, memorable songs, and um, it's able to democratize music creation, which is an awesome thing. So yeah, those are basically the things that we're doing at 11 Labs. We are everything audio. So if you want to create text in any single language in any voice that you want, you can come use 11 Labs. If you want to use sound effects for your videos, that's also possible. And if you want to listen to more of these bangers, you can come later at 6 p.m. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, I'm looking forward to later also, but why don't we do a little QA? I'll pop up Daniel's card again on the screen, so we've got a little more visual eye candy up here. And raise your hand if you've got a question. And I saw 3 go up over there, so let's take them 1, 2, 3. Just pass the mics from one to the other.
Hey, thank you for the talk. Can you talk a little bit more about the tech stack that like kind of went behind this and what makes 11 Labs unique in your approach?
Just the proprietary stuff that's under NDA, please.
Yes, please, definitely. Trade secrets, all that.
Yeah, so I'm going to start reciting the model weights. So if you want to take notes, 0.12. I'm kidding. Okay. We use just it's known, like we use diffusion models, and we just do them better than everyone.
And aspirations, specifically in trying to get them in trouble and fired. Let's not do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So how do we how your AI tool works that we combine the lyrics with the rhythm like that we want? Like how do you do that?
We basically give it a style prompt, and these prompts there I can maybe probably show you. 11 radio. Yeah, I'll do that quickly. So yeah, so like we have like I don't know, maybe I won't necessarily show the page, but for example, we have we give it the name of an artist. I can imagine. So we
Step off the stage is mine. I've been doing this way too long to lose it all.
banger though. So we give it, the name of the artist just completely made up, title completely made up, category, category, genre, and then style. Glam metal with influences from classic hard rock and power metal, featuring fast-paced guitar riffs, prominent bass lines, powerful vocal melodies with happiness and energy. And then we give it lyrics, which maybe we're not using GPT for this because it uses certain F words. But we use like at least for the AI radio, I believe we use like some AI LLM to create the lyrics and generate the lyrics. So we combine all these things, we give it the model, and it spits out a beautiful song.
Does it automatically tag it with like parental advisory guidelines?
No. By the way, this is all like an internal model. It's not out yet. I was given the thumbs up to preview these songs.
This is like a coming out, this is like a catch that we got this this
Yeah.
coup to get this.
It's a new
So
checkpoint.
you're all witnessing this here first, and so take that, media partners that are not on as media partners.
Yeah, so it's really good. But yeah, next question.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you. I'm a host on the radio, plus I manage groups. How does this help me?
How does this help you? Do you like making music? Okay, so I think that is the best thing about this. I mean, there are a lot of tools out there that also help you with making music. There's Suno, there's this and that, but this is just better than everything I've seen personally. I think if you in your radio station have like backing tracks or like when you go on the ad break or something, you want to have something while you're speaking over it, that's immediately helpful to you. If you want to create and basically make your own music, you can probably use this. I don't know anything about the legal stuff of like whether like rights and this and that. So for that, I'm not the best person to ask. But if you're interested in making music, this is like world shattering. Yeah.
I'm gonna hug again just because I'm so love this stuff, and this is one thing that I've been I give it as a gift because by now I'm like, okay, if I'm not gonna ever get to like producing these ideas, I just want to give them away and see somebody run with it. So one of the things I've been prompting DJs with, and I want to get your thoughts on the potential to do this, is if you're a DJ, maybe an up and coming, you want to break through and you want to be at the cutting edge, live prompting during your set, listening to stems that are coming in, choosing them, and then mixing them into the live set. And they're, it's this generated content, and that's like co-piloting a DJ set.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make like a boiler room set where you throw a party and then you're just making the songs as you go, like that would be probably like the first of its kind ever. You should try to do it. And invite me. Thank you.
And
Oh, get a microphone. You need a microphone.
Uh,
Oh yeah, no, right here. We already have somebody here. I'll run you the mic. Thank you for answering my question. You didn't have to.
Let's leapfrog off of what you were saying, actually, because I imagine or envision, or maybe you guys are already thinking of, to where we could program our own, let's say, station, and it knows the style of music we like in general, and the type of lyrics or what uplifts us, and we could program it to create music for us like that. And it, you know what I mean? Like it's something that would motivate us when we work out, and it's saying the type of messaging or visioning that we want.
It's a wonderful thing.
Is it?
So I think every person could really, become. Oh man, I don't know how much I can like say. It's just like my personal views. Because I use like a music service that I don't like because they keep just like recycling the same songs over and over again, and it's driving me nuts. And this idea that you can really like take the essence of the music that you love, make more of it, and perfect it, and make it even more creative than what there is out there, and make a radio station out of that. You know, uh, that's amazing. That's like I don't know. I think that's a very good, admirable thing, really, to create.
You
in
say
the
this.
world. I am not the person to ask about that.
Yes. Can I ask you a quick question? Since I got the mic, sorry guys. So it's actually not a question; it's more of like a comment. It's like, please don't make the music sound so commercialized, such as like where everything is sort of like a Taylor Swift song or something like that, where it's just made to appeal to the largest or broadest audience. I'm sure you've already thought about this, but I would just love to maybe hear some of your comments about that, where maybe there's like some smaller niches or
Yeah,
whatever, you know.
Well,
And of course, because Daniel has control over all of those things. So I'll sum it up. Please no Muzak elevator music. What's your answer?
I love elevator music, actually. I love jazz. I get so like triggered when someone calls jazz elevator music. I'm like, no, it's not. It's good music. It's creative.
We're gonna keep going, and then we're gonna have one last question, and maybe 6 to 8. We can have lots more questions and a couple drinks, and actually get loose because this is not loose.
Yes. So to answer your question, I think that's awesome because like as time is going on, we're making more music that's more like fit for everyone. So all music is kind of like converging around the same sort of songs, thanks to also social media and our lowering attention spans. So like in the 70s, like or 60s or 80s start changing a little bit, but like back then there was prog rock. People really didn't care about having a 5-second loop in the song that's going to be catchy on social media, right? And because of that, we generated like truly creative and skillful things, right? That we just don't make today. In the 1800s, like with classical music, like you listen to something that Franz Liszt would create, and you're like, yeah, I don't think anyone's going to work that hard today to make a song, So a lot of it is like driven by technology, but I think we can probably use technology to put some of that creativity back to make stuff that is more interesting to you, and less private jet flying artists.
Okay, last question. Then we've got to keep the ball rolling.
How fun would you say it is? Because like watching you do that, like I want to be able to play around with it. I want to be able to like know, like, could I put a little bit of different time of song, or like there's this band that I really love that doesn't exist anymore. Could I like kind of make I like this part of their song but not this, and like I don't know, it's just like this. I imagine you guys sitting around and like having a hard time working because you're wanting to like generate songs.
Super fun to play around with it. And I think another cool idea on top of this is like iterating on produced content, right? So you create a song. Like, what does Rick Rubin do in the studio? He said himself, like, I have no technical ability, right? I mean, he has his taste, right? And he tells people what to do, and then it makes a song that is that is beautiful. That could be you, right? So you make the song with the initial prompt and then tell it, okay, I like this, but this part I want it more like punchy, or this part I want less like choir, or like take this part out. You could be your own, conductor, your own symphony. That's insane. That's that's huge. So it is very fun. I'm very grateful to my boss for for having
Me too. All right, Daniel. Well, with that, I want to invite you to take that mic and just drop it, but no, but don't do that. Not my mic. Thank you, everybody. Daniel, Edrisian. More at 6 o'clock. That'll be our encore performance. Now I want to invite up Levis Odin, who unexpectedly we ran into each other at another hackathon at SFAGI House, and after we were already moving forward with this talk. So getting more into going from sound, mind-blowing sound, to mind-blowing 3D AI workflows.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to speak here. I want to say I didn't prepare so much. Why? Because I just came back from Los Angeles, where I met the people that create this UI. I think if you want to do visual, like in AI nowadays, either video, photo, but even sound, if you want to use open source, you need to know UI, because it's where you will have the most control. If you try to create a video with Runway, with FutureLab, with all these great companies, you don't have so much control. Just put a prompt and generate a video. And sometimes you have to generate 100 videos to have only one that is good. So what I'm trying to do, I will first show you like what we do at my company. The name is Dog Studio, and we try to create like interactive experiences. So we are specialized in WebGL websites, and that's all the 3D work that I was doing with them. And since 1 or 2 years, we really focus on AI to try to create for marketing or advertising a different way to work. It will be maybe a bit technical what I will show. I'm sorry, but I think it's why it's interesting as well. It's probably because it's technical. So Config UI, how it's look. It seems like when you arrive to Config UI, it seems worried, but it's very simple finally. It's like here you have your prompt. So for example, if you want a bottle, you just have bottle and it will render. And after you have all these parameters. And all these parameters can be the size, can be the weight, the peer, and also you can load different model. So you can change the style from it. From that, I will show you a bit what it gives with a more complex one. So since I made this, I will show you a workflow that I just created yesterday. That is pretty complex because it's using 3D motion, it's using video to video, and it's using image to image, and with different model of AI. So I will try to be, and I'm sure we have a lot of questions, and I will try maybe to be more visual at the end, but first I wanted to show you that because I think it's important. So the goal, I like to create workflow where you have one prompt and it generates something, but I want control over that. So here I just have one prompt, like you could have in Midjourney, is like a funny cartoon guy. From that, I will not explain every node because it's a very big workflow, but from that I generate a first image that is pretty classic. From this image, I use a model that is called 0, 1, 2, 3 that allow to have like different perspective of a character. And from that, I use another again model that's called Instant Mesh. It's all open source, all that I'm talking. So you can all reuse it for your project without problem. And so from that, I use like a depth map. But at the end, what do you have? You have a 3D model that is working. And this 3D model, it's an OBJ file for people that know. So you can reuse it in Unreal. You can reuse it for game assets. And from that is where my workflow is a bit more complex. As you see, the result of the guy, we have still some bug on the texture. It's very cool because it's generated from AI, so it's good, but I still like the look could be better. So what I did is I create a node that do like animation of camera. So we could like take this 3D model and do an animation of camera. So it's just a camera that turns around the character. And from that, it's more and more complex. But from that, I'm sorry if your brain getting think about it, but from that, I just try to use what we call animate diff. So animate diff is a library that is open source again, and that is work with ComfyUI, and I could generate video like that. And so the goal of it is like from one prompt, I can in not even 1 minute, because we could do that in live together. Do someone have like an object or something that he has in mind, anything you want, like a character. Do you have an idea, like an object? No, nobody? Okay, so I will put something random, I don't know, a chair. And I will do Q prompts. And here you will see all the process. What is very interesting, you see each node will go through and it will generate my object. So it will be maybe a bit long, so I don't know if at the end of my talk we will have the results. But what I want you to understand is that I could create game assets, like 1,000 game assets in not even 1 hour. So that's the power of it. It's like, and also it can be personalized. So you see this guy in 3D, I could replace with another node and make it your face on it. And you could make it a sculpture and like, yes. So what I want to mean with this tool, and I see people should look more at them, is like, even just with this workflow that I create in 2 days, you could make already a business with it. And it's like, not so much work. You just need to know and to talk with people that know about that. I wanted to speak also about this tool because I meet the community, as I say, in Los Angeles yesterday, and there was so much dev and people that are so smart and so interesting because they don't give a shit about money. They just want to do good things. And I was really happy to see that. And I don't want to take advantage of what they do, but I try to make a good link between their work and the business world. And I think there is a lot of possibility with it. And I just want to show you some example of what you can do from that. Like different examples. So for example, I create this animation. So it's a very interesting workflow also. So like you put any pictures and it render you animate like a character, a clay motion. And so with that, what I use, it's very interesting because it's using LLM as well. So to describe the pictures, I use Gemini Vision that will describe the image to make it realistic after in a 3D aspect. And also what I do like is more on the side, but like more kind of Game Boy also. I try to create like AI animations that you could like transfer to Game Boy. That is more like personal project. And after you can also create art. What is super interesting here is with the ComfyUI workflow. I think I have some song. Oh no, maybe not. So from this, it's like I just create a smoke, and from this smoke, it generates a video that try to match with this smoke. And so this kind of animation, I think you can only do with Animative and ComfyUI nowadays. And yes, so you just see like in a 5-10 minutes, I just show you the possibility, and I'm sure there is much more possibility because there is not for everything. I want to mean that people that work on that, they work together, and so you can have a node for text, you can have a node to generate image, video, you have a node for everything you want. So I think that's it. I just wanted to use that to give you ideas for maybe for future projects. I know it's very technical, but when you dig on it, it's so interesting because each parameter that you have will impact something on your results. And it's so cool to have so much control over AI generation, video or photo. And yes, thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much. Oh, and the share is appearing. We can just see like the share. I don't know where it is, but yeah, I don't think the object 3D generates yet. No, it's not generated yet. So sorry, I can't show you it live, but yeah. Thank you. If you have any question. Yes.
Mike's okay. We're hopping into the QA. Let's.
Lovis, I've never used ComfyUI before. That was a great presentation. So you have all these nodes, all these models. Where is the actual infrastructure, and how do you do this at some kind of scale? How do you speed it up?
Yeah. So to speed it, I think there is some websites that are very good. There is this because there is a big community here in USA, but also in China, and there is this website that is very good, OpenAI Art Workflow, and people share their workflow. And you have like some workflow templates. So if you want to start to just have like a generation of image, or like just to try to generate like a simple things, I think it's very a good base to start. What is very nice with this is people share their workflow a lot. So you can reuse workflow of other people and combine it with yours to make what you want. So I really advise to try those other workflow, and there is a lot of tutorial also. If you use ComfyUI, how to make an animation, you have a lot of tutorial about it.
But like when you call a model, in your ComfyUI workflow, where is the actual inference being done?
Where it is? Well, it's on your drive. It can be, me, it's a bit complex, because I need a super high GPU, meets on my Google Drive, so I connect to a Google Colab. Because with a Google Colab like that, I can have a very powerful GPU. But you could just save the model on your computer, you know. And the model, you know, is here. The model, we call it in AI, in this kind of workflow, we call it checkpoints. And so, yeah.
Next question.
Yeah, hi. For the game developers, how do you, is it using the Unity engine, or like how do you make the pathway?
It's not using any Unity, it's using like mostly like WebGL structure, so like 3.js and stuff like that, like WebGL. WebGL, yeah.
Raise your hand if you have a question. Unbelievable. Well, my question is, can you tell us about the hackathon project from AGI House SF?
Oh, I think it was the same of what I show here.
So there's the shot.
But for me, like, no, it was this one here. It was this kind of workshop. So it was really like to have like one photo. So now I take famous people, but I could take a pictures of you and you will have your claimant character in 1 second. I think people, what I want to show maybe is blow your mind compared to company what they show nowadays with AI. But that's why I want to show you this. You have a lot of possibility with these tools. That company don't use it yet, I think, enough in San Francisco, because I went to a lot of AI events and people don't know this Confi UI tool. And for me, it's so surprising because it's so powerful. So yeah.
Thanks. Well, thanks so much. Yeah. Comfy AI, like it's an open source tool. So.
Open source, and I met the guy. It's so funny that he developed a tool so complex and he's like so young and he's just by himself that he created all these tools. And I know he says that it will be always open source because he never want to sell it for a company. So yeah, please use it and yeah, contact him. Just send him a nice message if you use it and love it. So yeah.
So for the record, this is you don't work for this company. You
There is no
start this
company. There is no company.
There's no company.
It's the open source.
What is it? A DAO?
What?
Is it a DAO? Is it a decentralized? I'm just joking.
No. But
for the Web3 people
yeah,
here.
kind of.
Okay, so that's yeah. So we have a passionate advocate and evangelist for Comfy AI.
Yeah.
Thank you. Comfy UI.
Yeah, Comfy UI.
With AI. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Catching up on time here. So Richard Kwang, love to hear. This is going to be a lot of really interesting information. So really looking forward to this conversation. So Rich will tell you more about himself, but my understanding is he's like the father of not modern day, but the precursors to modern day effects. And why don't you give us more of a little history?
Okay, thank you for letting me here. I'm the old guy here. Oh, can you? Okay, close. Thank you. Thank you for letting me come up here. I'm the old guy in the field. I want to reflect upon my experience, how it relates to what's happening today. I was at the inception of the time when computer graphics became viable as a commercial tool. And now I'm seeing something very similar happening in the AI world. So I want to just sort of walk you through what I've done and what I learned, and hopefully be helpful to you as we step forward in this new AI world. Okay, so it's a little history. I come from a background of art as a kid, and computer was my hobby. Okay, so a little bit backward for most people, but that's how it went way back in the old. My first job was actually working in the technology world at HP and something totally unrelated, but that's how I got started. But my passion always been art. So in 1982, I met a few friends and we started a studio from scratch. 1982 is sort of a long time ago for most of you, but for me, it wasn't that long ago. Back then, the computer I used back then had only 64K of memory, and the computer I have at home now have 64 gig of memory. So that's a millionfold more memory than what you used to today. And the computer that I used back then was 100,000 times slower than the computer most of us use at home today. So that's the stone age I came from. But back then, when we started, the tool didn't exist. Just like the AI world now, the tool didn't exist. So we had to invent everything, build things from scratch. So we're the write every piece of program we had, write all the tools, and built a working workflow so we can do artwork. We want to make a business out of it. No different than a lot of people now in the AI world want to use generative AI to create an industry, right? We back then, we had that vision. We can use the computer to create art that is viable to make a business out of. So we started doing television graphics. So in '84, we built a team. It was very important to have a team because any one of us is just too stupid to do it all by ourselves. So we had to find a team of people who are willing to take that risk, willing to work together and build things, right? Back then, we couldn't even record stuff. There's no disc recorder or anything like that. So I actually helped build our first pipeline that we made our film on. I wrote the renderer, I wrote the compositor before Photoshop even came out. So it was able to build all these tools using a whole new technology, no different than people will be doing now with AI, right? So we started building a team bigger, and we got bigger computer, faster technology, and then in the early '90s, we dominated the television graphics, right? We basically took a new technology, create a business out of it, build a team of very creative people, and build a workflow that this team can collaborate on to really make a business out of it. So in fact, it has a good example of that. People today always say, hey, with AI now I can do everything by myself. I actually did one project by myself back in '86. I designed a opening for Monday Night Football for ABC. I also did the storyboard, the design, the modeling, the animation, the software, and the delivery. I did the whole project by myself. So it's possible with technology, but what I can tell you is don't do that. Because there's nothing beats having a great team of creative people working together. As an individual, this was just not much fun. Okay, especially I think saying you can do it, don't do it. Okay, then we had to create a lot of things. We pivoted. Our technology reached a plateau, so we pivoted to a new area. We went into character animation. I wrote the first facial animation system ever, and then we did character animation. And we did motion capture, right? We actually built our own motion capture control rig and did real-time puppeteering with Jim Henson. That stuff wasn't done before, right? I go back and say, hey, if we had AI technology back then, could we have done all that? No, we couldn't have done all that because AI wouldn't have the knowledge as how it was be done because it was never done before. So we had to invent everything. So we did the first ever Pillsbury Doughboy using CG. It was used to be done in stop motion. Where I created a whole new set of tool sets for doing that. And we also created the first virtual studio. Our virtual studio was a remote site. We have live video between the two sites. This is '89, long before most of you even know what a virtual studio was, right? And we built our own pipeline for doing that. So we did the morph stuff in the '89. Again, inventing something new, right? And in 1990, we had a chance to do the first ever long format show with CG and live action. This has never been done before in the history of television or film, where you're integrating CG character live action in a film, in a TV show. So we did that, and we had to create everything from scratch. We had to build the whole workflow from scratch, right? And then we went on to do some of the earliest animated character for like him. So go back. With Simpsons, I did the first anime character in the Coke commercial. And so it was really a blast to be on the cutting edge. But that's what drove the industry, right? And so as much as you can say AI now, you can generate whatever you want with a few prompts, but that just makes you like everybody else. You want to be on the cutting edge. You want to be looking over the horizon. You want to be inventive. So find a team of people that you can work with to create all these really fun things. When I had a chance to visual effects supervise a lot of film in my time, right? Oops, skipped a few shot here. Okay, I was also asked to do the first ever CG human double in a feature motion picture, right? People have used CG character before, but never in a film. In that way, they replace a human. So I did that, which caused a lot of grief with people because they say, hey, now is human gonna be taken over by CG character? Not so soon, right? And we did that more of that with that other Batman film. And we worked on a lot of film. Then we also made our first CG film was 1985. We started working on ants. And we never done that before, right? So we had to reinvent everything. We had to invent the process, how people work together. And so we did Shrek, right? Soon after that, and a lot more other movies you've seen. Then I also expanded building global studio. I helped DreamWorks set up studio around the globe. And with television show, we set up a studio in India. So I travel all over the world, identifying talent and finding team that we can work with to build, right? And that's the same thing's going to happen in AI. It's a global industry. You're more connected than ever. Back then, I had to go search these people out remotely, travel to all these countries. You don't have to anymore. You can reach a global audience and global talent pool, right? So I left and I decided to build a startup to connect people, to do virtual production. That didn't go so well, but during that same time, I also ran studio in other places, doing very interesting thing, cutting edge thing, like a studio in Taiwan that did animated news story. They took 3 hours to go from news break to animation. And I went in there and go, wow, this is interesting. I'm used to working in a movie the last 6 years. Here's stuff done very fast. So I helped them to move into doing real time, not only real time, doing real time performance that actually interacting with the audience in real time, right? This is back in 2012, over 10 years ago, right? And we built a real time data pipeline using Unreal. People only talking about this today. We were doing it back in 2012, right? So with AI, you can get all that. I built an anime studio in Japan. But one thing I also did is we focused on building content. Besides AR, VR, my time's running fast. I'll just skip ahead here to all the other stuff that I worked on. And also in 2022, I gave a talk at Stanford. This is right at the inception of generative AI. I didn't tell people that, but all my slides were generated with generative AI on my home computer. I set up the neural network. I used some of this trained model out there. I trained it on my own face. And I gave a talk in 2022. People were so dumbfounded when I said, oh, by the way, this was AI generated. That was just 2 years ago. You know, now all of you know about this. So time is moving at lightning speed, right? So, but again, we're going to hit limits, okay? Because we hit limit in the media platform. You know, I won't get to this. Time is short. So, AI will change a lot of behavior and how the market's addressed, right? We went from, you know, CMS to big data, then to analytic machine learning. Now we understand social behavior of our viewer, right? Then the media model went from, you know, used to be an idea going to a producer, a studio, distributor, to marketing, to consumer. But now we're changing that when the idea can go to the consumer directly. That sounds great. That's why you're all here. You're excited. But that creates other problems, right? The budget. We used to make feature film. This before even AI come along. Feature films are hundreds of thousands of dollars per minute to millions of dollars per minute, right? Animated series. But for mobile content, you got to be down to the $1,000 per minute to be competitive, okay? And you know, having worked on a lot of feature film and done a lot of film budgeting, so even before AI to move to the mobile space, you got to have 1,000-fold increase in efficiency to compete in the mobile space. Okay, that's not easy. I talked to a lot of big Hollywood executives about that, and they just laughed at me and say, "How can we be 1,000 times more efficient?" Well, but that's the world we're facing now, right? And with AI, that's going to get worse because now more of you are going to generate content. And I still worry about the 24-hour group, right? It's exponential growth in content because now all of you have access to AI tools. There's going to be so much more really valuable fun content to watch. But at the end, available eyeball hours hasn't changed. We only live 24 hours a day. So your market access and share are going to go down. So even though you can raise the efficiency, but if the content noise floor comes up, your ability to stand out above the crowd become even more challenging. So to make that into a viable business, it's going to be not so simple. So not that AI is going to take away people's job. A lot of this job may become invaluable, but have no value because you can't afford to pay too many people to do the work because there's too much of it. So that's going to be a big challenge for all of us to realize how we can deal with that change, how we can address the creativity problem, how to build a team, right? So here's just a few final thoughts. I have very little time. But in the inception of Brave New World, you got to throw away all the old stuff, right? Because all the old stuff we're doing, all the tools you're using are not meant for a large team. You have to really build things that work for global real-time collaboration, real-time synchronization of data, right? All the big systems using now to do content are not done that way. I'm responsible for a lot of that. I helped build a lot of that. I can tell you, if I'm doing it today, I would throw it all out and start from scratch, because that's not how we work anymore. We in this time where we're dealing with people collaborating, thinking, challenging, creating in real time, right? We need to change to that. And then the other key thing that AI needs to address is repeatability and reproducibility, right? When you have a large team of people working on a large content, consistency, dependency on each other has to be maintained. And that's something that hasn't really been addressed that well with these very large scale projects. And the other thing then is transparency. To protect the integrity of the idea, of the people, and the creator, we need to provide transparency. So really, I think really to reimagine moving forward, toss out the old and new generation of creative thinking, build a new family, listen, explore, fail, and learn, and then invent and pivot. You will have to pivot because things will change faster than ever. What you think you can be great today and people will love it today, well, in the old days, we would say a few years from now. Today, I can say 2 months from now, it might be completely different. So all I can say is wish you all the best and have a fun journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, we'll take a few questions, so we don't want to rush things. We're a little bit over time, but while we have you, it's an invaluable opportunity to discuss for a couple more minutes. So we'll give some other people a chance, but Tree's got some great questions. Hold up just one second. Yeah, one place that I'm looking that I'm interested in, I don't know if joining a company or something that does this, but at least helping them move forward, or that blue sky area of the workflow and the collaboration. Really resonates with what you're saying. You can do so much as an individual, but how do we bring all these AI tools into that workflow where you can have a team of creatives collaborating together?
Yeah, that's very critical. I mean, last thing I did at DreamWorks, I built a system to manage all our film production. We were managing 6 feature film production with thousands of people. And what happened is if you make that transparent and real time, then the efficiency go up and people don't waste their time. They can spend more time being creative. That's very important.
Yeah. Okay, so hands up. Who's got a question? Let's go right here first, and then.
Thanks for that. That was amazing. Like, you've done so much great work in your life. I'm curious, what drove you to do all this? Like, was there a through line? What were you enamored by the technology, or what was it that drove you to do all of these things that you've done over the last like 40, 50 years? Sorry, my question is, what was it that drove you to do all of these things that you've worked on over the last like 40, 50 years? Is there a through line?
I just love making pictures. Like, coming from an art background, I never saw a computer as a, something that I wanted to do, but it just happened to be the brush I used. I was allergic to turpentine linseed oil, so I could paint in oil paint. So the computer was a perfect medium for me to express myself. So, and I love working with people.
Yes, I remember back in the day when I had to design each picture is like each frame, but nowadays like if Gen AI and all that, like you have any idea like it's gonna take over all our jobs like as graphics or special effects designers?
Well, we shifting to computer graphics. We didn't have to do every frame. A lot of frames are all generated on the computer. But at the end, it's about storytelling, it's about timing, animation, about timing. I can give hours and hours lecture on how to do animation or how to do visual effects. That control doesn't exist in AI currently, and it's not sure how it's going to be added. It's a little bit more complicated. But I think at the end, just because you can make an image that looks amazing, can you now tell a story that's amazing? Right? That's a big step that has to be invented and learned from the people working in it.
Hi, I'm Wolf, an artist. So this sounds to me that AI is the bridge that can bridge our minds so that we don't have to think too much about collaboration, but focus on creativity so that every minds are so synced in real time that we don't waste time communicating with each other. Now, the question that I have for you is, how do you think AI will change the realm of creativity then?
Oh, I think people, I mean, to be honest, I've written some of these transformer and convolution neural network I first did, we first did Descend almost 50 years ago. And people have to understand what AI really is. It's a really amazing inference system. It can build really great tools, but it's not creative intelligence by any means, right? You have to use it appropriately. You got to understand AI will find you a good answer, but it won't do things that hasn't been done before. You know, it might hallucinate and get you something you think is inventive, but it didn't know that. It's just basically looking for a match in a very large data set, right? So you have to be very cautious, but it's a great tool. You use it appropriately.
Thank you. Before we give Richard a big hand, I just want to one last question. Are you going to stay for happy hour and dance to 11 Labs music?
I'll stay for a little bit. I have to run off because I just gave a talk and I'm really burnt out.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for making
not
your way
this
here.
talk, but another talk. So.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Give him a big hand.
I'll be here for a little bit. Thank you.
And next up, we have Troy Dunaway, CEO of Creative 8. Oh, there you are. Okay.
All right. Hopefully my big voice won't be too loud for everybody. So today we're going to talk about kind of the practical side of making games. You know, and it's really easy to focus on the creative side, but I can't emphasize enough that the practical side, the production side, the team side of how we make games is just as important as the creative, side that we get caught up into. Part of the reason I brought Richard on today and brought him in here to help us as well is we both are really in sync about he knows how to make movies, I know how to make games, and we've always been great friends because of that. We see things the same way. And it's an important thing that we're kind of the old guys in the room, but we're also the practical people. How do we actually succeed? How do we run, big teams? And let's see. Is that not going? Sorry, everybody. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So the process, and development process in games, in my opinion, is just incredibly broken. And it's something that it's kind of the elephant in the room. A lot of the teams, a lot of the companies don't talk about this. You see them talking about executives, you see them talking about all these things that are the problem. But there's a lot of fundamental problems that go on in how we make games and why we're succeeding. So a little bit about me, because there's important context of why me? Why can I say this? 35 years now making games, 140 games, 6 billion copies of my games have sold. I know a little bit about making games. I've run teams of 5 people. I've run teams up to 3,000 people at Disney, VP level at a lot of big companies. So I ran these studios, not just the teams. I ran teams 30, 40 projects at a time. So I've seen how these teams fail over and over and over again. And there's a lot of consistency of what's failing amongst them. And so I really want to dive into that today. So apologies today, we're going to move really fast. I'm going to give you a lot of overview of things. And please contact me afterwards if you want the slides. I'm happy to share them out, and let you dive a little bit deeper into them. First of all, just to see, where is AI even being used in games right now? It's being used all over the place. Tons and tons and tons of game teams are trying some way, shape, or form of using AI. About 68% of the companies right now are using AI in some way, shape, or form. Some people kicking and screaming, but it is being used. I think the thing that it's most obvious in is content creation. You see a lot of art assets and things like that. I'd say probably 80% of the studios are using it in that kind of capacity. How do we make content faster? If you don't know, about 75% of the budget of a total game is the art creation. And for those of you that don't understand this, part of this problem is our teams have gotten so big and our budgets have gotten so big. And for a little bit of context, a big AAA studio now, the biggest teams are 3,000 or 4,000 people. An average team's about 550 to 600 people right now for a single game over 3 years. You know, we're talking development budgets easily of about 200 to 300 million, you know, for a AAA game. And that scales all the way down to, you know, $1 million or less even for indie stuff. So there's this massive range of, you know, complexity. People are trying to solve this problem. And so it's really hard, and there's good and there's bads about all of this. And there's lots of, you know, people worrying about, is this thing going to take their jobs and stuff, but nobody really knows right now because it's still sort of Wild West. But remember, games have been using AI in one shape or form for 20 plus years. You know, we've been using AI in a lot of different ways. So a lot of this isn't new. It's just a new form of what we've been doing. So I won't get into all these different uses, but I want you to see that AI is being used in games in a lot of different ways. Again, you only see kind of the art side of it really in the press stuff. So today we're going to talk about game production. But production is kind of all of it together. It's not just how do we make, you know, a better schedule or a better budget, how do we make a better game overall. But I want to talk about how do you make a game, right? What is it in production that's important? So production is really the side of, it's the pipelines, it's the process, it's the people, right? It's the, you know, the schedules and the budgets and the game design, all the stuff that's even outside of content creation. Content creation is that obvious thing, but there's so many other areas that we can really focus on to make better games, to try to facilitate how do we make a better game using AI. So, in my opinion, there's a lot of stuff that people aren't really investigating right now. This is part of what I'm passionate about, what I've been trying to solve is how do we make smart schedules? How do we make people work on the right things at the right times? How do we adjust those in real time, right? It takes an army right now of producers and people to micromanage stuff. You don't know the number of assets that we can have in a game is in the hundreds of millions. The number of things we have to track is absolutely phenomenal. You think about a game like Baldur's Gate 3, there was 800 characters in there. There's like 22 hours of cutscenes. You know, if you think about it in comparison to movies, it's like the whole Lord of the Rings series about threefold over in total scope and scale. How do we manage that, right? There's no tools currently in our industry that understand in the slightest even how to do that. We built some custom stuff, but it's not working at all. So that's where AI is starting to become something we can really start to use, try to understand these things. And we have to remember that we're a business. And where I think a lot of the teams are failing is we get caught up in the creative. We get caught up in the, how do we get my best idea out there when really we need to get out the best idea we can with the time and the budgets we can. And so back to what Richard was saying about transparency, games need to also have the same level of transparency. We need to get the teams understanding, am I on time? Am I on budget? You know, that kind of thing. So that's something we have to really try to understand. Sorry if I'm moving a little fast. So a big part of this is communication. Again, hundreds, if not thousands of people. A lot of them are remote. A lot of them are across the world. A lot of them are all over the place trying to solve problems and trying to coordinate their stuff across these millions of assets. It's incredibly hard, incredibly complex. That's the biggest problem that we're trying to solve right now. And so next talk, we'll talk a little bit about more communication and teams. But really, communication is one of the biggest things that people don't talk about, and the biggest place I think that AI can really help teams understand what are they working on, who's doing what, and trying to make decisions they need to make, and using AI to try to help them understand what they're trying to work on. Another big part is game design. Game design is another area that, again, I don't see anybody really talking about with AI. There's people trying to put in some stuff to make a story, trying to make a quest, trying to make characters. There's little touches of it in there, but it doesn't make for a better game. It just helps produce the game faster. And, you know, some people are worried about just saying, AI, make me a game. We're so far from that. You know, it's not even funny. We've tried to do it. It's really about, you know, not just the ideas of what we're making, but again, how do we make the game? How do we make it fun? And it's something that you really can't analyze through an LLM. You have to really, there's a little bit of heart and soul that goes into that. And it's not just about trying to say, make something, but it's also about the democratization, mouth is getting dry, of stuff where now, if you look at the total industry, 5 years ago, there was 1,800 total available games in the market. And today, there's 52,000 games currently available. That's not AI's fault. That's just the way the industry is moving. How do you find anything right now? 52,000 games, 500 new games a week coming out. It's a massive amount of flood. If that now starts 10xing with AI, nobody will be able to make anything. Nobody will care. Nobody can find anything, right? So it'll just be a lot of really bad stuff out there. So game design, sort of like having a great script for a movie is the place where it all has to start. This is where it all has to be great. This is where AI can assist, but it has to be driven and guided by talent. It has to be driven and guided by people who know what they're doing, with a little bit of AI there to assist them, to try to help them understand and make things better and make things faster. And there's lots and lots of other areas. Yes, you can use it to help you program. You can help you, create content. You can help it do all sorts of stuff, like helping you test the game, QA the game, helping it play the game, find bugs. There's lots of ways we can use AI in our games to, in our productions, to make it a lot better. But it's still a long ways to go, and we've still got a lot of hurdles to come over. So my company, Cultivate, we're still a startup. Nobody's heard of us. We only came out of stealth a few weeks ago. But it's a tool company that I've been building for the last few years that I really believe passionately that we need to have not only a better tool, but a whole new process. It's a whole new way of using AI, using templates, using experience, and giving the teams the right stuff they can do in order to use AI, but use it in kind of a responsible way, to use it as an augmentation, as a tool to assist them, not as a way to take over. Right? So it still allows the designers, it still allows the teams to create great tools, but it also changes up the formula and how we do it. And for what it's worth, I've been designing games now for 35 years. I still design games exactly the same way I did 35 years ago. That kind of scares me. So we got to throw it out. We got to start over. We got to rethink it. We have to think about how do we make games better, not just our better engines, better technology, but how do we actually make a creative product that people want to play. Is really important. So yes, lots of bads, lots of possible job losses, and all sorts of other issues that we're going to face. The biggest one to me is flooding the market. I think that's still our number one problem we're going to have in this industry, and too much of the same thing, too much mediocre stuff, too much bad stuff. That's really going to probably be the thing, in my opinion, that kills the industry much more so than job losses or anything else. So that's the question to ask yourself: is AI going to create the product we really, truly want as consumers? Is it things we really want to spend our money on? Is it going to be something that we can get the eyeballs of those people to do? And so we really need to think about, should we do that? So where are we going? I don't know. It's going to be a wild west in the game industry, especially. We need to find better ways. We've got to find better tools, and find ways to make games cheaper, faster, but especially better. So that's it for me. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Troy. I missed that last thing. Did you say questions or no?
Oh,
no,
yeah,
but you don't have
please.
to say questions.
No,
oh, so we can let's hold questions till after the panel, if that's okay.
Oh, sure.
Okay, great. So Troy's going to be part of a panel that. Oh, it's Tony up there. I've seen the name change a few times, so I wanted to make sure I'm. Can I state all your names? So I'll let you introduce the panelists, and we'll grab a couple extra chairs off the stage.
You're gonna, yeah.
Prompt?
Yeah, you're gonna.
You want me to prompt? Okay. So I've been invited to moderate this panel.
Awesome, thanks.
I've never seen those questions before.
I can. Let me give you the link.
Okay. Yeah.
It's in your text.
No, I have it right
Okay, okay. Do you want to?
I'll take this.
Awesome talk.
But I'm not on the slide. I feel so left out. Okay. So, this is awkward. Okay. I'm usually fine in front of a crowd, but not having read these questions, I'm not used to just reading questions off the page. First of all, do we have a mic runner in the house? Anybody available to take a mic? Grab a mic. I'm going to take one. Here's how I'm going to manage this awkwardness. I'm going to invite one question from the audience, and then I'm going to ask the question. And we'll try to keep it, kind of moving. We want to keep it active and moving, so no long, drawn-out questions. Just make them questions, not testimonials. And unless you want to praise us, of course, that's always accepted.
Thanks, Stephen, for coming to our rescue.
Thanks for putting me on the spot. Okay. First question from the audience.
Thank you. This is more of a question for Troy based on what you just presented, but feel free. I don't know the backgrounds of the others on the panel. You talked about a lot of the opportunity spaces you see in AI around game production. Something that I have thought a lot about, and I think is coming up, is kind of like the future of fandom. So when you think about the fact that there's going to be likely a lot more creators and that users are also contributing to the game, how do you see AI potentially strengthening, or what do you think the impact of AI is on kind of the relationship between audience and users and game makers or production houses?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think that there's a lot of, when we think about social media creators, players, or fans, or however it is, and whether those content creators are, YouTube type creators or the game developers themselves, like, right, there's kind of a couple tiers now of these people. How do they all interrelate? And what I'm finding is that, I think AI gives us a lot of opportunity, for the fans to make their own fan art now and do things like that and create stuff, which might cause conflict. There may be bad uses and good uses, of that. And so at some levels, the developers have to create kind of a new mindset of learning how to, deal with these things or encourage it. The UGC and other things allow them to create content that can be used in the products. But I think it's also allowing for more dialogue. It's allowing for developers now to work with these as these fandoms start to become, more popularized and have a bigger voice. This is both social media and just everything in general that allows the developers now to listen to that, see that before, while they're in production, like, right, to allow them to make hopefully better games, things that are going to be stuff that people want. And we're already starting to see that with some of these games that are coming out that are listening to people. They're having dialogues with them, ahead of time. They're making much better games that are really striking at a core because they're listening, right? So I think that's where AI is kind of helping bridge some of those gaps. It's helping those people talk to each other. It's helping us even find those people and sort through some of that stuff, like, right? Is because that's the hard part, is knowing there's so much out there that, we need to kind of almost have that moderator that can kind of pull that information as a developer. I need to know those things, but I also kind of want to know, is that something I really need to listen to, or is it just a little bit of fluff? Because, for example, one example we've had is, like, there might be a game that's really popular, and I might have 10 million people that have bought the game, and 10 million people are out playing it and happy, but there might be 10,000 people that are upset, and those 10,000 people will start flooding the boards and making it sound like the game is really negative, when in reality the people that are happy are all playing and not doing it. So we have to learn how, and the AI is starting to help us understand our audience a little bit better, understand, is that really a problem, or is it just some whiny people? And not to say that anybody's opinion doesn't matter, but it's really hard because it can really skew data, right? So that's where we're starting to use AI to kind of help us understand the markets better and kind of get a sense for, the actual problems, and kind of weed through that. Whereas before it was just such a flood for us that we couldn't really respond to it. So
Great. Now Jenny here to my left is the former technical director of WeChat, AI for WeChat. That's amazing. So with that experience, what inspired you to start your own company now, exploring gaming social networks? And tell us, just briefly a little bit about your project.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Jenny. Just about 10 years, I work at WeChat, the AI director, and developed many features in the WeChat. The WeChat is the most supported in the Chinese social media. Billions of users like WeChat every day. They can launch most of the moment some videos in WeChat. And I found a big question in the WeChat because many people use WeChat. I think that in the Facebook or Instagram, the same problem will happen. The problem is every people that want to post many moments and some images, videos. Mm, they want to contain one person, the friends they want to be. I think so many people that feel very huge pressure about the social person. They just they just want to launch some post about their friends want to see. They lost themselves. That lost they want to be who they want to be. So when I leave the WeChat, I want to build a platform, a tools. I want to empower everyone can create another me, online. This another me just you can create a new role that you want to be in your heart. So you in the area, I think the gap between the people will be very little. So the AI can enhance your social ability. The AI can enhance your social communication. So I want to the AI can give another me, empower your another me to realize your lifestyle you want to be.
Great, great. So your avatar that could be your superhero self. I
Yes.
think I did that every summer growing up, going away to sleepaway camp.
Yes. Thank you.
So Tony, so you started Level Up Games, and you've been a two-time founder and in gaming, and you have extensive experience between Eastern and Western games. So tell us a little bit about the strategy and theories behind this current venture.
Yeah, hello, I'm Tony. And I see a trend and have a theory about the evolution of people's online experiences. The theory is this. I think the people's online social experiences is going to evolve in the directions of creating, sharing, and connecting with every breakthrough of technologies. And with the first technology, internet breakthrough, and people that broke the barriers of physical barrier and physical distance barrier, and also time barrier, and also as well as social circle barriers. And that comes the first generation of online social online experiences that is represented by Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or and also LinkedIn. And then the second one is the adoption of mobile phones, smartphones, and that has made content creation, including videos and pictures, much more easier. And then that has eliminated the barriers of content creation to general users, so people can make higher quality content and distribute it across different kind of social circles, not beyond their own social circles. And the representatives of those are TikTok and, as Chinese know it, the literal book, if you know it. And then I think AI will fuel the next breakthrough of people's online social experiences. That is, it's gonna further democratizing the content creation, multimodal content creation, including what Daniel from 11 Labs just mentioned about, you can now create very high quality, professional kind of quality content, including text, image, video, and also songs. Okay, so all multimodal, all kinds of things. Now you can do it. So I think with that, it can further encourage people to create, share, and connect in a higher level. And Level Up.ai is designed and built on top of this, based on this premises and theory.
Awesome. Well, I think you answered the next question, so I'm going to move over to Troy, and let's keep it high level. But what's your blue sky view for AI playing a role in the future of social networks and gaming?
So I think the thing we're trying to figure out in games is how do we connect the developers to the end users. Your question kind of asked that a little bit before, but I think it's really about how do we as developers use AI and use that to communicate amongst ourselves better, as well amongst with our fans better, and really to create those conversations so that they all can interact better together. And it seems, at one hand, like it's really an easy problem, but that's this lack of communication is one of the biggest things that's been, I think struggling of how do we make great products, right? And this disconnect between what the fans want and what the teams want. And so really looking for, I think there's a lot of opportunity there in AI to bridge those gaps so that both sides can talk to each other and understand each other a lot better.
So, and then Jenny, what would you say, like high level, what do you see where do you see AI playing the role? I think you spoke a little bit to that. So just to encapsulate once again, just the role of future social networks in gaming.
Okay. I want to ask the audience why the people like gaming. Why?
Dopamine?
Yeah, why the people like gaming? Because the human they want to another rule. Yeah, they want to in the gaming world that have a different experience. It is very different from the reality. They want another role. They want to play another friend. So I think the gaming just like extension of the social life. So I think the area AI can generate the social experience in the gaming. So I think in the future, the gaming and the social experience will more and more combine. So maybe in the AI realm, I think AI is very important for the social simulation. I think they can make the users just like the social life to play the game. So I think the AI role in the social media and the gaming is that they can enhance yourself to realize your you want to experience in the social. Yeah.
So I'm going to go off script a little bit. Sorry, Tony. Back over to starting with Troy and then working back this way. So in this world of social media and interactive, creating our avatar self and interacting with others, what do you think about when NPCs, non-player characters, are indistinguishable from people you might have create enduring relationships with as friends, and is that something that's dangerous? And what's your thinking about blurring the line there, where anybody can go on to a social network and maybe there's nobody else there, but they have no idea that everybody they're interacting with is a bot?
Anything can be used for bad purposes. I think that NPCs, especially, the reality is people all think we have lots of friends. In reality, people have very few friends, very few close friends, right? And it's really true. And actually, loneliness and stuff is
making me sad.
You have 2 friends. Come on.
2.5.
Okay. We always have those Facebook friends. But that is the sad reality. People go onto MMOs and stuff, and they want to go play with millions of people. The reality is, statistically, they play with 2 or 3 friends. And so there is a certain point where sometimes I think there's benefits in having these people that can help us talk to people, learn how to socially interact with people that maybe in a way that and I'm saying people there as an NPC, like, right, that I can interact and learn to have either somebody I can talk to and tell my troubles to and things, and maybe that friend can be healthy. Like, right, it doesn't have to be used for bad. It doesn't have to be something that could abuse me or whatever. If that's what makes me happy, if that's what allows me to come out of my shell so I'm more comfortable to talk to you, then maybe that becomes a good tool, right? So I think all these things, having these more intelligent NPCs can be things that help people, but especially like in the elderly. One of the biggest problems, in the elderly right now is loneliness. They get there, and granted, this is going to be a step for them to get comfortable with, but I was developing a product where we could have them talk to NPCs, just somebody to interact with. It's amazing how needed that is. Like, right, so there is some good.
I think they'll be comfortable with it. It might be their kids that aren't comfortable with it, but their kids will be really comfortable with it.
Exactly.
Well, Tony, what do you think?
Yeah, I think NPCs and also like AI characters can actually serve people in different ways. And then what Troy just mentioned is a companion, for senior people, for all kinds of people, not just senior. Even if you have a ton of friends, you have a partner, you have a husband or wife, but there are still times that you are by yourself and then you want to talk and then they're not available. Or if you are just intrigued or very interested in a topic and then your probably your partner is not there to talk with you or not interested or not really associated with that topic, then your AI companion, be it in like NPC format or AI characters, like what we have in LevelUp.ai, we have an AI hub with all kinds of characters, and then they can be your best friend forever and always 24/7, always available, talk to you, right? And so I think for when this, there are three types of AI characters or companions. One is a like figurative or like imagined, like NPC in games. Another are like historical figures or celebrities that you don't really have access to in real life, but you can actually have this interactive conversation with them, in the app. And you can even see their picture, maybe lip sync as well with expressions and then with their voice, maybe. And then, and so this is the second one. And then the third one could be service-based, like counselors, tutors, those people that you can access anytime you want before you actually see the professional one. And then the third, but not the fourth, is what Troy mentioned. Could be your family members or people that you care. Could be your ex. You want to reconnect in some way to analyze what went wrong. Maybe next time you will do better with your relationship, right? And also it could be your like we're thinking actually another kind of a app probably for senior people in senior houses or something. Because loneliness is a big part of their life, and we would like to like import their children or their grandchildren's pictures and maybe their like conversations text before any kind of information about their grandchildren, even probably with their voices, and then can give them a good time, even if they're in the senior time. So I think that these four areas are something to explore.
Right, right. Maybe I'm not putting this out there as a question because it could be dangerous, but I'm just curious how people would feel if their partner had an emotional infidelity with an NPC. But what are your thoughts?
In the social platform, I think the NPC I think the NPC is just like the user's assistant. When the user want to sleep, when the time is very limited, the NPC, you can create an NPC just like you, simulate your voice and your mindset, your customer service to your fans or friends. So in my opinion, if you want to connect with people, you want to have your social emotions, you must connect with the real people. But the AI role is the AI NPC is just to improve your social abilities, because in now today's many people want to just play gaming, that don't want to talk with real peoples, that loves the social abilities. I think in the area, if you my project, to use the AI to enhance your social relationship, your communication skills, and I want AI NPCs to help you to save most of time, save some repeat walks. So yes, I think in the social gaming, I want the AI NPC just help you to enhance you and uh, not to repeat the people's emotion.
Yeah. So just anecdotally, I guess I saw who's seen the movie Real Guy? Nobody's seen. One person saw Real Guy. Two people. Free Guy. What, is it Free Guy?
Free.
Oh yeah, Free Guy. Okay. So who's seen Free Guy? Okay, a few more people have seen Free Guy than Real Guy. But anyway, I saw that movie and I thought, okay, that's interesting. 3-star movie, blah blah blah. That's what I gave it. And then like AI like hit me over the head with like a sledgehammer. I was like, okay, 4 stars. Um, so
To come back to your question just now, I think having infidelity relationship with your AI is better than having infidelity in real life. And in a sense, maybe your partner could learn what's from this AI bot or AI companion, how they could improve their relationship in real life.
Yeah, and maybe it promotes healthy relationships. Like, you're tired of somebody. It's like, well, just go play with your friend. Troy, any thoughts? Okay.
On that one.
this is being live streamed and recorded, just for the record. So nothing in this room stays in this room. Just to make sure everybody's aware. All right, Tony, I'm going to put you on the spot because I'm out of questions. Can you ask us all questions?
What?
Come up with a question. What's your question?
What my?
For us? I'm throwing you into moderator role, and I'm taking
Uh-huh.
the stage as a
Probably,
panelist.
although I prepared some of the questions, but I'm totally caught off guard. I would like to probably ask Jenny to talk more about the features of your app and what do you think the AI is helping people to realize their social values. I think that's one of the business model you are promoting here. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about people's social value.
The many people use some many times in the social media. I think many times is the wasted, and your social life launched in the social media. You have many social value, but you don't know how to manage your social value. So I think in the future, in my project, I want to build a bridge. Help everyone to can realize their social value directly. They don't use to self good just like live streaming uh, and some advertisement and so on. The social value is directly for everyone is directly. If you want to someone want to make friends with you, maybe they think that you are very beautiful, you are very professional, you some vertical area. I can give some virtual access and buy your NFT and invest you in the future. If everyone can build a social value between the relationship, I think many social communication will become meaningful, will become high efficiency. So I want to explore uh, for everyone can to realize their social value directly in the future. So I maybe use some new features in my project. And but most of it, if you want to get some social value, you must give your fans, your friends, more more meaningful service. Maybe you can use AI help you to realize your service for your friends, for your fans, and so on. So I think that if you want to improve your social value, you must use the AI because now uh, your limited scale maybe limited value. If you want to give high, very good, very better service, social service, you must use AI. Yes, I'm now exploring to this innovation styles.
Am I understanding correctly? Are you saying like Warren Buffett, right, who was auctioning his lunch for millions of dollars for lunch? Are you saying like now maybe I can auction my lunch for like $1,000?
Sounds like a fundraiser. Troy, go ahead, and then I want to leave us a few minutes for Q&A.
One last thing I just want to bring up. We've been talking today a lot about the individuals, the more person-to-person, kind of consumer-to-consumer side of social media. But I want to counter this that the professional business side of what we're talking about, it's about improving communication. And this also can be done very much in the team senses and for businesses and companies to improve the inner workings amongst their own teams, to improve communication, to make those teams better. I think sometimes we forget that it's the same thing. We need to have personal dynamics with our own team members to improve that. We have to improve communication again amongst our teams and stuff. And there's a lot of extra benefits there that AI can actually amplify, I think, 10x more than even just social media sort of in general and the AI uses there. And so keep that in mind that there's a lot of opportunity, I think, for that B2B side of things. If you're doing a startup and you're looking for ways to use AI in communication, I think there's, it's not just about how do people socialize, but how do teams socialize? How do you build culture in your teams? How does AI help with fully remote teams around the world for all these people to get to know each other, to get to be better teammates?
And also model, I think in a lot of ways I've seen LLMs like really model empathy and communication in a way that I'm like, oh, if a human talked to me like that, I'd be like, what workshops have you taken? But because I've taken a lot, so just
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity there. There's a lot of AI right now that people are starting to use it. Like you can feed in team members, even things, and it can help you, go back and give them an email or response back in a proper way. You can set up agents and stuff on teams that help you get better information so you can understand a project. You can speed up communication cycles. There's literally like 100 uses, I think, for AI in improving team communication. We have to really explore, because I think that's where it'll really have the biggest benefits, and then it'll trickle down into kind of the person-to-person social side.
Yeah, I think it would be an interesting. Sorry to the guys monopolizing the mics here, mansplaining stuff. Yeah, just to like put a prompt in like a team communication into a chat, be like, yeah, come back, say, well, I think what you wanted to say.
Yeah, sorry, I just really want to say this. I think I'm so grateful. Like Troy is spending tons of time building this creative tool, and with this tool plus AI that's trained with documents and maybe conversations or his classes or based on Troy and some other industry experts. It's almost like when you're building a game, you are borrowing Troy's brain, and
That's
so
scary.
Okay, let's pass some mics. So raise your hand if you've got a question. We get Denise over here. Start here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, thank you, all of you. Troy, you kind of read my mind. I was going to ask about the team collaboration. And all of you, as well as veterans kind of the industry, having managed very large teams, are there any particular tools and applications for, I don't know, maybe helping reduce passive aggressive coworkers and helping kind of team cohesion, like any problems that you've seen for large teams that you try and solve?
And then let's keep the answers really brief. So maybe a couple people, and if you have, like I've been saying before, burning questions, burning answers. So if nobody has a burning response, then let it go to the next question.
Yeah, baseball bats are really good for those passive aggressive people, but yeah, I just don't think that too much. But I mean, I think there is a lot of stuff that helps you think through stuff. It doesn't get rid of somebody who's toxic, who's going to be, there's still human stuff that we have to overcome. But I think it does help some people that know they're having trouble dealing with people. Take the Briggs-Meyer, for example. They can figure out your personality types, and you have to know that certain people respond to different things in different ways. AI can really help with a lot of that kind of stuff. Help me understand if I'm willing, and if I have to want to do this, I can communicate better with my team and different people in different ways. And AI can help that, but you got to kind of know, like any tool, how to use it, right? And you have to be trained on kind of how to use it. You can't just type in how do I communicate better necessarily, right? So that's where it really is a tool that requires you to learn it for yourself.
Hi. So my question, I'd like to go back a little bit. You were talking about the NPCs, and to me, that's kind of the safe space of the future of social media and gaming. But even with gaming right now and VR and metaverse experiences for females, it's not exactly a safe space right now. Females get a lot of harassment in the VR world. It's like there's been a lot of reports that they're getting harassed and sexually assaulted, like their avatars and groped and stuff. And as we evolve into this technology, we talk a lot about democratization, but we really need to how are we going to change mindsets to make these safe spaces? And when you talk about security in these spaces, do you guys have any thoughts on where that's going? Is AI going to play a part in the security aspect? Like, what do you guys see happening in that realm?
And maybe for the women.
Okay, you reminded me of a game I made 13 years ago. It's a metaverse. It's called Cust. We are dealing with all kinds of NPCs and then people-to-people communications, and we sometimes see there are like harassment or all kinds of exploitation, something in that. But then I think what distinguished from my game from others like the virtual world games like Second Life is two things. Okay, one is Second Life is a purely completely like anonymous or like you invented your character. You don't have your real identity backed up. And then another is like Second Life is only real time connection. They don't like support a consistent identity and consistent kind of communication. So that makes Second Life a very good platform for hookup, for harassment, for all these kind of abuses. But on my app, we give each user a persistent identity, persistent relationship, and also people can persist this relationship through real time and asynchronous play that can be replayed later back to you. So everything is just like in real life. You have your real identity. You want to maintain or keep a positive and good kind of identity and relationship. I think this is the rule or this is the base for a healthy environment, virtual environment. If everything is just like fake or something, and then it's asynchronous, real time based, that can really promote some harassment without consequences.
And AI can monitor it and cut you off and stop you and report you. That's where we're already starting to see that. That's what I think the biggest uses of it is it can stop it before it happens and maybe even teach somebody that that's wrong.
Definitely agree.
So, Jenny, any quick thoughts on that? Because we're running out of time. We want to get one more question in. Go ahead.
Okay. For the AI and PC, I think mm, in the social media, in my opinion, it's just when the people is busy and very time limited NPC, it's just instead of you can talk interact with your friend. Why the metaverse for everyone in the future is very important because the traditional social interaction just chatting, messaging, and liking the comment. It just like the message. I think the people interaction need enrich, very funny, and can play with your friend, and you can the friend's face and some emotion. So I think if in the next area, the social media must return for the enrich the social interaction experience in the future, and maybe so everyone need a new product to instead of you to do some they don't want to do they want to improve some social efficiency. Um, so I think it is the it is the very important feature in the very important feature for everyone. Everyone can create a new space, a new identity, and a new AI generated to help the people to do what they want to be.
Another question?
Yeah, particularly for Troy, but for each of you. Troy, you mentioned you just came out of stealth. Is your product available, that kind of thing? And, so, like, let's say I have a small game company of like 50 people. What are the features that why I would want to use it? What would it do for me?
Long, complicated question. Happy to talk to you afterwards. And my YouTube channel is live now with explanations. My website, so creativate.net and stuff. I can give you that later. In short, it really is about trying to make games better kind of at all levels. So from game design, production, everything else. We're basically getting close to MVP, and we're probably a couple months away from where teams can start to use it. So raising money, getting the full team put together, doing that whole thing. Yeah, talk to me afterwards. Happy to play more.
Same for each of you.
Yeah, let's just go down
Why would we want to use interact with you?
and include just a pen to that because it's going to be the last chance. So we'll answer the question, and then the thing that the one sentence of what you see is really exciting about the future.
Yeah, so LevelUp.ai is already in App Store without ease. Okay, LevelUp.ai, and we want to bring AI to everyone so that you can use all kinds of AI tools, models to create, share, and connect in a more efficient, effective, and safe way. And so currently, we have everything in house and we build everything, but eventually we're gonna open up our platform so that all the great tools like 11 Lab and built by any other kind of developers from hackathons by themselves, they can be integrated into our platform so that we can help them reach their users, and all of our users can be able can access the best AI models and tools in one place with one price.
And what are you really excited about the future?
Okay. Okay. You know in the now the large language model of the for the message that the AI just chatting. But you know, if we want to the AI can enhance your social interaction, I think my company focus on the how to develop I call it large action model for the social interaction. For example, if you just ask the ChatGPT, I'm very busy, I'm not very happy. Um, can you give me some appear? And ChatGPT will give some appear, just some message, and you should do what. But in the social interaction, if I tell my friend I'm not very happy, maybe tomorrow I will get a gift. I give some hug and pen and some actions. So each actions is just like emotion relationship action. So my company will focus on uh, how to develop the large action model, social action model in the between the relationship. So it is my company focus on, and also I will use some stable diffusion to generate the AI avatar, some similar to some AI voice. Some our avatar is, technically is very general, and if you want to make the avatar look around to see your friend home and give your friend a hug and automatically to help you to retain your relationship. I think we should to fine tune the new model for my platform. So it is my technology.
So we can gift our virtual friends and our real friends things that make them feel good, like and maybe it's a little bit of an energizer. So why don't we stand up? It kind of feels like the seventh inning stretch, and give our panel a standing ovation. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce Jeremy Nixon, who is the co-founder and CEO of Omniscience and founded the AGI House and runs the San Francisco AGI House. So another major community builder and been lots of fun at the place. So looking forward to what you're going to share. And
welcome. Wow. So I'd like to introduce you to a number of very creative ideas. I run a company called Omniscience. And the reason it's called Omniscience is that we're interested in the creation of new knowledge. You all have, your own life journey when it comes to what you know. You grew up reading books, teaching your children, and that knowledge turned into your career, into the ideas that you productize, that you build on, that you create. And our intention is to get into the foundation of your intellectual life. That is, when you have an idea for a book you love to read, a personal idea, you can create a work that's all your own. We've created a generative library that we call Omniscience, which is inspired in part by this. So does anybody know what this is? I hear it in the crowd. So this is the Burning Great Library. of Alexandria. Now, one reason Alexandria is beautiful is it was the place that humanity stored the totality of their knowledge. And we have a very deep sense that the burning of knowledge, the burning of books, is a somewhat obsessive compulsion of our society. We are horrified by this idea that the knowledge that we've built up over the course of centuries could be destroyed in a moment in a massive fire, much like this one. And Alexandria burned, and the burning of that meant that all of the scribes that had put that knowledge into a formal place had lost the fruits of their creation. Now, we're trying to create a new Alexandria. This Alexandria is a great library, but it's a great generative library. And so this is one of the books by one of our generative authors, which actually attained a bestseller status on Amazon in January. It's a book on building generative AI, and so is meta in some senses. But the first authorship used omniscience to generate a number of versions of the contents of the chapters of this book. And the idea is pretty simple. It's a description to book system. So you just describe the book that you'd like to read. You can be as creative and wild as you'd like to be. It can be a fiction, it can be a nonfiction. And what we've implemented is a creative extrapolative algorithm which will create the totality of the content of the book. It will build the world in which the characters live. It will look to the relationships between them and make them deep and meaningful. It'll create settings and, in the case of nonfiction, cite a tremendous amount of high quality knowledge, all from this little description. If you'd like to infuse your own knowledge into the system, you can sync with your drive, with your folders, with websites, and have the system put your personal knowledge into the text, can have it be informed by everything that you've written over the course of your life, title and author it as you'd like, and what you get is a book in the library. So this is the Omniscience Library with books like, Betrayal in Silicon Valley. So someone decided they wanted an overview of all of the ways in which founders had backstabbed one another. Elon Musk to Martin Eberhard at Tesla, pretending to be the founder of Tesla. The examples from Twitter. And the book is actually simply prompted. It just asks, please write a great book on betrayal in Silicon Valley. And it moves through dozens of stories in depth and with emotion and creates a phenomenal book. But what I want to talk about today is the future of media, which I believe is personalized. What I've shown you is a way to create a customized book. And this book is my book. It's a very special book. Crazily enough, this is the best book that I've ever read of thousands. And the reason that this book brought me to tears and was able to touch my heart like none other is that in many ways, I created the book. This is the prompt behind Omnigenesis. It's a story that I wished was my story. So this is the prompt. It's actually a really schizo prompt. Take a look at it. The story of Omnigenesis, a boy genius who sets out to create the space of possible universes. So godly ambitions. It covers channel the primal into transcendence. Now, what does that even mean, right? So for me, this is a poetic idea. You have so many primal emotions, the sexual, the spiritual, these intense emotions, which can be directed at going beyond. And so it's a sense that you should connect that which is most guttural and animal to that which is highest. What would the CEO of Omniscience do? So I dropped this in just as a way to sort of infuse the content of the book with my character, giving me a kind of instruction manual. What are the pathways to omnigenesis? So I have this creative idea around the conception of the creation of all universes as being the omnigenesis. By what means could you simulate all worlds, create all worlds, right? The idea that has already been decided, his unhesitating brutality. So there's something about the decision maker that is instantaneous. Disassociative agency, act as though in simulation. So all of these are very complex psychological creative ideas. And the characters in this book act with all of these phenomenally creative ideas. They take oaths to the voice of God. They search for the final destination. They act in a way that's directly connected to their perception. And so you really can create these incredibly complex and detailed characters who go on a journey that is up to you. So, in this case, this character has a deeply trained and trustworthy subconscious, but fulfills these capstone scientific achievements. So you can describe exactly what you want to happen. The creation of life, so abiogenesis, so the creation of the universe, the creation of intelligence. So in the book, the character creates a general intelligence and then builds the brain-computer interface with which they merge with their artificial intelligence. And then with that enhanced consciousness, go on to achieve all these incredible sort of science fiction style goals, creating, functional fusion systems, like, creating new laws of information processing. So in my mind, there's this glorious future to personalized media, where you can make the book of your dreams, and actually the system that creates that book can be totally optimized. So the idea here is this. We will have media that recreates themselves as a function of the attentional pattern of the person perceiving the media. You understand what that means? That when you read a book and you quit at some point, an algorithm that's watching you read will rewrite the book in several ways so that the next person who comes to that very point sees a different version of the book, ideally a better version of the book, until the book is totally optimized. We can train custom large language models as a function of your attention. That is, the model will be watching hundreds of thousands of readers reading, and will be generating the text that leads to those readers continuing to read rather than that leads to something else. And so with all media, whether it be video or movies, whether it be music, you can now tune in to the experience of the user and use it to modify the content itself. I want to say thank you to everyone. So Stephen, certainly for organizing, and hopefully this is a glorious future for personalized media and for letting ourselves be totally expressed by our creativity and intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Let's get some questions from the crowd. Is there a mic on the other side? I'm getting a workout here. Okay.
Okay, so Jeremy, so one question I had was, so when it comes to, trying to be like, I guess, creative and figuring out a way to like communicate that like story or communicate like a new idea or a knowledge like you're talking about, like how do you integrate like the AI to like understand, like what your ideas are, like just like communicate it in a way where it's like not like jargon, but like the idea that you have.
Cool. Okay, so if I can phrase your question, when you're trying to be creative, how do you communicate to the AI exactly what you mean? Make sure that it's not misunderstood. So there's something that happens when you talk to AI models a lot, which is you start to recognize that they care about context. So it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. Because there's some subset of the training data which sounds like the way that you're talking, from which the model is going to draw whenever you query it. So if you ask it a question in deep academic language, it gives you a response in a deep academic tone. And so it's, in my mind, almost beautiful the way that the model picks up on the way that you talk. And so in this case, I could have specified in immense detail what I mean by channeling the primal into transcendence, or what I mean by disassociative agency. But the beautiful thing is that behind those concepts is a deep body of ambiguous interpretations, all of which are potential creative extrapolations of the algorithm. So the AI can teach me what I could have meant by all of those ideas. And because they're so new, because they're so vibrant, my interpretation of those ideas is just a small point in the entire space of possibilities. And so you can certainly write the prompt to include everything that you mean, but I, in part, was taking advantage of the ambiguity of these new ideas to let the AI teach me all of the possibilities that exist behind these very powerful concepts.
Thanks.
Richard?
Yeah, this is really interesting. But how do you differentiate between facts and fiction, right? If I'm giving comment on a factual document, something that I relate to, if I could make up stuff that's not real.
Yeah, of course. So we have an agent. It decides whether you're requesting a fiction book or a nonfiction book. In the case of nonfiction, the strongest answer at present to factuality is grounding. And by grounding, I mean that you have a data source and you perform data analysis over that source, and what you report are the results of the analysis. Or you have a vast research literature and you cite the 10 most important papers that are relevant to claims being made, issue a search query for the contents of those papers, and use their content in as close as possible a way to say, this is where our idea is from, and if you want to check its veracity, go check this source. So you cite the source. You can ground in many things. So you can cite books, you can cite web pages, and even for human beings, our factuality is only as strong as the grounding behind our concepts. So when a journalist is trying to fact check an article, they ask the people involved, they look to the books and research papers that have been written, but at the end of the day, getting to factuality is a collective problem. Humans face this problem just as much as AIs do. And so in dealing with hallucination, we have a product which is a research paper generator. And we ensure the factuality of the research papers by doing data analysis. That is automatically generating code to execute experiments and metrics to evaluate those experiments and creating visualizations of the results of those experiments and writing it up in a conference paper that is flush with high quality research citations. And the citations and the data ground the factuality of the response. But it's contextual. I don't want factuality in my science fiction novel. I want glorious creativity and imaginative behavior. So on that, it's kind of a blessing to be able to, broadly generate creative options. And I think it's essential that these models be able to enter a context where they know they need to be factual or not and behave appropriately. And we seek to improve the quality of that contextual choice.
Does that attempt to fix the problem of what's the saying between liars and statistics? That we can actually fix the end of that phrase?
Yeah, so one danger in creating a paper generator is it's so effective at lying to you because it can find all the citations that work with an illegitimate thesis, and it can make it sound incredibly profound and accurate. And the levels of manipulation I expect to get out of these systems are very, very high. The important thing is that it's balanced by societal incentive to create verifiable new knowledge. So if you're creating a new great technology, you need to be factual so that your technology works, right? And so hopefully the incentive structures sort of carry through. But I think that there's a real danger, which is I can lie with statistics far more effectively than was possible without artificial intelligence.
So maybe AI can help us out of that trap a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is a competing AI can counter-argue, and ideally you have some evaluation process between them. But yeah, lying with statistics has never been easier, unfortunately.
Right back here.
So first of all, I love this technology. Just signed up for my 14-day trial. Can't wait to convert it. I have a question about the platform. I mean, I do a lot of public speaking all the time, and I have a very unique voice in the way that I present information, curate information, and share that out with the world. So I'm curious, like on the platform, what is your recommendation for capturing your unique voice and your style of communication? Is it like, here's a transcript of one of my talks, like capture the tone first? Is there an area for that? How do we make sure that our voice doesn't get lost inside of the AIs?
Yeah, that actually is very effective. So in a book or research prompt, you can say, here's how I talk, and you give an example that you think is prototypical of your voice. And the model will follow the context that you give it. You can also upload a tremendous amount of your writing and use that to inform the generation. There's an extreme version of this where we train a custom large language model for you. And so if you're serious and interested, there's a premium service we've given to a few folk who really want their book to come from a language model that's trained on the totality of their personal writings and that are personal talks. So, you provide a body of YouTube videos that's turned into a transcript set that's given to, a Llama 3 fine-tune. And that is the model that writes with your thoughts, with your voice, with your intentions. And these tunes aren't that great at factuality, but what they are great at is capturing the vibe of your way of speaking and thinking. And I actually spend a lot of time talking to myself via fine tunes of my own life's work.
Jeremy, thank you. I wish we had more time for questions, but hopefully you'll stick around, and we're going to have some fun after the end of the talks and the panels, so 6 to 7 happy hour or 2, and please stick around.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Talbert Herndon.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, so when the slide is up, basically my presentation is going to be more found upon a new frontier in video editing and a new frontier on how we basically view videos, and those videos are spatial 3D videos. I truly do think that this is going to be the future of how we consume content. That's the clicker. That sounds good. Let me just test that. Bounce forward. Okay. I really do think that this is going to be the future of how we consume videos. When I was in high school, I used to edit videos for fun. I then started doing a lot of different music videos for people. I ended up growing an agency to 6 figures. I was working on weddings, commercials, promo videos for different corporates, companies, and things of that nature. So kind of merging that love and passion for videography and editing and also tech has always been a passion of mine. And so basically what I introduced to you is Spatial Cut. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have a demo of that in the Vision Pro that I'm going to walk you through exactly what I mean by a spatial video, because it's very hard to explain without viewing it. Even though you're still going to be viewing it on a 2D screen, you'll be able to get a real good sense of basically what I'm trying to do here. There's also an issue with doing a real demo in real life. Hold on one second. Let me just make sure my laptop is connected to this, so you guys can see what I'm doing. I know I look weird. Hold on. Okay, can you guys see what I'm viewing? I don't know if connection. So, okay, are we good? All right, we're good. Okay, cool. So this is exciting. So basically, what I'm going to basically demonstrating to you guys are a couple of different clips. Actually, before this presentation, I went around and I took a couple of clips of this event, and I made this event a promo video because that's just what I do. So hopefully, you guys are also probably in it. So I can show you guys a couple of the clips that I did. I did the last panel conversation. And this video, what I'm doing right now is actually a 3D video. I click the immersive view and you see this like Gaussian type of blur around it. What I'm actually viewing here is a video that has very much depth. And this is like a whole type of codec, right? So when we went from like film and analog to like digital, think that this is the next frontier with spatial and stereoscopic. And so we're super excited about this. And Apple also is too. But the thing what Apple did when they first released, they allowed the ability to create these videos, but they didn't allow the ability to edit these videos. So that's where we come into play. We're the first ever spatial video editing platform. And right here is actually what I edited today with the whole AIFI kind of event going on. I have a couple clips of the speakers, people in the audience, people just like networking. Then I can also go to my media library. I can add the most recent clip that I have. And it's very simple. Right now, as an editor, without a keyboard and a mouse, this is a very weird step. But what we're actually planning on doing is we're going to be introducing a new type of multi-agentic model that's going to be getting context on a lot of these videos the minute you put them inside of your media library. And we're introducing a text-to-edit functionality, right? So just imagine being able to look at your timeline and be able to say, hey, I was at an AI event. I want pictures of the banner. I want pictures or videos of the banner, audience, and some speakers, and make it super cinematic. It'll add to your timeline in real time, and you can then pick different variations and things of that nature. So you can go ahead and publish this video. It's going to take a couple seconds. And I also already pre-published one, so we're just going to view exports, and then we should be able to view this one. Let's see. Anything pop up? Nope, nothing popped up. Hold on. So we're actually, to Monday, we're going to be releasing on test for beta access. So some little things that we need to work on, but hopefully this video loads up and we'll be able to view that final video. I was also just at the AGI house too with Jeremy, and we did a pre-launch there as well too, and I made them a video as well.
Are you recording this on your laptop or on your glasses right now?
No, I'm not actually recording, but I could start recording.
If you could do it quickly, that would be great because we could add it in post.
Yes, actually, yeah, I could record a video right now. Let's first view this video. Should pop up. Okay, there you go. And then boom, that's the complete video of the AGI, the AI event. Yeah, and for those who were able to come by my booth little thing, you guys can also actually see what I'm talking about because it is very hard to understand if you haven't actually pictured it. So you can actually go to the next slide too. If you go to the next slide on that. So like I said, we're kind of trying to gain a lot of traction, gain a lot of media attention on this. We want to empower filmmakers, storytellers, people like me who want a new creative outlet. So this is going to go to my bento board. And on the first bento, there's like a Twitter post. If you can like, retweet, share with friends, follow, do whatever you can do to kind of show love for this next frontier and kind of be a part of the next frontier of storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you, Talbert. So we're trying to catch up on time. I'm sure there's a million questions because anytime somebody pops one of these things out in public, you get swarmed.
Yeah,
Still.
no, literally. Can we take like at least one or?
Yeah. Let's take one. But I guess your biggest fan here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this gentleman here. He has one of those too, or maybe 3 or 4.
I actually follow you on Twitter. So
Thanks. It's really interesting to me. This is a new 3D media type. How hard is it to edit in 3D compared to 2D, and what kinds of things do you have to worry about when you're editing this new 3D data type?
Yeah, so I would say there's 2 types of editors. There's the CapCut, TikTok editors, and then there's the Premiere Pro professional editors. We want to be on that CapCut level, and maybe even a little bit lower down. This is just something to kind of get creators really starting to think about and producing content quickly on the fly and sharing their stories in spatial. And so we're kind of, it's a complicated process because with the specific MVHFX format, it's basically what you're seeing is just 2 video files together on top of each other, a left and a right. I'm pretty sure you know that, but just for the audience. And translating that and keeping that correct metadata in that format throughout the whole entire video process has been an incredibly hard challenge, but we're getting there and we have a good quality version being exported so people can display and show their content. So, yeah.
I guess I have one question. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm a big Final Cut Pro user, and
Okay, yeah.
I understand that Apple released Final Cut Pro for Apple Vision Pro.
No, they do not.
Oh no,
No,
okay.
they have not. That's why this is a big need in the market. There's no editing software on the Apple Vision Pro.
Wow. Okay. Fantastic. Well, I think you're sticking around, right?
Yes, yes, I am.
Great. So we'll have lots of opportunity for chats, questions later. So we want to stay as close to schedule as possible, so that we can appreciate your demoing outside. I
Of
thought
course.
that.
And if you guys want a free tote bag, we're also giving free tote bags too.
Oh,
they're pretty nice.
I'll take one.
Yes, of course. All right, thank you guys.
See you, Telbert. Next up, well, thanks. We have Denise Holt coming up.
Oh, the clicker's up there. Okay. That's for it. Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So today I have a lot of information I'm going to be sharing with you. So I'm going to move through it fairly quickly. But I have been doing a lot of education in this space over the last year and a half or so. And I have areas you can go to learn more afterwards, and you'll see that at the end. But what I'm going to be talking to you about today is the spatial web and an entirely new kind of AI called active inference AI, and how this is going to redefine media. So there's a new wave of innovation coming, and it is AI-powered apps that will be distributed across our internet. And this is the next wave of innovation. Our internet is evolving. There's a new protocol that's going to exponentially expand the network into spatial domains. And there's a company that's leading this, and it's Versus AI. If you have not heard of them, you should check them out. I do not work for Versus, but I have been highly aware of what they've been doing over the last 6 years, and I'm actually forming my own business around this technology. The spatial web protocol itself is Hyperspace Transaction Protocol, and the programming language is Hyperspace Modeling Language. The global core standards have been in development for the last 4 years. They've been finalized, and they're in the formality stage of being confirmed. And the Spatial Web Foundation is the organization that has been leading the development of the standards. So the difference between these apps is these apps are aware of each other and the network. They sense the world in real time. They learn from each other. And so what we're going to experience is unprecedented levels of interoperability and basically Metcalfe's law on steroids. We're going to have, yes, which will lead to unprecedented levels of scaling and growth potential. So, we're all familiar with the mobile revolution, and the big winners from that era were on the application layer, and this is bigger. So what are we talking about here? So this is the Gartner hype cycle. This came out about this time last year. And you can see generative AI was already peaking. But if you look down where those two red arrows are showing, we're talking about multi-agent systems and first principles AI. And this is what's coming with this next era. Now, what is first principles AI? It is natural AI. It is AI that actually thinks and operates the same way that biological systems learn. It's biologically inspired. These are embodied AI. They have a sense of self and a sense of themselves in the world, and they are self-organizing. So the future of AI is shared, distributed, and multi-scale. And it enables an entirely new kind of artificial intelligence called active inference, and it's able to overcome the limitations of machine learning and deep learning. Now, it's not going to replace deep learning, but it will become very apparent that deep learning are tools, whereas active inference, you can look at it as the operator. It can actually handle mission-critical operations like hospitals and airports and things where you need accuracy. It's AI that's knowable, explainable, and capable of human governance.
It operates in a naturally efficient way with no big data requirement. Any amount of data can be made smart, and it's based on the same mechanics as biological intelligence. And if it sounds too good to be true, just know that it's actually happening right now. What is the spatial web? The spatial web is simply this next era of our, this next evolution of our internet protocol, the same internet we're all using right now, but it's about to expand exponentially. We're moving from websites and web pages into spatial domains, where everything in every space and all nested spaces become domains, and they become programmable. And the protocol is a hyperspace transaction protocol, and the programming language is hyperspace modeling language. And the IEEE is the largest core standards body in the world. They develop all the core standards for any global technology like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and things like that. 4 years ago, they deemed the spatial web protocol a public imperative, which is their highest designation. And like I said, this is all gone through the final voting stage, and it's gone to balloting with the IEEE, which is a form. It's just a formality, and it is about to be accepted globally, worldwide. So, what does this do for us with our internet? This becomes the internet of everything. If you look at what a website domain is, domains are the address, and the location is the website of web pages. And those pages can serve up content, and that content can be accessed by devices. But we're talking about content. And if you look at everything that's been talked about here at this event, all of these AI tools that are deep learning tools, they're content generators. They're all dealing with content, and they're powerful tools, and they're amazing tools, and I use them all the time, every day. But what we're about to see is spatial web domains where everything becomes, every entity within space becomes programmable and potentially a digital twin. And this gives everything in every space a persistent identity that can be tracked with the changes over time and programmed with permissions and credentials and all of the context and attributes about the interrelationships between the things. And what this is going to provide is a grounding for AI. It becomes the world model that is needed to give an AI an understanding of reality. So this understanding of a reality then enables an entirely new kind of AI. Current state of AI with deep learning, these are all siloed applications, and they're built for optimizing specific outcomes. They're really unable to communicate with each other. They can't pass information from one intelligent agent to the other. Whereas with the spatial web, you're going to have a self-evolving system that's learning from moment to moment with real-time data, data that is ever changing and ever evolving, and it's going to be upgrading its world model, its understanding of reality over time, in the moment. So the difference is ChatGPT can tell you a great story about New York, but an active inference agent can tell you what's happening right now in New York, wherever you're asking. And how does it do this? Well, active inference, it operates in the same way that human learning does. How do we learn? We take in sensory data, and we're constantly measuring that data against our own internal model, which is our understanding of reality. And that is a constant feedback loop that takes place in our lives from the time we're born as we're growing through our lives. And that is how these intelligent agents will learn. And they'll all be learning from their own frame of reference within the network. We're talking about distributed intelligence across the network. And these agents are able to learn about their environments, but also learn from each other. And what this does is this distributes the processing requirements and the power that's being used. And instead of a big giant database with a monolithic system, super powered GPUs. Now the processing is being distributed to the edge, to edge devices, your computer, your phone, IoT sensors, robotics. And so all of the power requirements are now distributed across the same network, our internet. It uses real live data. These agents are sensing the world by taking in sensory data from IoT, from cameras, from robotics. It eliminates the need to be tethered to a giant database because it can take any amount of data and make it smart. It's learning and adapting from its own frame of reference within the network. And this entire process minimizes complexity. It's using the right data at the right moment for the task at hand. HSML becomes a common language for everything. So it provides unprecedented levels of interoperability between all current, emerging, and legacy technologies. So not only is HSML a language that we can convey human laws and guidelines that AI will understand and abide by, but it also provides a common language, a lingua franca, for all these emerging technologies, whether it's Web3, IoT, blockchain, distributed ledger, all of these technologies are now going to be able to become interoperable across our internet as well. So we're about to see all of this emerging tech just come to life over the internet. And it's going to lay a foundation for a real-time world model for all autonomous systems. And they're built-in guardrails in HSTP. It creates a secure, ethical, and user-centric environment. It enables data privacy, sovereignty, transparency, explainability, security and authentication, interoperability and standardization, user empowerment and control, and safety and reliability. What we're talking about are programmable spaces. Anything inside of any space is uniquely identifiable and programmable within a digital twin of Earth, providing a model for data normalization. This enables adaptive intelligence automation, security through geo-encoded governance, and multi-network interoperability. And it enables all smart technologies to function together in a unified system. We then have knowledge graphs and digital twins of everything. This entire ecosystem will be nested ecosystems. When you think of smart cities and all of the infrastructure and it needing to be able to work together, you have intelligent agents as both humans and synthetic agents that are sensing and perceiving this continuously evolving world around them, making sense of the changes, updating their internal model of what they know to be true, and acting on the information that they receive. And this is what provides the accurate world models for these agents. So active inference is not a language model that's generating words about the world based on outdated knowledge that it's been fed regarding the world. Active inference is like a biological organism that perceives and acts on our world by generating more accurate models, understandings, and beliefs about our world. HSML computes context. And this is the internet, so everyone and everything will be there. Why? Because it's AI-empowered discovery and experiences. All these emerging technologies are coming to life there. We're talking a lot about things here like filmmaking and, books and stories and media. All of this is gonna come to life in a way that you can't it doesn't happen in a 2D internet. It doesn't happen through websites and web pages. This is where mixed reality comes to life, this augmented reality existence that we've all envisioned, but the foundation just hasn't been there. This is the foundation for it. So what is this gonna do for media? it's going to enable customization and adaptation in the moment. So think about interactive storytelling. These stories will be able to adapt in real time based on the viewer itself, the viewer's emotions, the viewer's responses. And it's going to interact and adapt with you in a 3D way. This is the metaverse brought to life, but multiple metaverses, any metaverse you want. VR and AR are going to come to life in our everyday experiences. Smart environments, the way we approach education is completely going to change. Students will be able to have a globe in front of them that they can zero in wherever they want and experience whatever they want to learn about it. This is just going to completely change the way we actually exist as humans. So if you want a much deeper dive, I visit my website. You can scan that. It'll take you to my website. On my website, you're going to find a lot. I've done a lot of writing over the last year and a half. I have a podcast called the Spatial Web AI Podcast. And every month, in January, I started a Substack. And every month, I've been hosting a Learning Lab Live. And in the Learning Lab, I dive real deep into some aspect of this technology to really, give a real grounded, deep understanding of it. And it's about a 40-minute presentation. And then afterwards, everybody that's on the call, on the Zoom, it's open for discussion. And I carry on that discussion for like an hour, hour and a half, so that all of the community can meet each other and really understand where they're coming from and just start to learn and get excited and find that synergy together. Because to me, community is everything in these evolving and emerging technologies. So I really invite you to come and join us. If you're wondering if you belong, it's a diverse group. It's everything from PhD researchers to tech developers to educators to business advisors to investors. So please join, and thank you so much. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Denise. Let's see if we have a couple moment for a couple questions. Let's check the clock though, because I know we're running on tight on time. Let's do 2 quick questions. Okay,
I
start
wrote
with
2
Robert.
books on spatial computing, so I'm going to pull rank. This new world that's coming is going to split this world up into little tiny voxels, volumetric pixels all around us. That makes a lot of sense when we get augmented reality glasses or spatial computing devices on our face. What about humanoid robots? Does it use the same system to navigate the world as we might see SpongeBob on the floor?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's a lot of active inference research happening in the world of robotics. And so just to give you an example of what an active inference robot can do versus one that is trained on deep learning. So if you've got a factory where the robots are having to sew a zipper inside a very soft material, right? It needs to be able to adapt to the folding of that material, which is happening in real time, right? So these robots can do that. They adapt with the environment and what's happening. And I'm sure you've seen the robots that are, there's YouTube videos of robotics companies where they're showing the robot that can do your dishes or even fry something in a pan. But the problem is if you change one aspect of that environment, they can't adapt. They don't understand what's happening. They can be trained in motion, right? But they don't understand how to adapt to surprise. And that is really active inference is based on the free energy principle. So active inference is a methodology from Dr. Carl Friston, and it's long been thought to be ideal for AI, but it has also been thought to be way too complex and near impossible. But that's where the spatial web protocol comes in. It provides the grounding, it provides the reality, the knowledge of reality for these AI to be able to actually implement the free energy principle. and have that action perception feedback loop. So any other questions?
One more question, and then we're going to move on. And then Denise will be back on a panel in about 15 minutes, so we can hold some more questions for that and for networking after.
Thank you for your presentation. Very energetic.
Thank you,
I have
Vince.
very simple two questions. What's your current moonshot at the moment? And what kind of legacy would you like to leave for the decades to come with your initiative?
Oh, for me personally? Okay, so I have AIX Global Media, and I've developed that as kind of a next generation tech accelerator. So there's 3 different angles to it. The media channels to provide publicity for these startups. I have a capital raising arm as well. And then what I've been doing for the last year and a half is a lot of education. So I have curriculum. I have a lot of education for this space, and there'll be an education publishing side of it as well. But the real positioning of that is to be a unicorn spotter off of this next era of technology, because we are about to see an explosion of innovation like we've never seen before. Just the fact that our internet is about to exponentially expand in the number of nodes within the network. The network itself is expanding. And if you look at what happened with mobile, you know, anytime you have extra data points and extra points of insight, then it expands the number, the capabilities that you can do within that space. And I always like to look at like what when Google Maps, when they first built their maps, they didn't realize they were going to be able to monitor traffic, right? Until, oh, we have that extra point of data, and then that became extra functionality within their app. And if you think of what's happening with these intelligent agent apps, these active inference agents as apps, the next software across the internet, these agents are aware of each other and the network. So any app in the App Store is a siloed application, just like any piece of software. These are going to be aware of each other and the network. We're facing unlimited insights. And logically, you know, I can think, oh, that's going to lead here, but really we don't know. I mean, this is going to be a whole new level of innovation. So I'm excited about it. And, you know, I have been, everything I've been doing has been to capture this moment, because this is the once in a lifetime moment we're about to work on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Sorry, we've got to speed through these right now, but everybody take a big deep breath. This is where we're racing into the future now. This is we're gonna be hearing a lot about what, you know, some wild thinkers are, and what's
Still does that. I think I had it turned on for. Yeah, let's just do that. All right. How's everyone feeling? Good. Yeah, it's been an exciting 2 days. Lots of great speakers, lots of great technology that's being showcased. Today, I think I just want to take a step back and talk about the basics and the fundamentals of things, and we see where we've come and where we're going, how much we've evolved in the past few decades as well. Like many of you, I am an artist myself. A little bit about me. So for the past 12 years, I've been a creative in just a variety of different functions. I started off a career in travel photography, and then went on to film production, working for some major media organizations, broadcast organizations, and as a web developer, multimedia specialist, social media management, and a lot of pivots in the past decade. Been in the sports photography world as well, unexpectedly, and most recently coming from multimedia journalism and documentary post-production. So working on some documentaries featuring Bill Gates, Jonathan Adler, on the editing and post-production teams for those. And currently I straddle 2 roles, so in product and as a part-time professor at my old university in media studies. And this all goes to show not so much as like, look, here's what I've done, but there's been a lot of pivoting that I've had to experience. And I feel like a lot of creators today, and if you're one yourself, you'll feel this as well, right? You get really good at something, and then you have to change what you're doing in order to stay relevant in the industry. For example, when I first started, and I grew up in Malaysia and Singapore, the art scene there is completely different, right, than what it is here, what it is in LA. I was fascinated by the ability to that I could use my camera to tell stories, and I loved seeing people's reactions. So I decided to like go to the Middle East and live there for a period of time. Studied Arabic, and the Arab-Israeli conflict, and just brought my camera along, photographed people that I encountered, and came back and had the ability to do 4 photo galleries and multimedia exhibitions, just talking about the people I encountered, their lives, and was really encouraged by the reactions that I had, and wanted to keep doing that. But at the same time, obviously the industry is changing, and it's not enough to stick to one medium. You need to dive and get into a little bit of video and design, and that's something I experienced as well. A little bit more about my work. I've been very privileged to have covered really cool stories as well, like the Quiet Zone. A couple pictures here are from that project of mine, but it features like a small town called Green Bank. It's in West Virginia. It sits in a 13,000 square mile zone, where it's actually federally mandated by the U.S. government to not have Wi-Fi on cell towers, because a telescope there is searching for extraterrestrial life. So I'm not even joking, but very grateful for the experiences that my creative background have brought me to, being able to tell those stories. And yeah, you're not seeing everything here because some of it's copyright, but yeah, had the privilege of doing so. But really, that all to say is the amount of pivoting that I've mentioned and that I've had to do, and a lot of my peers have had to do as well, customers now that I talk to too, really I think is reflective of the state of the industry, right, as we're all aware. And this persona is someone I want to call like a creator or multimedia specialist, however you want to phrase it. So this person is expected to do like a little bit of design, a little bit of social media marketing, animation, video, photography, right? They're having to wear all these multiple hats. And I think there is still a role for the Hollywood professional, right? The specialist in a Hollywood studio. But then time and time again, the market is favoring the interdisciplinary creator. On LinkedIn bios, I've been seeing a lot more of people calling themselves a multimedia specialist, right? And what does that mean? It's because you're creating things in various mediums, various forms. And I speak to creators often, and this is a sentiment that they all share as well. Like, people who have a diverse skill set are those who have survived, right? Even this challenging time in the industry, you're able to wear multiple hats and pivot and stay relevant. So this brings me to one of my first points. Like it or not, everyone is now a creator. Not everyone is a good creator, but everyone is now able to create at least. Like that was my gear for sports photography, and now that's what I use to take pictures, right? So quality could be significantly different, but we're all also lazy, let's face it. And yeah, I interviewed a couple of my friends, and just wanted to share some of their quotes today too. This is Rickard, this amazing human being, but he's also a professional YouTube editor and thumbnail designer. Thumbnails are important for YouTube, and Rickard is from Sweden originally. He's now based in LA, but he had to say, and I just want to read his quote. So as a YouTube editor, you are expected not to be very well versed, not just in cutting and editing, but also in color correcting, storytelling, writing, directing, and producing. There are a lot of things that go into video editing, and it's a big plus if you have these skills, because otherwise there will always be someone who knows a little bit more than you do. It's very important for you to be a jack of all trades. And for this record, like he's a full-time professional, right? Like a lot of creatives are freelancers, or not even not professional in that sense, but they're using creative tools. He's a full-time professional and even feeling this need to diversify his skill set in order to feel to stay relevant. And he edits for major YouTube channels, Rumi Official, Bobby Dugart, with a following of over 23 million. And is always discovering new AI tools natively in his NLE, but also various, panel extensions, plugins, ways to supplement his workflow and speed up time to creation. So my friend Jax, we had dinner 2 days ago, and he was telling me like, I do everything myself because he wants to maintain creative control of his output. If any of you recognize his content, he is known for his big one-shot videos. He has over 8 million of a following on TikTok and millions on other channels as well. And he used to say, I do everything myself, from concept to shoot to edit to posting and interacting with my audience on social media to meeting with and delivering videos to clients. I don't outsource anything. And now with smartphones and AI, technology's made that a whole lot easier. Right, we're seeing more and more creators like this who are in control of this whole end-to-end process and need tools to do so, and are just as successful on the internet, if not more so, right, than people with teams. This one hits a little bit closer to home. This is my dad. During the pandemic, funny story, my sister actually started making TikTok dance videos, and she was like, "Hey, Dad, join me," and he would do anything to please his daughters. He moved to America for us for a few years, actually. He started making TikTok videos too. So he owns his own coaching business, and started making 1-minute versions of his content. And now he makes a TikTok video every day. And yeah, in 2 months, he got a following of 73K. And when I ask him about his workflow, it's, he's like, "Oh, I'm open to exploring other tools, but it's so much easier to just edit in the social media app itself," right? Like and he doesn't necessarily even identify as a content creator. Like they just want time to creation, simple, non-segmented workflows, right? People are going in and out of various programs, various software. And that's really what I've been hearing, like in the industry as well. This year, I had the privilege of attending and speaking at various events, especially focused on video. NAB, IBC, the second ever Silicon Valley Video Summit in Mountain View at the Computer Industry Museum, HPA, Hollywood's Professionals Tech Retreat, and so on. And really the overall sentiment there has also been similar, right? Like Hollywood, high-end, high budget production tools are now being democratized, and the playing field is being leveled. Time to creation is of essence, and people are needing to make content themselves and no longer relying on specialists to do so. So, second point, AI takes the work out of workflow, as we all are aware, and it's just helping creators with that blank canvas that they face. Something that really helps me stay ahead of the curve too. I teach university classes on photojournalism, web design, and video. These are some of the tools that I teach in class. I'm always adding on to my list as well. But it's fascinating. I think teaching, and I met a few educators here as well, is one way to really stay ahead of the curve, because you're getting to know like all the new workflows and new surfaces that people are touching nowadays, things that you've never even dreamed of, like how quickly just things get onto social media, onto mobile is fascinating. So this is definitely one way that that helps me stay sharp as well. And just want to end on one thing, anticipate fears to inspire loyalty. And what does that mean? I think in the era of AI and with how exciting everything is, and maybe this is my journalism background too, coming back to haunt me, but we've all seen this statistic before, I'm sure many of us have, like 98% of deepfake videos are pornographic in nature, 99% uses a woman's likeness. There's AI definitely being used for bad and not for good. How are we assuring the audience and our target audience as well that we're innovating responsibly? And something that has stood out to me is efforts the Content Authenticity Initiative. Has anyone here heard about the Content Authenticity Initiative? One person? Two? Three? Okay, three. Good. Well, more people should know about this and get involved. There's, the Content Authenticity Initiative now it's growing over 2,000 companies who has joined the CAI, including BBC, Microsoft, New York Times, NVIDIA, and committed to authentic, to really showcasing where a piece of digital content originated and the various systems that it's touched, right? And how does it work? So you'll be able to see in an image itself whether it has been tampered with AI, and who the original artist was. And to do this, obviously, you need the buy-in of various companies, including camera manufacturers, social media companies. C2PA is also another similar initiative. They're a branch and very related. It combines the CAI with Project Origin, which is a Microsoft and BBC-led initiative. And just in October, Leica launched the first camera ever with content credentials embedded in it, the M11P. And it's super exciting, and camera partners like Sony and Canon have joined since for the CAI, for the C2PA. Social media partners, obviously, are very key. And TikTok just joined recently, the CAI as well, so you'll be able to see almost like a nutrition label of sorts, whether something has been covered with AI or not. And yeah, so very interesting news to keep up with. And yeah, just boiling it down again to the essence of things with the interdisciplinary creator. So much is changing, but it's really important to keep the persona in mind, and speaking not as an expert here necessarily, but a user myself, right? How are we continuously building for this creator with all that's changing? So yeah, links. Feel free to connect with me, and more information about the Content Authenticity Initiative, and information on how to plug into larger video ecosystems as well for your tools. So yeah, take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Liza, thank you. Thank you. Everybody, big hand, first of all, and really important work, and you're going to join us in this next panel. So I know we're running a little bit behind. We want to catch up, but let's have one burning question, and there'll be more opportunity to ask you questions on the panel, and then hopefully beyond that, you'll stick around for a little while. So raise your hand. Who wants the one question? One question going once. One question. Okay, here's another idea. I'm feeling kind of up, but then there's like good AC right here in the front. Why don't we all stand up? Another energizer before the last session of the day. And okay, we're going to play a little game. Put your right foot in. Put your right foot out. It's just a jump to the left and a step to the right. And put your hands on your hips and pull your knees in tight. And it's a little time warpy. It's a little cheesy. And shake it all about. Because you know what? The hokey pokey is maybe, just maybe, the hokey pokey is what it's all about. Okay. Liza, thank you. Well, might as well stay here. We'll take the table down. Let's put up the panel slide. And our esteemed guest. It's one of the hardest men to get a hold of sometimes, and get like a LinkedIn connect. Yes, we got it here. We'll have we can get it. And we're gonna widen out the shot. Get everybody in.
Come on in.
We got it. Just
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm Robert Scoble. I wrote 2 books on spatial computing. I was Apple's first child laborer, which is a true story. I learned how to solder on Apple II motherboards a long time ago. It's real exciting about this world that we're going into. We're going to try to put a button, a bow on this conference and send everybody home. That's one goal. Number 2 goal is to give you some homework. Created a list of 4,600 AI companies on x.com. So if you go to my profile and click view lists, you'll find I've categorized them and put them all into buckets. We're going to talk about the holodeck. So Dylan, who runs a R&D group at Unity, and I have been doing this thing every night about the holodeck and talking about how everything around us is volumetric pixels. Right? You got the device that does it on your head. That when you put that on at the Apple Store, you're not seeing the Apple Store. You think you're seeing the Apple Store. You're seeing volumetric pixels, a digital twin of the Apple Store, right? And it's a really extraordinary camera, by the way. So thanks for the tools that you're giving us. Yeah. Let's go into it. We're about to get, in the next 18 months, we're going to see a huge amount of change for human beings. We're getting glasses that can create voxels, sort of like that, but lighter and hopefully cheaper.
That's exactly.
That thing hurts me. I didn't bring it. I didn't bring mine today because it's like you put it on, it's like it's something. Yeah, it's heavy. It's lighter than my first TV camera though, which was about this big and cost
Exactly.
120
So just imagine
grand.
this is the first generation. What's going to happen in the future?
Yeah. We're about to get humanoid robots that are going to walk around this holodeck, which is really crazy because it can see the floor. The founder of Sync Reality scanned my house on an iPhone and ran virtual beings. He ran a fashion show in my house where the models were walking on my real floor, right? And we can stop the show at any time and buy the clothes. It's like, whoa, there's some weird shit coming, right? What else are we gonna get? We're about to get automatic shopping, right? We had this different conference, right? This is all about entertainment and media, but we're getting new cameras. So the Insta360 camera company came in my house. Long story short, I lived right next to GoPro's headquarters. I could walk over there, and so I got to know them quite well. And Insta360 from China came to my house and showed me their first AI camera, which uses AI to steady the ball of pixels around you, right? That does even more. Tell us what that does as a camera.
Yeah.
Because that's a special camera.
Yeah, no, and I think it's really interesting when we start thinking about even the development of cameras like Canon, Nikon, all these different camera companies, and what actually is coming out as the new medium of experiencing these like new experiences, right? I think Apple is in a very, very unique position because we all already have iPhones, and that's why they're so big on their marketing of like you can literally make a film with your iPhone camera lenses because take my iPhone out right now. If you guys can see, they literally have like 3 different lenses already on your iPhone. And this is like all what you're talking about, the 360, the spatial, the normal Canon, all in one phone device. And I think that that's very interesting what they're trying to do. And you can only imagine even these lenses on this device. They actually don't allow developers to have access to all the cameras and because spatial computing is a very complex where you need to know everything what's happening in your environment. Unfortunately, you can't do that yet, and hopefully they allow us to do more with the camera vision. But the spatial videos and how those are done is the farther the 2 lenses are apart, the more depth you can get. And so these lenses are like here and here. I think if you can see them, I can't really see.
Yeah, there's like 6 cameras on the front of that.
Yes, but you don't have access to all of them. You only have access really to these 2. And this one is very small. This one is smaller, but this one is wider, so you get more depth, basically. So,
it's really it has some Israeli targeting in the camera. There's a little plus right in the middle of the frame when I'm shooting video.
Yes.
And if I move off of you, let's say I put the first plus on you and move off, there's a second plus. If I keep the pluses together, it really steadies the whole experience around you. Right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
it's crazy. We're heading into a new world where we can capture experiences and bring in the photographer point of view. We're about to be able to capture things in 3D in a very mind-blowing way, where soon we're going to be able to walk around things that you capture, right? Maybe start with you. what is this new world that's coming? Because we're about to get glasses that people can view these things at home. They're coming. I just saw them at the Display Week show last week ago. Very, very small, lightweight glasses with very small cameras, much smaller than that, but does the same thing. What does this mean to you as a photographer?
Yeah, when the Meta Ray-Bans came out, I snatched them up. And the reason why is, I spoke about my photography background, but I honestly had to stop taking photos for a while because I sustained like some injuries and I couldn't really carry around like a heavy camera anymore. Right? Look, they're huge. 600mm lenses for sports. They're taller than me. They're bigger than me, and really started to use just my iPhone more. Right, but I missed, being able to take pictures with a camera and various hardware, and also actually holding up like a camera or a phone. I felt like not that involved with what was happening around me and the people around me. So that is definitely something I personally am excited about because being able to just like click the button on my Meta Ray-Bans or Vision Pro, Vision Pro is a little more stocky, but like you're able to interact with your environment without that interfering with your experience. And then from that point of view, I'm excited with what's coming there, even with what that means for photography, because photography now it's a still image, and there's still beauty in that. There's still a lot of appreciation we should have for that medium and for photographers in general, who are worried if photography is a dying industry. But with spatial 3D and being able to experience photos in real life, then isn't that what photographers want in the first place, right? To capture life and what's around you.
One photo of, let's say, Yosemite National Park, of, let's say, Half Dome in Yosemite, can create an entire world. One photo. We're seeing AI systems now coming along where you feed that photo to an AI and it builds a 3D scene out of that one photo and more. What is this world set up, Denise? Because you're working with people who are building the standards for how this world is going to interact with not just our glasses, our autonomous cars, our robots, right? That are all going to use the same kind of system.
Yeah, and it's interesting because to me it's really going to change how we view human existence, and what I mean by that is this technology is going to affect us on an individual level, just for our own environments and smart technologies within our environments and making our lives easier. And it's going to completely change industries. We just take media. Here we're talking a lot about the film industry. If you look at like the old models of the film industry, the film itself, Disney would use it like as an advertisement and then launch merchandise around it, launch video games around it. But now, there are going to be metaverses around these films, and it's like the precursor to this is now the experience you can jump in and out of. The thing is it's also going to enable us to have these virtual assets that go with us everywhere. Right? We're not just stuck in a siloed metaverse and whatever assets we acquire in there have to stay within that world because it's all programmed within that world. We're able to jump from this experience into this experience into this experience and take everything with us. It becomes a part of our identity that goes with us in every, in every form of existence that we have in these spaces. And then when you think of the fact that what this technology is going to do in enabling us to run simulations, because we have now digital twins of everything. So when you think of, the way smart cities need to work, by combining different parts of their infrastructure and then optimizing for the sustainability of the citizens, for inclusivity, for different goals within that kind of a space to really optimize the way we get to live as humans. and even on a planetary level, solving big problems like climate change and, how we grow our food and just, division of resources and new ways to, expand the resources that are available. It's pretty mind-blowing.
We're about to get well. Edward Saatchi showed me he won an Oscar for his work that he calls Wolves in the Walls. He runs a VR studio, and he took me into Wolves in the Walls. Put me in VR, sort of like with a headset like that, and I was in his experience, and this little girl was drawn on her walls, and then she came over to me and she handed me a flashlight. And I took it from her and I'd shown it in her eyes. Keep in mind, she's a virtual thing in an entertainment product that we used to call a movie, right? We have to have new words for some of these new experiences. That just blew me away because it showed me that entertainment is about to change. He said, the problem with that is it cost $15 million to build that. We're about to get tools that are going to make that possible for a lot cheaper, but it brings maybe some new problems that we have to worry about. What are you thinking of this new world? How do you look at the last 2 days and what we have to do in the next 18 months?
100%. So for quick context, I've been an AI engineer for 12 years, ex-Microsoft, ex-Google. Google, I created 2 research teams of my own. One of them was the skin tone team, which taught AI how to see black and brown skin tones. And now I'm at UC Berkeley, where I'm building the first ever AI policy lab. And so I think what we're doing right now is we're sort of throwing things, like throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. And to your point, what ends up happening with any new technology is as we launch something new problems pop up. And so in this space, what Denise was mentioning about the digital twins, you see wonderful examples of that already happening. So USC, University of Southern California, uses motion capture suits to create digital twins of all of their athletes. So when an athlete has an injury, they simulate different physical training and physical therapy programs to help them get back on board. When you look in the media and entertainment space, there's a startup based out of LA that creates a sort of a digital twin of your proposed event space so you can completely virtually design it and experience it before you go there. So there are these use cases that can be really helpful across a number of domains, but the potential for abuse of those systems is something that we shouldn't ignore. Right. And I believe, Eliza, you brought up a stat earlier that it was like, hey, all this generative AI to help us make content is also being used to like generate content we don't want generated, right? Like deepfake porn. And so with these virtual environments and worlds, as we're modeling things like maybe the best way to create a new movie studio that's sustainable and like won't mess with the flow of traffic of a city, what is the potential for abuse of that technology for someone to take it and maybe model out the house that they want to rob or the bank that they want to steal from? Also, what is the potential to, take a digital twin of a person and learn how to better manipulate their health or their conditions, or enable folks who don't have the best intentions when using these systems? So I think that in AI in general, and we're starting to work this out with Europe creating the AI Act, but in general, we need to make sure that as we put this new technology out, we have better boundaries around it. This is not something unique to AI. So for example, it wasn't until 2011 that automobile manufacturers required that their safety systems be tested with female-bodied crash test dummies. So up until that point, women were 60% more likely to be injured or to die in a car accident. And vehicles have been around for hundreds of, 100 and something years at that point. And so regulation is not to slow innovation, it's to put boundaries to prevent those bad actors from being able to abuse these systems so that we can fully activate this technology without sort of harming ourselves in the process.
So one thing I would love to express here is that that's one of the beautiful things about this new protocol is that security is first and foremost and baked into the protocol. So if you think of what we're doing with all this emerging tech right now, we're trying to put it in the most unsecured environment, which is the World Wide Web. And the problem with the World Wide Web is that all of the transactions are taking place under the umbrella of the web domain and whatever centralized authority owns that domain, right? So right now, permissions, you're either saying yes or no. Like, yes, you can use all my data, or no, and then I won't be using your system. With the spatial web protocol, now everything in every space and all spaces become domains, and therefore they're programmable. So permissions are at every touch point. Credentials can be programmed in at every touch point. Any amount of data can be guardrailed. And so, the founders of Versus, so Versus, they made the protocol, but they donated it to the public because nobody can own the internet. But what they've done is they've built the first interface that the public will get to interface with this new extension of the internet. And when they were approaching, okay, what do we need to do with this protocol? They were like, well, we need to solve the three big problems of the World Wide Web: hacking, tracking, and faking. And so security was first and foremost in, the building of this protocol. So I think once we do shift into this space, which the public is going to gain access to this at the end of this year. So it's coming very quickly. They're opening up their platform to the wider developer community at the end of June, So once we start getting access to this, I think a lot of these problems and a lot of the fears that we have around AI, we're gonna see they're gonna be alleviated a little bit, because we're gonna see that we're in a much more secure environment. And the AI, the active inference AI that's enabled across the network, it operates in the same manner as biological intelligence, and it actually can self-report. It can report on how it's coming to its conclusions, decision making, all of that. And it's also programmable. So through HSML, hyperspace modeling language, you can take human laws and human guidelines and make them understandable for the AI, so the AI can understand them and abide by them in real time. So there's a level of human machine cooperation that's right around the corner that we aren't experiencing right now.
In 3 years, when we have these classes on, there's going to be a virtual being in the room around us, or something we talk to. Hey, Siri, right?
Right. I mean,
or
but
hey, ChatGPT.
think about it. With the expansion of the internet, just the size and the data and everything, we're going to need those agents to help us parse all that data.
But we already are getting multimodal models where we can take a picture of this table and it can see, oh, there's 3 water bottles on a table, and it might even tell us the brand of the table if it's really good, right? We're about to head into a world where we're going to give everything to an AI, everything, the sex toys in our drawers, everything. And people are like, what? Yeah, you're going to have a humanoid robot in your house cleaning your toilet soon. That's going to see things, capture things, know things about you that you might not be comfortable with an AI, with a company like a Tesla or a Apple or a Google knowing about you, right? This leads to a whole bunch of new privacy problems, doesn't it?
100%. And I think that there are a couple of levers that we have to pull collectively. Right now, this AI thing is happening in front of us, but it's up to us to actively shape what it looks like in the future. We can't just leave it up to the Elon Musks and to the Mark Zuckerbergs and to the Sam Altmans of the world to decide a future that our descendants are going to have to live in. I think it's a collective responsibility. So when we talk about that privacy piece, I mean, a few months ago, everyone was up in arms about whether or not TikTok was going to be banned. And I think there was a piece of news that came out that we might have skipped over. And it was the introduction of a new privacy bill in the United States that meant that any piece of data that was collected about you that could either individually or in collection with other parts of data become PII, or personally identifiable information, would require your explicit consent to be able to give to the company. And if the company wanted to share or transfer that data to any third party for any reason, that would also require your explicit consent. And that bill was introduced into the House, and it's kind of sitting in the committee because there wasn't as much public pressure for that bill as there was around the TikTok ban. And so I think that, again, each of us collectively have a responsibility to make sure laws like that are passed. The federal government has some challenges depending on who is the administration and which way they politically sway, but that doesn't stop you from getting laws like that passed in your city and in your state. And another privacy consideration and an overall sort of challenge to the scalability of AI, right? Like making your model that you might build here work well in different regions around the world. Is that we have to think about the imbalance in who has access to the internet, whose data is going to go into those models, right? Because right now there's a whole significant chunk of the world that is just coming online, that's just now getting access to the internet. And the way that they engage with the internet and with these kinds of technologies is fundamentally different than the way that we, the creators of the internet, have been engaging with it for the past 20 some odd years. So when we're building these models to work, or even these AIs that are going to go around and clean people's houses, we have to ask, well, who can afford that? Who can't? What are some of the challenges going to be if it's only trained on, rich people's houses that are like massive? You have a 600 square foot bathroom versus someone who lives in a 600 square foot studio. How are we going to make sure that there's balance and representation in that data from the diversity of the lived experiences and the lived realities we expect them to operate in?
I'd like to add something actually. This may be like more of a hot take on privacy and stuff, but I feel like if I had to give all my data to Netflix to let me know what I want to watch, I'm gonna do that. Because like I spend so much time doing stuff and like looking for stuff that I want to do. But if things already know like my data, if AI kind of knows, and they can help me better like move, make decisions,
It's about
I'm
to
gonna
get
do
a
that.
lot freakier than that.
Yeah, I know.
Hear me out. I'm patient number one with a psychiatrist who's using ChatGPT to listen to her therapy sessions.
But I think,
and I posted the notes in 30. Well, no, they stripped off personal identifiable information to take notes. I posted my notes on X.com so you can see what it does. In 30 minutes, it nailed all my mental illnesses and took a lot of detail. Like if I comment, oh, nice shirt, right? A nice T-shirt. It put that in the notes. It's really good at listening to us.
Exactly. And I think like
and figuring out who we are.
Yes, exactly.
And therefore this industry is going to personalize really fucking amazingly because who you are, right?
I think to just add to that, I think humans and like we're not that different as we think we are, right? So it's like, what are we really protecting? Like, are we secretive about did we do something wrong? Do we do something bad? But I feel like for the general population, the general people, we've all lived very similar lives to get to the points that we're at, and it's not anything new under the sun. So if you can have all my data to help me, do stuff, then I don't care.
Go ahead. So I just want to add to that and to your comment about really stripped off all the identifiable information, and that's a really important thing. And one thing that the spatial web protocol enables, because we're moving from the ideal was a decentralized internet, but that's impossible when all the information is transacting under the umbrella of a centralized organization. So when you're sitting there saying chat GPT and we're going, oh, that's the O. But
and she said it's going to certainly malpractice not to use it. It caught some stuff with her patients over time that she missed.
Well, so what's interesting about the spatial web protocol, though, is it enables zero trust architecture because it's distributed ledger technology. So then you really do, in the same way blockchain works by confirmation of various nodes, it's the same thing. These AIs will be aware of things and be able to confirm identities and different things without revealing the personal information about the person. So right now you want to go walk into a bar, you have to show your ID. That's some sensitive information you're just showing to a stranger. And you shouldn't have to do that. And within the spatial web, you won't, because there will be confirmations within the network that already know, and to your point, that's okay, you know? And to your point of like, it's not revealing anything about me to anybody I don't want to know.
We're not sure. I posted my notes on X.com, which just blew it wide open.
Well, no, just you- and see, that's the thing is that it will become a value exchange system. So we will still trade data, but we'll get something for it, you know?
I love your example of just the psychiatric office. It reminds me too. I mean, I found out recently, like it was back in the 60s when the first chatbot was invented, you know, and I mean, ironically, it was named Eliza or ELIZA. Um, but really, a primary use case that was used for initially was as a therapist, right? And that was what it was meant for. And to your point, like, I think what so many people are excited about for AI, whether they know that they want this or not, is to be known, right? It's a companion. And I feel like even with regulators don't know what laws they're going to write till they're faced with real life use cases, right? And that's how laws are subject to change. So just to come back to the basics, yeah, like what are we going to be eventually willing to forego because this AI is going to know us so well.
If you ask ChatGPT, give me 10 restaurants near Draper University, it does, and it's pretty good because it read a lot of data to do that. But if you tell it your food preferences, your allergies, I'm a vegan, whatever, the list gets way better, right? That's your personal information. You just give to the AI to give a better answer. So I thought your point was right on point.
And back to like even what Denise was saying, I think AI in itself, like as a developer, I know exactly what AI is. It's just a computer program. It's a system that was built the same way we built the system of America, right? The only thing that's wrong with America and systems are the people in those systems. So like I would rather trust a system that's well built, that's verified, versus trusting a person that can always change and do something different, right? So if that makes sense.
So I love your guys' points about the fact that we love trading off data for convenience, right? And I think that when we're looking at apps, we have to take a more intelligent approach. Like the risk that Netflix recommends a movie I don't want to watch, or Spotify recommends a song I don't like, the harm that would come from that is very minimal. So I'm more willing to give my data over to that. But the idea that my AI psychiatrist or psychologist would give me the wrong mental illness diagnosis and the potential for harm there is much different. So the level to which we put boundaries or guardrails around these systems, I personally think should be based on the potential for harm, right? So when we talked about the ChatGPT thing, the reason I made that is not necessarily because it's owned by a private company, but because large language models in and of themselves are parrots, right? They're not intelligent systems. What they do is they take your prompt, they convert it to a token, which is a mathematical representation of that text, and then they predict and guess essentially what words it should respond with, which is why they hallucinate, where they make things up that aren't real because it doesn't necessarily actually understand what it's saying. It's mathematically predicting based on its weights, etc. So there's always a risk of hallucination. So I wonder if all of your notes accurately represent that session or what was generated inside of it, right? And so
They were. There was one inaccuracy. It got my age wrong, which we didn't even discuss.
hallucinated your age.
It hallucinated my age, and
Mhm.
she actually had a reason that it did that. But yeah, you have to look at the notes and make sure that they're accurate. Listening, the LLMs, when it listens to, for instance, I use Limitless on my computer, which records everything I do, everything I say, everything I do, and puts it in a local file on your Macintosh, right? It's very useful. It also then transcribes everything you do. And then it summarizes everything you do. And then it writes notes to you and says, hey, you got some tasks in this meeting you just had, right? And maybe someday soon it'll be the operating system. It'll actually go and put it on your tasks, and say, hey, reminders now has 2 extra things because of this conversation you had and you recorded, right? It's a new world. It's a new world where everything is going to be listened to, everything is going to be transcribed, everything is going to be summarized, and that's a scary world for most people to consider But if you have a humanoid robot in your house, what do you think that thing is doing? It, they can go further than that. It has more cameras than your thing has on the front of it, and it can build a plan of your house, right, and distribute that to other people. In fact, Unity has an app where they cut my kitchen in half, and the other half was your kitchen, right? And so you're in your kitchen virtually, right? There's this coming probably by Christmas time. If we both have the Vision Pro on, I can cut up my kitchen. Well, I just shared my kitchen with you. You just shared your kitchen with me. There's a lot of private data there. I can see the kind of cereal you eat. I can see all sorts of stuff, right? The cameras can see a lot of things about you just from the kitchen, not even talking about going into the bedroom. But this stuff is coming for people, and this whole industry is going to build entertainment properties for us because we're going to have a pair of glasses on that are going to entertain us outside, right? Walking around, going to entertain us in our living rooms, going to entertain us in our kitchens. Crazy what's coming.
Well, and the way I see all of this going too, I mean, besides the entertaining media, when you think of where marketing and advertising is going to go within this space, it's going to have to be inserted natively. We're already, even in the World Wide Web, saying, no cookies, no, I don't want you to track my stuff. I want to opt out if I can. But in this mixed reality existence, how are brands going to be able to interact with their users and their customers? And I actually see, because I see this, it's a transaction protocol that we're talking about, right? So, it's going to enable this kind of gamified experience of our existence. And, I even see a future where, there's going to be so much abundance in this space because of the data and everything and the explosion of the size of the internet and where all this technology is taking us to where we'll wake up in the morning and make our bed and then we get rewarded. We don't even realize this is happening, but maybe it's the bed manufacturer, maybe it's the sheet manufacturer, and it's loyalty programs. And, and I really feel like this could expand into a system that actually kind of sustains the population in a way, and I know that sounds very utopian, but when I think about the possibilities of this, it probably isn't,
I would like to ask
And,
you a question.
and we're way over time already. So
Okay.
make a final thought, and we're going to get out of here so these fine people
We
don't
said
get
something
dinner.
about like sustaining the population.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, so, I mean, we hear all these warnings of, the job loss, right? And, people are going to be out of work at no fault of their own. And for years, the governments have been talking about UBI and, they can't just let society go into chaos because automation is coming in. And I feel like there's going to be a painful transition. Like there's going to be a period of time where, we're having to transition into this space. But we're also, if you look at the reports and the projections, we're about to enter this era of abundance because of this technology. So,
I tell you, there's 4,600 companies making stuff for this new world. There's a lot coming.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about is I don't think UBI, I don't think the sustaining is going to come from governments. I think the system itself is going to work into kind of this utopia kind of a system where we can, we're not all scratching and clawing for survival, but we're able to actually look outward to our communities and find other ways to find meaning as humans and add value to our society, So that's kind of where I see a lot of this technology going.
Well, thank you so much for putting up with us for a couple extra minutes. Thank you. Thanks for the great conference, Stephen.
Oh, I love your input. Yeah.
Share mics for a second, and we can just pass and get a couple burning questions.
It's your conference. If you want to run over time,
Oh, we're already we already have dead batteries. What could be worse? No, we're already about half hour over time, but we have till 8, and we'll hopefully not run out of beers. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Can't think of a better way to wrap up the conference with Robert and forward thinking. What are the next tech? What's the next tech, and what everybody's working on? How do we protect our data or not? And what what is the future going to look like? It's definitely, we're living in interesting times. And probably the next generation will live in even more interesting times. Who knows where this is going, but it's going to be a wild ride, and I'm happy to be on this roller coaster with you guys.
Yeah.
And you
Most
guys.
definitely.
So burning questions. Let's keep them popcorn style, quick, and then burning answers. And here we go.
So with that, by the way, thank you for the great panel and your great presentation, Denise, preceding that. With your mention of universal basic income, there's been a lot of study. It's generally very low amounts, and even though it's fully justified that would stimulate the economy, it's not going to happen just because of universal greed. But the concept of contributor tokens that are not in equal amounts, but for people contributing usefully on working on climate change, working on equity, working on all the things that you've all been talking about, I think is a really interesting concept to gamify. And I'm putting this question to whoever in the panel is most motivated to say something about how that might be
Grab a mic.
implemented.
Yeah. So what I think we need to kind of do is shift our concept of how we understand money and reward, right? And I think that we're moving into a realm of value exchange. And to me, it's kind of like barter system used to be, right? But only we had to hold our apples and oranges in order to trade them. Now it's digital tokens and digital value, right? So, you have something of value to me and I have something of value to you, and we can exchange that value, and it's meaningful to both of us. It may not be meaningful to someone else, but I think that's how we have to look at this next era, is more like value exchange. We're exchanging our data for value we're receiving. Right now, we don't have that opportunity with the World Wide Web. I think we just need to look at it more in those terms.
Agreed. And then also just want to point out that, Denise mentioned there's an immense amount of wealth that's coming in. So McKinsey did a study in 2022 where they found that in the next 10 years, between now and 2045, there's going to be $500 billion of new household wealth in America alone. And so the question is, who is that going to? Well, we need UBI, right? If there's a more equitable distribution of the wealth that's going to be generated and created versus, the ranking system you mentioned, the first thing that comes to mind is, well, who gets to decide what's valuable and what's not, right? Like, who gets to make that decision? And even then, when we talk about the collective, which part of the collective, who's going to be left out of that? Who gets the final say? So as long as we have equity in that process, I think that would be extremely useful. I think also making sure that we make the process of creating, designing, and implementing and using AI systems more equitable now. So there's a more equitable distribution of the household wealth that's going to be coming out. McKinsey ran a study in 2019 about what are the top 5 fields that are going to be automated by AI. And they found that in 4 of those 5 fields that Black Americans are overly represented. And that overall in the US, almost 30% of Black Americans hold a job that is like 80% likely to be automated away. And so if there are groups that are going to be disproportionately hit by this automation wave, how do we make sure that they're disproportionately prepared to more equally participate in the next level?
My question might riff off that. The Uber of my question is really ethics. Like, how do we give voice to the voiceless and to the future generations? Because 25 years at Microsoft, 15 years ago, I remember being in rooms where they're like, how do we get screen time from 7 hours a day to 8 hours a day to 9 hours, 10 hours, 11 hours? And I was like, whoa, right? My PhD is also in cultural transformation. So how are we taking in consideration the impact of all this abundance, so to speak? Is it, how do we look at it from their perspective? I'm super familiar with active inference. I disagree with you, transactional, because we're fucked if it's transactional. It has to be relational.
Well, it will be relational between the agents with how they learn from each other and how they learn about their environment. But the protocol itself is a transaction protocol, meaning that the programming language is programming in all of the context about all of the things in all of the spaces. And instead of transactions taking place across the internet under a web domain, now they're at every touch point. So that means permissions can be baked in at every touch point, credentials, guardrails can be put in place for a secure network. So, it's all part of one ecosystem, but the agents themselves, they are relational. But they understand the interrelationship of all things in all spaces. That the network itself gives it its world model, its grounding of understanding of reality, and then it's taking in live sensory data through IoT, through cameras, through robotics, and it's measuring that data against what it knows to be true, and it's either updating its world model or it's confirming it, or um, it's uncertain, so it's going to act on the environment to gather more evidence so it can make a better decision.
It'll ask you to go take some pictures in the corner, which hasn't been imaged yet, right? Or maybe you're standing in a
Exactly, gather
line
the
at a
evidence.
nightclub,
Yes.
and it'll say, "Hey, can you take a video of the line so we know how many people are standing in line?" It could incent you to do things like that, or it could incent your humanoid robots that's standing with you to
Right.
do the same thing. couldn't it?
Right.
Right here.
Real quick, I want to answer the other part of your question, which is how do we elevate these voices and make sure that they're included? So my other job at Google, before I created the research team, was to go across all of Alphabet, all of Google, all of the research programs, projects, and Google.org AI-related funding grants, and look at those systems and assess them against Google's AI principles, which included bias, fairness, transparency. And Google didn't just have to think about fairness from a U.S. perspective because it's a global company where we as humans don't 100% agree about what's right and wrong. So therefore, it's not possible to have an algorithm that's 100% fair. So figuring out what those challenges were in different regions and balancing that. And the number one lesson that I came away with from that is that those who are closest to the problem are closest to the solution. It's very easy when we're doing work to try to build for different regions to just want to pick people who represent that symbolically or have proxy representations of that. So myself, I'm Black, I'm Latina, I'm a military veteran, I'm also queer, but I don't fully represent any of those communities. So just happening to pull me into a discussion doesn't mean that you now understand the queer perspective, because there's infinite variation in that. And so more participatory design, actually going to those regions and listening to the users about what they do and don't want, is not only good from a moral sense, it's actually good for business. So for example, there was a researcher named Nithya at Google. She used to work in the Next Billion User unit, who had done a 6-week immersive privacy study in India to understand what privacy needs were in the region. And what she found is that over 50% of the women that were in the region she was studying shared a smartphone with their husband. And so our entire notion of privacy in the US and the way Google was drafting its rules and laws was based on the assumption that everyone had their own device. And that's simply not how it works in places that are not where we're from. And so that's why Android ended up creating the complete separate profiles in the same device, which then ended up being used in the more developed regions of the world, which ended up scaling the adoption of Android. And so again, going and listening within those communities will help you create features that will help you more deeply penetrate those markets, but that also have use back here in your primary or more, what do they call them? In more developed regions as well, to drive revenue even deeper. So outside of it being good for DEI, being good for moral reasons, it's actually really, really good for business, if not critical and imperative for you to be able to scale your AI systems across different regions.
We're going to have to get more
can I add
questions.
one
So
thing?
yeah, real brief.
Okay, so one thing that I do want to add to that too is, these active inference agents, it's going to be humans that are imbuing their knowledge into these agents from their frame of reference all over the world. So people in Africa are going to be building agents that are knowledgeable about their issues and what they face and their culture. And this actually preserves the diversity of culture. Right now with deep learning, the biggest problem is how do we get rid of bias? How do we do this? And Gabriel Rene, who's the CEO of Versus in Davos, he was like, what you get with that is the average ethics in a blender, and that's never going to work worldwide. So this system actually preserves the diversity of knowledge so that the knowledge can grow just like human knowledge. And these agents will push back on each other just like humans do. And there will be consensus of right and wrong, but there will also be a preservation of the differences of beliefs and cultures. And, these voices will be preserved. And, and then the sharing of the knowledge is going to allow all of that to grow just like human knowledge.
Okay, I have a question. It's also pretty broad, actually, because this conversation is so great and wide-ranging. What does the future of ownership of property, shares, and copyright look like?
Any JDs on the panel?
Photographer probably has
Closest thing we have
idea
to
of what-
to a lawyer on the panel.
You're right,
With the
copyright
prompt.
law now. How should it all play out?
Here's the
intellectual
prompt.
property.
Okay, you're an AI that's playing a lawyer. No, go.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I was just wondering what the future of ownership looks like in the context of property, owner like shares and copyright as well.
If I sell you a costume in a new kind of metaverse, at my little shack in the metaverse, like a new kind of Burning Man, who owns the costume?
I can speak for at least the digital content space, right? Not as to who owns what, but some of the conversations that are happening. Intellectual property, and I spoke earlier a little bit about the content authenticity initiative, but initiatives like that, right? Efforts that are being put into place to give artists credit. When it comes to laws and intellectual property, and you spoke about stock as well. That's a little bit beyond that, but I think we do need to invest more in those systems and actually embed them into the systems and the software that we use in order to be able to track where they've come from, where they're going. And you had a point at.
It gets really messy. I'm using an app called Cup of Soup, which I scan my face, and now my AI is going and doing all sorts of weird shit and sends me a picture of my AI doing things like going to Coachella in some sort of weird costume, which is sort of fun. I did. I gave it all the permission. There, no, it's cool. But this is who owns this content? It's content created by a computer with my picture. Okay, I own my picture, but it took my picture and wrapped it around a face of a thing that's going to Coachella.
So Robert, you didn't read the click-through agreement?
Oh, I know. I give away all my data. I actually, if you want my data, I'll give it to you. I'm one of those
I don't have
people.
the storage for your data.
You want all my Twitter data? I give it to you. There's 3 fine-tuned models of me out there because I give some entrepreneurs some data so they could create virtual Scobles.
I like
which is
it. We can
weird
live in
thing
all the
happening in world.
metaverses.
A new problem is going to have. Oh, what do you mean? There's 100,000 Scobles walking around the world?
but at least you're using an app too. Nowadays, this is different, but it's similar in the sense that actors and actresses are even finding that even YouTubers are finding their content being leveraged by companies and ads without their consent, right? It's already happening. So I think it's a broader conversation.
They stole all my data to make the model.
100%.
All my blogs for a decade to make the model. So I'm embedded in that model. I can't be pulling myself out of it at this point.
And so for current copyright law, the way that the systems have started to decide is that if something is generated by an AI, it cannot be copyrighted by anybody because it wasn't created by a human. However, if you take that asset and then you regenerate it as a human, so let's say you use Udio to generate a sound, and you recreate that sound as a human, like using actual drum machines, then you can copyright that piece. But their general rule of thumb is anything that is generated by an AI cannot be copyrighted by anyone. Now, the challenge about the data piece goes into the data collection practices before the US had any type of privacy laws, where Flickr used to be very popular to be scraped to grab images of people to create computer vision algorithms that powered some of Google's biggest systems internally, right? Where they just grabbed people's pictures without their permission. And so that comes back to, what the future of it is depends on what we collectively decide. Right now, OpenAI is in a number of lawsuits against authors who say, how did you and why did you take my book and put it inside of your algorithm that you're now selling to people to create things in my likeness? And then OpenAI is arguing, well, it's like going to a museum and seeing a painting, even though it's nothing like that. And so the future of how this stuff pans out, again, is up to us collectively to decide. Do we want it to be okay for you to take your original art, whether it's a photograph, whether it's a piece of text, and then any commercial company can take that, put it into their system, and make money off of it? And right now, there's a use case going on with Instagram where they just announced that they are going to use all of your content posted on Instagram to train new AIs. And in the US, we don't have an opt-out procedure. So if you want to opt out in the US, you have to go fill out a form, explain to them why you think they should let you opt out, and they can deny it. So I had a friend who's a big artist, was posting pictures of his art, and he went and it was like, please don't do it. And they wrote back and literally told him, well, we can't find any examples of making our AI generate your art, so we're going to keep your stuff inside of our training corpus. And so again, it comes back down to what rules, what guidelines we put in place to be able to make this stuff happen. And those decisions are being made right now. So the future is whatever we choose.
Okay. Yeah. Good answers, everyone. Next question.
Yeah, thank you guys. You guys are doing amazing. I kind of had a question related to kind of what Talbot was saying earlier when you were saying that you give your entire data to Netflix to get, the best recommendations because it's annoying. And I get that. I mean, right now we're using Google because it's free. We give all our data to Google. They serve us a bunch of ads, and we don't really care because it's convenient. But that can cause a lot of issues in the future. And it's not just because you're giving it to Netflix, but it's because Netflix will then take that data and then sell it. And then someone else can take that data and use it maliciously. Like, for example, I don't know if I should name drop, but like BetterHelp, for example, had been under a lot of litany because they essentially took data that's supposed to be protected and gave it to advertisers, allegedly. And essentially those people, use that basically, like, for example, who are having drinking problems, they were served alcohol ads and things like that. And so that's not necessarily good, right? And so given that sort of take, like, where do you think would be the best way to make sure that doesn't happen in this AI landscape? I mean, like, personally, the way I see it, the only way I see right now for my personal use case is using like local models, running open source models on my own machine or something like that. And anyone can answer this. It's just based off of what Talbot was
Yeah,
saying.
no, I
earlier.
have actually a simple answer to that. I just think companies just need to be more transparent in what they're doing. I think if the transparency is there, like, oh, you're really just using my data just to give me better recommendations, and they actually are living up to what they're saying, then yeah, I'm completely open to that. But the things that you're talking about with BetterHelp, all those kind of use cases, that's why I think it's very important to have people who actually protect us and know those things, like the privacy, the security, all those things. I still think that's very important, but I'm saying more into the terms of just like if people were good and the companies were good, but we know that they're not really. But yeah, transparency.
Transparency only works if the companies don't claim it as IP, right? And so having been at Google and Microsoft, they have no impetus, no forcing function, because as a C corporation, everyone who is a director level or above, or some like L6 people managers and above, have fiduciary duty, which means that they have a legal and personal liability to do everything that they can to make the company money. So doing things that will protect privacy only become money driving activities when you have things like regulations that will hit you with massive fines if you don't comply with them. That's where like GDPR comes in, right? So there was some use cases when we had the skin tone team where they were really powerful use cases, and the legal teams were like, absolutely not, because that could be inferred as a GDPR violation, and I'm not signing off on a potential $6 billion fine. And so the way that we can protect that here is by implementing data protection regulations. And being in California, California has the CCDPA, the California Data Privacy and Protection Act, which is like the GDPR of the US, even though it's not scaled across the federal government, which allows people to know exactly what data is collected, There's different opt-in and opt-out procedures. You can request all data gathered about you be permanently deleted. And so like having those boundaries in place creates the impetus or the forcing function for the company to care. The other piece that we're missing, I think, in the US is the enforcement arm. So right now, the FTC is kind of playing that with algorithm creators and data providers. However, we find that they're not listening. So Amazon, for example, just got slapped with a $25 million fine because it was keeping copies of children's voice data even after the parents had requested it had been deleted and they told them that. And the fine is only 25 million. So it's like, is that a real incentive to stop versus 6% of your revenue, which is what GDPR has? And so if we leave it up to the way things are flowing now, the companies are going to keep lobbying. It's too complicated. Don't regulate us. China, we're not going to compete. It's going to slow down innovation. We're just going to leave all of us vulnerable versus we have to, I think, as, citizens or residents or just people who care about what the world looks like in the future have to play a more active role in shaping what those boundaries are instead of leaving it up to the people who are benefiting from it not having boundaries.
And again,
That was a mic, almost a mic drop.
this new era, this next era of our internet, one of the beautiful things though is that permissions are very nuanced, right? Right now we're living in a state of like yes or no for access to data, all data, and then like you said, it's really hard to pull that access back, and then you've lost it. But with the spatial web protocol, not only are you going to be able to have nuanced, permissions on what kinds of data. You have time as a factor because you're talking about a spatial realm that takes into account computing things over time. So you can put, expirations on the permissions as well. And that's going to make a big difference. You'll be able to go to the doctor and say, you can have access to this amount of data and you can put an expiration on it. So it doesn't just stay in their system.
What a world. We're going to be walking through shopping malls, talking to restaurants, and our data is going to be negotiated to give to the restaurant to make a menu better for us or whatever, right? It might only be a little bit of data, but that's going to happen constantly as we're moving around the world talking with our AIs, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, to the extent that we allow it, which is what
We're
you're
gonna
saying.
allow it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
My robot's going to have all my data. His robot's going to have all his data. Not yours.
But also too, that restaurant will have that data in that moment, but won't have all your data, and that's a big difference.
So again, it goes back to what's the use case. I would love to go to a restaurant. Like earlier today, I went to a Mediterranean spot and I had to like ask for some extra olives and some extra sauce because it just wasn't to my taste buds. So for those kinds of use cases, absolutely. But like going into, like a Target or something like that, and it's seeing my shopping history across everything and my browsing history in order to recommend what products I need it becomes dangerous. And we've seen this already where Microsoft had created an algorithm, I think 2014 or 2016, that could predict whether or not a person was pregnant based on their browsing history, based on their shopping history. And they got a teenage girl in trouble because it was sending her ads for like baby stuff and her parents didn't know that she was pregnant. And so we have to again think not just about the benefits and the convenience, but the potential for those systems to be abused, as well as what happens when someone breaks into their systems. We just had Live Nation get hacked where 500 million people's name, addresses, credit cards, phone numbers, all their PII is for sale right now on the dark web and they don't get in trouble. Right? Santander just had a hack literally yesterday, and there's hundreds of millions of people's data out there. You have these platforms that if I give you my data, there needs to be repercussions if you lose it or if a bad actor gains access to it, which unfortunately in the US there really isn't right now. And so I think to help make that a little bit more trustworthy is to make sure that we have rules like, hey, Bank of America, or hey, Chase, or hey, Live Nation, if my PII ends up on the internet because you didn't secure your systems or you had bad actors inside your company to where someone I don't want having my food preferences or my health data gets access to it, then you should pay for it, which will then incentivize them to protect that data more. Unfortunately, in this society, these companies, they'll do what's good for money, and they really only care about caring when it's good for money.
Yeah, yeah. And yes, I agree completely with that. But at the same time, and just to play a little bit of a devil's advocate as well. Um,
Whose AI agent is gonna
Like,
win?
can somebody go out there and get a couple cases of beer and bring it in here?
no. I think everything you're saying makes sense right now, and as I'm hearing it, but I'd like to. It's also a slippery slope, right? And what if when it does get convenient, when we're tired, and when like we're you know what I'm saying? Like it makes sense right now, but it's almost like a toxic relationship if I were to draw that parallel, right? You give it one thing and then it gives you something in return. It feels good. You want to give it more, right? It is that kind of relationship that we are going to develop with our AI, and we might become hypocritical with that and not follow through with what is logical.
We're giving it all to it.
Yeah.
And make sure
We just want to make sure that us giving it to them is consensual first and foremost. And that sounded really horrible. But Jesus. But we want it to be consensual, meaning that I'm giving you permission to do that. And two, to make sure that if I'm doing that with sensitive data about my reality, like, let's just take genomics data, right? Like, I would love for gene therapy to tell me how to heal my injuries from Afghanistan longer term so that, I as a military veteran have a longer life. And I'm happy to give my DNA data away. But 23andMe took that data and sold it to a bunch of pharmaceutical companies who are now basically using it to make designer drugs. Then they got hacked. Now there's a whole bunch of people's genomic data with your name, your birth date, exactly who you are, out on the dark web where someone can take it and make a designer drug just to affect you. And so again, if them finding what I do and don't watch on Netflix, my whole recommendation history, everything I've ever watched on the internet, I don't really care. You can't really harm me with that. But with those different classes of data, my financial data, my health data, my physical data, my private data, like my mental state, or like me talking about my toxic ex, like I don't want that to be gathered by a bad actor in a way that could manipulate me. So when that kind of data is collected and stored, there needs to be boundaries and guardrails. Like, if you lose this data, you are going to pay a massive fine to incentivize them to better secure their systems, as well as to hold them accountable when they fail to do so.
That's well said. At the same time, there's always going to be edge cases that gets media attention, right? Like, it's not even AI, but remember when like Samuel L. Jackson, when like liking stuff on Twitter and it was X-rated and people found out what he was looking at? Like, there are some people, yeah, but like there are some people who probably don't want people to find out what they're being recommended on Netflix, right? And there are always going to be edge cases, and it's going to be a messy, messy world.
Do we want to continue? Because we could do this all night long. In fact, on
are you saying you want to do this all night long, or you're saying
on X.com we do Twitter Space audiences like this, and we literally go all night long. So
well, here we have somebody's been waiting for a long time to ask a question, so maybe this was the last question, maybe not. I'm open to keep going.
All right, 2 questions.
And a half.
Are you bribing me with beers? Well, where's my beer?
Where's our
You
beer?
came in with beer. Everybody's got a beer. But who wants a beer? And we're not gonna do. You have to raise your hand if you want a beer. Just beer. There might be like a hot. What is the like a seltzer, alcoholic seltzer or something. Can you hear me? So, in this rush to get everybody connected and giving personalized recommendations and all, I feel what is happening is society as a general is starting to disintegrate into silos. So it's getting hard at home to even find a movie that all can agree to go or even watch at home. The kids don't talk to you. Your wife doesn't want to talk to you. You don't want to talk to your wife. The reason is you sit with your mobile and your stuff is being pushed on to you. You do not find any other different things. It's
the dopamine hits are again and again and again coming. What is happening in Japan is basically there are 10 million houses which are vacant. People are in old age homes and there are robots visiting them with nurses. I go to Kaiser quite a lot. I mean, quite a lot means last 10 years for some medical reasons. And what I noticed over there is very depressed old people sitting around there, nobody talking to them. And the same thing is when you see even in the hospital settings also. We are becoming a disconnected society. And what is happening is the virtual world is, our world is becoming virtual. There are now dating sites where they tell people how to talk for young adults, which never was the case. And this, in my belief, is a serious problem which has been aggravated by technology.
I have an AI in my ear talking to me and telling me what questions to ask. That's going to be a true statement in just a year, right? There's a lot of companies building exactly that, and it works pretty good to tell me what to do on a panel or in a work situation or a dating situation or even with my friends. I pull out ChatGPT with my friends. I ask consent. But they always do. Oh yes, go ahead and start up the ChatGPT, and we talk about whatever topic, if it's nuclear power or something like that. And ChatGPT it gets involved. It's another person at the table almost.
Yeah, I'd like to say it's also like a question mark, like yes and no, and be curious what you think about this as well. But I think with like stuff like the Vision Pro, and it removes, that element of like having to stare at a piece of hardware, right? And like if you're wearing technology and it's allowing you to also see what's around you, maybe that'll bring back a bit of that interaction that we're missing, right, in our households. So
you're dressed up as SpongeBob right now.
Or if someone
Right,
does
it
it
might be
bad,
an
they're going to do an
avatar, so
AI
it's really
generated,
whatever you wanna
AI generated
hyper-personalization, right?
Yeah, no, I think to your point, yeah, that's exactly where we're heading. I think that even with the whole thing that happened with COVID and people are working from home, a lot of the older generation, growing up, always going into the office, they're like, oh, I'm going to work from home forever. Now I'm like entering into this new workforce and like I'm working at Intel right now. I'm going to Intel and no one's there. I'm like, but all the other interns and all the other people who are working that are younger are there because we see more connection. We know that there's an issue, there's a problem going on with like not being able to connect with people. So I think that this new wave of people coming up are going to kind of bring everything back together. You don't want iPad kids. Like it's going to just be, I think, more connection coming forward.
The great technology in our lives, and dating apps are even decreasing in terms of population.
My friends and I have the Vision Pro, and I do 4-hour stints with him on FaceTime, just keeping him up like right here while I'm working, and he's sort of there, and I'm that to him, and then we can decide what music to listen to together or apart, right? There's a lot of new connections that are going to happen as well because of this technology, but it is a big problem.
Also, this technology is going to evolve to a space where we're able to be in these experience environments with other people. And even though it's a virtual experience, it's going to feel real. It's going to feel like a real experience. And, they've done studies on people who are in VR experiences, and their brain is logging it as a memory as if it was real. There's no difference in how it's affecting the brain. So I think that just when I say, the way we live and breathe as humans is about to change, that's kind of what I'm talking about is, we're humans. We crave interaction, we crave human connection, but we're going to have this whole new way to experience it.
So to add on to that, the human brain and the way that it works anyway is that when you're watching a movie or experiencing something in real life, your brain can't tell the difference between that either, right? It receives it as if it's real. So if you're one of those people that binge watches horror movies and you don't get scared anymore, it's because you literally desensitize your fight or flight response in your actual brain. So whether that's in a VR environment or doom scrolling through TikTok, your body can't perceive. Your brain can't perceive the difference between if it's actually happening in real life or not, just with motion pictures and sensory input. The other piece of that is that, to your point, as we're moving into this new world, with any bad, there's always going to be good, right? So as we take that disconnection piece away, My grandmother, my grandfather was a Vietnam veteran. And when he went away to the war, she just had to sit around waiting, hoping to God that someone didn't show up at her door one day. All his letters got lost. So she just sat there waiting for him to come. And so when I went to Afghanistan in 2012, I was able to pull open this device, open a little app called Skype, and physically see my grandmother in real time so that she would know that I was okay. Right. And so this technology allowed us to foster a different kind of connection. And before she passed away, God rest her soul, I had a Facebook portal in our house. And so then we were able to video call all the time and talk and see each other across those distances. So I do believe that there is a level of harm that these systems do create. It's definitely unintended. And it's because the people who design these systems are, one, driven by profit legally, and two, because they design them in a silo. They say, this would be really cool to have a better media recommendation system, and don't zoom out and look at that in the context of the addictive scrolling social media app or the other communication apps. And so that's where policy plays a role, right? Where there's a responsibility to zoom out of a particular dope industry or use case and say, how is this affecting us? So Europe has a great example of a policy and a regulation that can do this. It's called the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, and the DSA, the Digital Services Act, which requires that any new feature in a platform that's going to touch more than 30 million people across the EU has to submit a risk assessment. And the risk assessment has to look for things like the potential harm to youth, the potential harm to a user's mental health, etc. And so they require the companies to think about these things and produce those reports. TikTok had a version of their app, I forget what it was called. It was like Click and Earn or Share and Collect or something like that they launched in Europe, specifically in France. And the app was for people who were 18 and over, and you could go in and as you liked and you would share and you'd engage, they'd give you points. And then you could take those points and turn them into real world, like an Amazon gift card. Basically, they were paying you to use the platform. Well, 2 months ago, they launched, and then Europe goes, hold on, bro, where's the risk assessment? And then they said, you got a week to give us a risk assessment. And TikTok didn't respond at all. So they responded again and said, we're going to investigate you for a violation of the DMA and the DSA, which again is like a violation is like 6% of your revenue in that region, right? And so TikTok was like, oops, our bad, just kidding. And then they took the app out of the App Store. And so I think, again, if we have policy levers that don't say don't build the thing, but say, hey, if you're going to build it, before you turn it on, demonstrate to us that you've critically thought about this. Demonstrate to us that you've zoomed out about how this is going to be so cool because you're going to put money in people's pockets. And take a second and think about how could this negatively impact users' mental health, and what are you going to do to put guardrails around that, right? And so regulation is not and should not be intended to block things from happening, but to force a better way of doing business collectively so that we're not continuously harmed by the way that some of these social media technologies have been rolled out in silos.
A lot of the Black Mirror scenarios.
Well, a lot of the Black Mirror stuff is already real. you guys just haven't worked in cleared environments like the government. Like a lot of that stuff is way real.
It's true. I think that was a great place to end up. Thank you so much for a great conference. I've been watching both of the days. Yeah.
Okay, we gotta pay the toll. I have to disclose, I think you wired for sound, so let us know what that's about real quick.
So if it's okay, I'm also recording this question and answer. If not, we're fine. Yeah, we'll take it off. Okay. So since Steven is pressuring me so much, I have to run this with perplexity. So make sure I have my question up briefly. So do you think that big tech companies like Facebook, Microsoft actually want more data privacy rules and regulation that could make it harder for smaller companies and startups to enter and compete in the market? Like especially in healthcare, like a lot of laws and regulations and big companies like Microsoft, Facebook, those are the ones that would have the resources, for all of the hire lawyers and all of that. So for them to break through the market, would it come into like the conglomerate, side of things? If you feel like it pressed more on laws and regulation and data privacy.
It's regulatory capture. Are the big companies going to do regulatory capture that the small company can't? Yes. Microsoft, when I worked there, had 803 lawyers. A small startup doesn't have that kind of resources to deal with the changing laws and regulations around the world.
I just add that sometimes that's a benefit to the startups because they don't have to comply or they can take those risks if they're under 30 million in the EU or other places. But we could have a long conversation about that. I know we want to wrap it up, so let's just go down the line and give a quick answer.
So I think it depends on what the regulation is, right? So, we've both been at Microsoft, and Microsoft Azure as a cloud platform is compliant with just about every regulation across every industry. So if you're trying to build something in healthcare, you have to comply with HIPAA. Then, like, if you build on Microsoft Azure in a particular way, not only is it guaranteed that your app is going to be HIPAA compliant, but they'll sign a BAA with you to take up to $2 billion of a hit if it's not, right? And so we look at Microsoft on one end, but then we also have to look at Microsoft as a service provider and what offerings they provide to make it easier for small businesses to comply, because that's also good for their business. It'll drive more cloud consumption versus, Google Cloud Platform or AWS. And so I think one of the challenges is that I have seen personally, I worked at one point in Google, my skip manager was the chief legal officer. I've seen personally how that narrative has been used to create or try to dissuade privacy laws from being passed that would force the company to be more ethical, which means slow down, which means maybe make a little bit less profit to comply themselves, because the laws that were being proposed, they were already violating, right? And they didn't want to have to go back and change anything, because again, their whole function is to go make money. So if you're going to propose something that's going to slow me down from making money, I'm going to make any argument that I can to try to stop it, and then put a whole campaign out to AstroTurf. And so something that I like about Europe in there, they have what they call the European data strategy or something like that, is that they talk about how to implement these regulations in a way that incentivize companies to contribute data, to contribute technology and knowledge back to a collective pool that is then made available to startups and to researchers. And whether those are tax incentives, whether those are legal requirements, like, hey, if you are collecting data out of a car because your car has produced a ton of data, then you have to make that anonymized and then put it in a collective data pool that anyone who's a startup in this country wants to build be able to use it. So I think it just depends on how we balance it. I think that there are platforms out there that build the regulatory compliance in to make it easier for companies, but I do know that companies go way over to try to not get things passed using that kind of narrative as well.
Yeah. So I think that we need to pull back a little bit when we're looking at these big tech companies that are in power right now, because they came to power through the World Wide Web, and they are centralized organizations that take advantage of all of the lack of security and everything within the spatial web. And even if you look at how far down they are in the deep learning rabbit hole, that's a centralized form of AI. That's like back when we had supercomputers before everybody had PCs and desktops, right? So I think we need to really reflect on the fact that everything we know about computing is about to change. And I think that we could possibly even see with some of these big tech companies, not all of them, but some of them, they may become the blockbusters that, they're built on this centralized structure, and they're going to hold so hard onto that because that's their business model. But we are evolving into a decentralized internet that is powered by AI, that is cheap for processing because the processing is at the edge. So everything is about to change. And if they don't find a way to pivot, it won't matter, right?
Yeah, my answer is pretty short and sweet. It's just a lot of these companies that you even named, like Google, Facebook, and all of them are at face value, B2C, but a big portion of their profit, I mean, as they were saying, comes from companies using cloud services. I mean, Amazon, AWS. I mean, that's kind of like the bread and butter of what they're going to do. So they're not going to do anything to hinder the small guys, because that's where they make a lot of their money from. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Yeah, I want to address like a portion of what you were saying about like even taking out small companies who are building competitive tech. And I think it depends first off on the tech company and on the product line as well, because it can be advantageous to a bigger tech company as well to have an open ecosystem, right? In which companies can easily integrate into, and that's a win-win for both the smaller companies and the tech company itself. And that's something that I think would be advantageous to take into equation as well, and something that would be in favor of the tech company, right? And I think we have seen illustrations of this, again, depending on the use case, depending on the product line, but it's absolutely impossible to solve for every use case in the B2B or B2C space. And smaller companies they have their ears to the ground, and it's just impossible for tech companies to be able to solve all of that. So there's definitely a partnership there that makes sense, and that should be leaned into.
Yeah, well, I want to thank everybody on the panel. I want to, going down the line, Robert, X, Denise, Talbert, Eliza, everybody that stuck around. This was an amazing couple days. Thank you, thank you. Okay, well, testimonials on Facebook and all the other socials, deeply appreciated.
I'm actually probably by the end of the summer. I have your number. Or did I just get your
LinkedIn maybe, but take my number.
Yeah.
Text me.
I think my phone is
Right? In your talk, so I took a picture. I sent it to him. I'm like, I'm at this talk. Oh,
Feel free to have some more snacks, to have another beverage. We have maybe coffee, water, definitely beers, probably. Thank you all.